True, walking the spirit is difficult, dealing with all of the ignorance. But in the Bible, and still talking about the Bible, what is the benefit? Everything about you counterfeit, there ain't no rebuttal you can counter with. On the internet, you the master teacher, in real life, you powerless. Keep it real with you, I don't have time for this, I ride for this, my forefathers died for this. They cry for this opportunity, presently I possess, and right now you are the opposite. If you walk in love, you fulfill the law, don't get involved, and you ain't giving it all. If you ever think it's cool, threaten another man's family, then you already lost. Chemtrails got aluminum, heavy metal saturate the atmosphere. Manhattan Project, time travel, Mandela effect, what happened here? GMO food processing to the whole world become obsolete. A black man who believes in Jesus, got my own team taking shots at me. You trespassing on property that you don't fully understand properly. All the back and forth, that's not for me, that's for ROC and the war machine. If we ride together, then we ride together. If we can't do it, I'd rather leave. I still stand on the word of God till the day I die and no longer breathe. We trapped inside the diaspora, nightmares of the massacre. Cold sweat, I'm below deck, in the middle passage, just a passenger. Revolutionary hardcore, liberation, that's a hard job. You ain't ready, you a oddball, keep your mouth closed like lockjaw. I learned trying to bring people together on the same page, make them separate. All the talk about reconciliation, when the time comes, you hesitate. If Jesus was able to sit at the table with a bunch of sinners, you very fake. Your steps ordered by the Lord, and how it was yesterday, a big mistake. We the city sitting on the hill, guess it all depends on how you live. Guess it all depends on how you feel, and we both know that ain't God's will. I stood on what I felt was right, I don't never question if God's real. Trapped inside this matrix, I'm about to pop the red and the blue pill.
Bless them which persecute you, bless and curse not. Rejoice with them that do rejoice, and weep with them that weep. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. Recompense to no man evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men. If it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, said the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:14-21.
You're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Manning. I am Peyton Manning level, I'm on GOAT status. I think I'm the baddest mother lover ever walk on this planet. Damn it, you could never see me, you could never beat me, you could never beat me, disrespect me, and I'm eating all of your pizza. I know I'm not right, I know I'm not white, I know I'm gon' call the popo on you if you hit me. I don't fight, I'm a rapper, I don't write. Rio, you got all that hype, that's the stuff that I don't like. Why you laughing at my height? I wish I could slap your face. You just think you're so amazing, you just think that you're the greatest. Why you fucking Tom Brady? I am Peyton Manning, end of conversation. You just hating, I am Peyton Manning, say it. I am Peyton Manning, say it. No, Dibble God playing, that's a Drake line. Beat a midget up, that's a hate crime. Baytown zone 3 game time. Got the trunk knocking from the baseline. I'm all about the money, better crack a cake time. Chopsticks on deck, no Shanghai. 4-5, you come to my waistline. Keep the 4-5 tip by my waistline. You soft in the middle like fruit pie. I know how you to walk a straight line. You wouldn't throw trays in the food fight. That's what I heard through the grapevine. I know you don't mind wasting your time. I would just prefer you didn't waste mine. You gon' get what coming to you in due time. Little pussycat running from the K9. You're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning, category mandatory for me to tell you that you were very boring. And the moral of the story, I wish I could just ignore you, but they gotta burn your body, put you in the crematorium. And I'm the only audio inside the auditorium. And when I'm finished with you, you will not have no memorial. You wanna be Luigi, but you're not ready for Mario. And no scenario, running circles around your cardio. And that's a body blow, it's not a secret. Everybody know that you ain't coming close. I leave you comatose, and you become a ghost. I overdose, I gotta overload. That's when the windows of heaven open up for me with the overflow. And I can feel the power moving within every last chromosome. Battle right around the corner, you already know it's on. Understand me, you're not Peyton Manning, you're not Peyton Manning. Woo!
That was my cat.
Fine specimen.
I saw you knock him off the bar.
No, I kind of shoot him. I didn't really knock him.
You raised your hand at him.
Won't happen again, I promise you.
And Martz, about another drink, huh?
That cat's been coming in here for 2 years. It's got more right to be here than you.
I don't want any trouble.
Well, that's too bad. 'Cause you
know who you are. Murderer of innocent travelers on the road. You are going to be held to account for the things you've done. Do you know that? Do you? It's okay. I'm going to grab my things. I'm going to walk out of here. All right, brother?
Yeah.
Cursed be the ground, for our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we were taken, for the dust we are. And to the dust we shall return.
Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by individuals on this platform, the callers plus invited guests, are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Free Radio.
Help keep the show on the air. If you want to help, you can send your donation through PayPal. The email is debatetalkforyou@gmail.com or through Cash App, $Sal Showtime. Thanks for your support.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Sueno, a.k.a. the Orthodox Moor, a.k.a. the Seven Pillars Saracen, coming at you with a very interesting topic that's been talked about quite a bit lately, these Georgia PEWS and whatnot. I'm sorry, family. I was supposed to come on a few days ago and do this show, but we had a very wicked windstorm in my area that knocked down all kind of trees and power lines and all kind of stuff. People in my neighborhood got their houses decimated, etc., whatnot. So my apologies for being a bit late on it, but I caught up like I said I would, and here I am. And so I wanted to give you another view on the PEWS from the Israelite intelligentsia concept. So Israelite intelligentsia is me, my brother Anonymous Hebrew, and my brother Elder Yara. We know each other from the Yahweh War Machine, and in a debate circle we still run in, etc., whatnot. And we wanted to put forth some scholastic arguments on a few things that weren't particularly being dealt with on a few different things in terms of language, DNA, migration patterns, etc., history, etc., 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 etc. And we will be dealing with those things one-on-one or one by one, also doctrinal, etc. But yeah, this is a very hot topic, and it's been heated on both sides. And I'm definitely jumping into it because my name's been brought up into it. People like Abu and others have put me in videos, etc., whatnot. When I've gone and talked about this topic on other channels and whatnot. I know the whole Morey Brown, Pastor Kelly thing is a big deal. People want to know, is cats real? Is cats not real? Should people repent in public, etc., etc., etc.? We'll touch on all that, fam. But without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and get into the presentation I wanted to get into. So I appreciate y'all for coming through. Please don't forget to hit that like button. Please don't forget to share. And please don't forget to subscribe. Let me go ahead and make this proper and big for everybody to see. Again, shout out to my brothers in Israelite intelligentsia think tank on the ground. So real quick, this is another view on the PEWS, a preservation of African culture in America. First and foremost, this is an Israelite intelligentsia disclaimer. Any difference of opinion with other Israelite groups should not be seen as a sign of disrespect or as a direct refutation of any Israelite group's position on this matter or others. If and when any direct refutations are made, the scholastic show will have the name of the intended target written on it with bold print for all to see. Any and all sincere critiques of information presented are not only welcomed, but are invited. Steel sharpens steel. This is how we get down, family. In the circle we run in, we're our hardest debates. We debate each other entirely. We don't just critique information. We literally debate information. When our people are prepping for debates or whatnot, someone will stand in and do proper debate prep with them. They will be the opposite side, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we will all come in and critique and try to find whatever holes in the argument we can find. Because it's not about being right, it's about being true. A lot of people can go into a debate and come into public conversations and whatnot and try to just win the crowd. That's cool if that's your thing, right? But for us, we're trying to bring out correct information, true information. We want the information to let us know what's going on. We're not trying to build a narrative based upon cherry-picked information. So with that being said, let me go forward. Our position on Professor Katz and the PEWS. First and foremost, when it comes to the claim of Professor Katz being a fictitious character made up and portrayed, I should say. I'm about to do some live editing right quick. Hold on. About to do some live editing right quick. My fault, family. Sometimes I'm dyslexic. I finger some stuff. Back to it. First and foremost, when it comes to the claim of Professor Katz being a fictitious character made up and portrayed by Morey Brown, we take the position that only circumstantial evidence has been shown. and that no conclusive evidence has been brought forth either for or against. So without conclusive evidence, we cannot take a definitive stance on the matter publicly. And that's based upon the scrolls. That's based upon the Torah right there. We all have our individual opinions on the matter. We even debate that internally, whatnot. We all have strong opinions on the matter. But unless there is concrete evidence for or against, no matter how much circumstantial evidence is provided, we cannot take a definitive stance. Also, however, we do take the public position that if any Israelite group is found to be lying to the people, that they should apologize and repent for their wrongdoings to the people publicly. We do not support making public statements on other Israelite groups or individuals unless private and moderated reconciliation has been tried and found not to be successful. This is something that we're very, very big on. Both in the we were big on it in the War Machine, we're big on it in the Israelite intelligentsia and whatnot. This is a huge concept for us, because a lot of people go around backbiting and doing all kind of stuff, and it's not necessary. It causes more division than it does unity and whatnot. Not to mention, like if you're claiming to be an Israelite, whether you're New Testament or Old Testament, we literally have the same rules on how to deal with these concepts. So we're supposed to go build on certain things, and there's an escalation process. And if we can't find peace in certain ways, we have to go to another way, and another way, etc. And you can go to the scrolls to get that process or whatnot. Whether or not Professor Katz is real, we do not support the claims being made by Katz concerning the PEWS. In particular, we do not support the claim that Arabic is definitely not found to be present on the PEWS. Katz gives neither Maury Brown or Abu any scholastic reasoning as to why there would be no Arabic on the PEWS. If Katz is real, we recommend to all that his sloppy scholarship be avoided. One more time. If Katz is real, we recommend to all that his sloppy scholarship should be avoided. Methodology should always be produced when presenting information to the people. When people want to check you on your methodology, when they want to see how you came to a certain conclusion, there's no reason for a scholar to not give such methodology. That's literally what they're there for. That's what their job is. I stated in a video that Abu clipped up and whatnot, that when I was on G-Con's channel talking about this, that basically, like, Professor Katz, if he's real, he took more sentences and more words to describe and to explain why he was not going to break down why Arabic was not on the PEWS than what it would have taken to explain why Arabic was not on the PEWS. And like I stipulated, scholars know how to shorthand information. That's literally what they do. I also gave my brother Maury Brown, I gave him an out, and I hope he takes it. Because I want to be clear on this. Unless this out is taken, we can't take the claim that Katz is real seriously. And this is the out. So if Katz is a real scholar, then you don't have to bring him out personally. All you have to do is produce his scholarship. As I stipulated in that video with the G-Con on his channel that Abu ended up clipping up, I said that you're not going to be you're not going to be to the level to where you can just rule out Arabic, and you'll see why in a second, because it's a very strong claim. Arabic not being on the PEWS is a stronger claim than Hebrew being on the PEWS. I'll say that one more time, because there's a positive and negative claim being made. Arabic not being on the PEWS is a stronger claim than claiming Hebrew is on the PEWS. And I'll get into that in a second. But that needs to be understood as something that we're saying at the forefront. That it's a stronger claim to say that Arabic is not on the PEWS than it is to say Hebrew is on the PEWS. But both claims are being made at the same time, a positive and a negative claim, by Katz and by Maury Brown and whatnot. I've heard Pastor Kelly talk about that he believes it's not Arabic, but at the same point in time, I've also heard Pastor Kelly stipulate that if it is Arabic, he doesn't care, because he still knows that the people there were Israelites. And again, that's also our position. in the sense that we're like, if there's no Hebrew found on the pews whatsoever, that has no play on the people at the church. Historically, a portion of them claiming to be Israelite. Again, you can look at Benaiah Israel's work. Again, not on the translation of the pews, but he goes into other work in terms of just showing people that are claiming to be Israelite. So the fact that the people are claiming that themselves is a strong claim. I mean, so you don't need the pews for personal identity claims and whatnot. However, but again, Pastor Kelly also stipulated that he believes that there's geese on the pews and whatnot, and Mark on the pews, etc. So you got people like him and Dante stipulating that they believe that that there's more than one way of looking at this, right? So there is that. Going forward. So people got to understand this. When you go listen to Abu talk to Barin and others on Barin's channel, Abu talks about being in contact with Pastor Kelly from like October of 2019, and then you hear you can hear like the faithful to God and Sister E conversation happened in October of 2019, right? Well, in August of 2019, my man Anonymous Hebrew went down to the church. He went on the tour himself. He took his own pictures, and he did so for his own research. Well, we all talked about this, and this is back when we were all rocking with the War Machine, and G-Con was actually rocking with us too. G-Con confirmed on his channel that he was on a call that we were all on with Anonymous Hebrew talking about this. So again, just to be clear, this has been a back burner project of ours since August of 2019, when our good brother, Anonymous Hebrew, went to the First African Baptist Church to do his own field research on the matter. There are recordings of him, there are audio recordings of his tour. We were actually trying to set up a interview at the time with the tour guide. And we were even talking about doing a documentary and whatnot. We didn't know about the documentary that Garfield was talking about, nor do we have any knowledge of Pastor Kelly or Maury Brown or Boo and them talking about this. Again, this is August of 2019. We're just now finding out about Pastor Kelly and Maury Brown's arguments on this. We had no idea about this. This was all independent at the time. So this needs to be clearly established, is that as a group of people like me, Anonymous, Elder Yara, Yehukana, again, even G-Con knew about this. We were talking about these pews since August of 2019. And we had a lot of debates that we were doing. We were in a very busy debate league or whatnot. And so with the debate prep that we do and all that kind of stuff, we had to make this a back burner project. Little did we know it was going to become a forefront conversation. But everything I'm about to tell you here is what we all concluded back then. And again, G-Con was on the phone call. He was on the Hangout call. He was in the Hangouts the group with us at the time. And he confirmed he was on the call for the conversation and whatnot. But we've had more than one conversation on this. But you can clearly see in these pictures that it says August 3rd, 2019. Hold on. Anyway, after much discussion, we came to the conclusion that if there was any written language on the pews, that most likely there would be more than one language and possibly a trade language, potentially representing many different tribal fingerprints. And this has to do for many reasons. And we will get into that in further videos. Like I said, we're going to do like a full series on this at one point. Because like I said earlier, Anonymous took audio recordings, etc. So we're going to go through a lot of stuff and really clean it up for the people, make sure it's understandable or whatnot, and really break down the information that's being said on the audio. And if possible, we're gonna try to find the brother who did the tour, and also reach out to scholars independently ourselves. We're going forward. We do not claim that all the markings are a legible script. nor do we rule out miscellaneous markings or natural designs potentially being found within the wood itself. However, we also do not rule out single letter repetitions being marked on the wood of the pews, etc., or just single letters being represented in the middle of nothing. I'll get into that in a second. We do not take the position that Solitreo will likely be found on the pews due to time and proximity. And this needs to be understood. And again, this is not bucking shots at anybody's position. We just have a different position on it. So we would love to build with brothers who have a contrary position on this and try to compare and contrast the scholarship and see where we can meet in the middle, etc. But we do not take the position. And I'll say, I'll just short story it for the people. When you hear me talk, a lot of people have heard me talk about the fact that I consider myself Hebrew on both sides of my family. That from my mother's side, they're North African Jews that migrated through Spain and then through Mexico. And so my mother's family actually descends from like the oldest pocket of like Sephardic migrated Jews in the United States or whatnot, from a new pocket that they found in northern New Mexico, southern Colorado. And so we don't make the argument that we will likely find Solitreo on the pews, because within my mother's people, you don't find Solitreo. It's not that I know of. And they were coming directly from Spain, and so they've been in the Americas since the 1500s, and we don't find that script amongst their people, right? Like that. So they were crypto Jews, yeah, but like, so in this situation, it's very comparable, because the claim is basically that they were like crypto Jews or whatnot, right? The people building the church or whatnot. So if we don't find that directly from people coming from Spain and that were isolated for over 500 years or whatnot, then it seems very unlikely that we would find Solitreo in a group of people, in a group of enslaved Africans in the 17 and 1800s. It seems very highly unlikely. Not to mention that particular script you're going to find more so in Spain, and you're going to find more so in North Africa. So the slaves would have to particularly be coming from there, in order for that to make sense from how I understand the language to be spread. If there's other information out there, I would love to see it. Again, I'm not bucking shots at nobody on this topic. We just have a difference of opinion, right? For some people. So for my brothers like Benai Israel, etc., I would love to understand your breakdown of Solitreo in the Sephardic Jews, etc., and the language distribution in Africa and all that. Same thing with Pastor Kelly, etc. I would love to understand y'all breakdown on it. So I would love to build with y'all on that. So hopefully we can link up in some way, shape, or form and do that. But going forward, we also take the position that if Hebrew is not found on the pews, there would be no impact on any Hebrew or Israelite identity claims being made by early members of the church. It is clear people were self-identifying as Israel. Again, like I said, you just go look at Benaiah's work. Benaiah clearly documents that. And again, I got to say, I personally appreciate people like Abu separating the identity argument from the language argument. I think a lot of people don't trust Abu for a multitude of reasons. I'm not saying anyone has to. I'm someone, and my brothers also have the same concept of we like having opposition. Opposition makes us sharper. We don't mind having opposition. And when it comes to opposition, someone like Abu is good opposition because he makes really good arguments. Whatever you feel about Abu, whether you like him, dislike him, trust him, don't trust him, if you're trying to be sharp on your game, he's not bad opposition in the sense that he comes with really, really good arguments. So I appreciate that. And we definitely plan on engaging him on whatever scholastic arguments he wants to get into in terms of whatever we believe, whatever things we're making. And we can definitely do so in a very peaceful manner. In fact, I've invited Abu to come on this channel here to actually to discuss the PEWS and whatnot. So I look forward to that actually happening. We're going forward. And let me stop and check the comments right quick. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Shout out to my brother. Oh, I see my brother in the hold on. Here we go. My brother Anonymous. What's good, brother? Man, how you doing, sir?
Yo, Shalom, Mark. I'm good. How you doing?
All is well.
See,
You came right at the right time. It's about to get spicy. It's about to get spicy.
I see you doing that work. You know, I just figured I'd come on in.
Yes, sir. Well, man, it's your work too. I'm showing your stuff. You know what I'm saying? That ain't my hand in that picture on the right. You know what I'm saying?
Hallelujah.
Shout out to Independent. Hey, man, again, just confirm for the people. Like that says August 3rd, 2019, right?
Right.
That's your hand in that picture, right?
Yes, sir.
You're pointing at the pews in the First African Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Live in the flesh.
Yes, sir.
All right. So again, family, we've been dealing with this since August of 2019, since before Abu ever started talking to Pastor Kelly or Sister E on this whole topic. And this is where we're starting to switch the game up a little bit. So to date, symbols of the Bakongo people, Amharic / and possible Hebrew letters, and the Ajami Arabic script have been identified within the church. There could be more languages found with more research. We owe it to our ancestors to find out what they left. I'm going to hit that one more time. Because my man Yahuk and I went on the Dagger Squad and was asking people, why don't you go down there? Why don't you go down there? And they was like, nah, why should we go down there? What's the point? Here's the point. No matter what if you're an atheist or if you're a theist or whatever, right? If you got people that came through the slave trade in America, you should be looking at this church as a national treasure because it potentially contains multiple scripts of multiple African people that went through the slave trade. Think about this one more time. This should be considered a national treasure, whether you're Kemetic, whether you're a Moor, whether you're an Israelite, whether you're an atheist. I don't care. If your ancestors came off a slave ship in America, this should be considered a national treasure for you, this church, because it contains potentially multiple African scripts.
Man, can I touch on that real quick?
Please jump on it.
So this is why I suggest people go and actually go to these places. Like go and take the tour, right? Number one, if you go to Savannah, you know, I know it's a lot of stuff going on with COVID, but if you do end up going out there, you know, it's a cool little city, man. It's like it's a lot of different stuff to do. You can go out there with your significant other, whatever, have a nice little time. But you know, number one, the tour is not that expensive, but they have this conversation with you, right? My tour guide was really, really well versed in the situation, and the thing that he explained was, regardless of arguing about the languages, and you know, I'll get into what he said about that. But he explains like this is your proof that these slaves didn't just get off these ships without any type of knowledge and like they weren't writing. This is your proof that as Black people, we came here with the education, with a way of communicating with each other. I know there's a brother that's talking about the PEWS and he says he doesn't have to go do any independent research. But those are the small nuances that you miss if you don't get a chance to go there and see this type of information, bro. Like, and it is powerful to be there and see the architecture and what your people built and know that they were communicating through script, not just orally. So yeah, you know, it's an amazing point that you bring it up.
Yeah, and that's why people like Anonymous Hebrew felt it necessary to go see for himself in person. Heard claims. My G was like, let me go see. Let me see what's up. Right? Field research. Getting hands dirty.
Facts.
Okay, this is where it gets super interesting. So I'm gonna break some stuff down. Then I'm gonna play some clips right quick for you. The Dagger Squad and the Ephraim Isaac claims. So Garfield Reed consistently claims that Professor Ephraim Isaac, again, he is of Yemenite Jew and Ethiopian Oromo descent. He's a very well-known scholar. Again, you'll hear Garfield talking about him in a second. I'm about to play a clip for you right quick. But again, he consistently makes the claim that Ephraim Isaac said that there was no Hebrew on the pews. I'm going to play parts of this documentary that Garfield keeps talking about. And you will see that in fact, hold on, I gotta fix this on the fly one more time, family. Hold up. Fix it on the fly. That in fact.
And it happens, you know what I'm saying? So what the brother is explaining, though, well, I don't want to speak to his point.
No, go ahead.
But nah. But what we're gonna see is, and he's gonna talk about this as we start to deal with the documentary that is out there. And I'll speak to this from my perspective first. We have to be careful because when you go there and when you see certain people's research, I'm only seeing 1 or 2 pews represented. Number one, right? I have over, I think it's 15 to 20 pictures, multiple sides of various pews. It becomes clear that there's multiple languages on these things if you deal with, we'll just say ancient scripts at this time. The concept that, and see, I'm looking at it already. I know where he's going. The concept that this is, number one, that we would say there's no Arabic is flawed, but the fact that to say that there's only one language on here and we're not seeing any proof really being brought, that's a problem, right? I can just start loading up slides for you right now. Just put them on deck. Just start loading up pictures right now. And I can show you why I can show you at least, a cursive, a few cursive Hebrew letters. And as a couple of the brothers have said it already, that would be consistent with some of the things that maybe they were doing. Maybe they were saying certain prayers over it. Maybe they're initialing it. I mean, I've heard all types of different theories. I'm actually starting to lean more towards, they're communicating somehow, and maybe there is a prayer going on. But what it becomes very clear, though, it is extremely, once again, scholastically dishonest to do some of the things that I've seen done on certain channels. Now I'm gonna let my brother go ahead and pick it back up, and then I'll land back off of him once he's finished.
Oh yeah, you'll like this, Ellie. You like how it plays out, bro.
Let's go.
In fact, nowhere in the parts of the documentary that Garfield showed, right, does Professor Isaac make such a claim that there's no Hebrew on the pews. In fact, he is not even the person brought in to deal with Hebrew in the documentary. And in fact, check this out. Hold on, Anonymous. What letter did you say you could identify when you were down there in Hebrew?
Cough. Definitely a cough, easy.
Right. So again, we're not saying that there's no Hebrew there. We're my man saying that he saw it there, right?
Right.
He's like in a cursive format, right?
Yep.
And ironically, you're gonna see before, again, Anonymous didn't know about the documentary. We didn't see it until just now, until Garfield showed pieces of it, right?
Yep.
And you'll see in the documentary, they identify a cough.
And yeah, that's
that.
Hey, that is so true. I had no clue about it. Now look, Garfield said that's a lie. You're welcome to jump on the panel. We can talk it out. You know what I'm saying? It's not a problem. But
yeah, I'm gonna rock this out first. And then
my brother jump on. We can have a conversation.
I only got a few more slides left.
Yeah, but like I said, so now I know exactly where he's going. So let me go ahead and dunk this on you. I would love to have that debate if you want to say that there's no proof of any cough on these pews.
Oh man. Again, bro, you already showed the man that was brought in to deal with Hebrew on the documentary you showed, bro. He says, yeah, I can see a cough right there.
Right.
He just says, I just don't see it. I see nothing else around it. That's the problem.
Right. And
then my man Garfield takes that and runs with it and then disregards everything else Ephraim Isaac says. Bro,
and it's hilarious because so let's just do full disclosure, right?
Mm-hmm.
We go out there like on a trip for my wife, just to get away. And it turns into both of us like history. We notice our history. So we let's just go, we out here already, let's go do it. I'm so amped when I come out forget the trip for a second. I'm calling my brothers on the hangout, like, bro, look, let's talk about it. I'm sending them pictures, and the first thing we immediately talk about there is there's multiple languages on it, right? And even to my dismay, because I go in there expecting just it's nothing but Hebrew on the pews, right? But then it becomes more evident of what we seeing, and now you just get excited because now you're seeing real history. And like I said, you can clearly see a cop. And I'm gonna be honest, I can go in and make out other letters, but you know, we can get in that, but I'm not gonna stretch it. We know for a fact we see the cop. Like he said in the documentary, we see this represented. We clearly see that there is a necessity to go and do firsthand research on these type of situations before you start presenting 7-day, 8-day streams on things that you haven't went and researched yourself.
Right. So real quick, let me tag in right quick. So
got it.
This is one of the reasons why me and Anonymous and the brother LDR formed the Israelite Intelligentsia, right? Because in our past debate experience, we ran into many people who were making certain claims about Israelites, like they never existed, these events never happened, all kind of stuff, right? People want to make strong claims and whatnot. And when we examined their claims, we found that they were only investigating surface information and whatnot, and they would tend to lack total scholarship on a subject and whatnot, right? And they would jump off the roof and out the window making claims and not being able to back up what they're talking about,
right?
And so, for instance, like people talking about like, oh, well, your DNA can't be EM1, you know what I'm saying, EM18, you know what I'm saying? It
Right.
can't be. And then find out like, oh no, it is. And you might not know what you think you know. So for instance, my man's saying I'm being disingenuous, right? Bro, I'm only commenting on the information that you've put out and that you've shown. You can clearly prove me wrong by showing a single clip of Ephraim Isaac saying it is not Hebrew. Right. Now watch this. Ephraim Isaac says it's Amharic, 100%. So again, was he brought in to comment on Hebrew, or was he brought in to comment on Amharic or Gaiz? All you have to do is go to your own document that you have the full video of and make me a liar. I'm only commenting on what you've shown, bro. So again, like I said, nowhere in what you showed did he say it's not Hebrew. In fact, in the clip you're about to see, they're going to talk about Hebrew letters being found among the Gaiz script.
Hey, hold on. Hey, let me address this real quick because I don't want this to get lost in the chat. Now, for those of you that are just coming in, peace, welcome. The brother has already stated, as it pertains to the claims of anyone, as it pertains to Richard Katz or anything like that, our only situation is we do not necessarily agree with what he has put out as it can't be Arabic and anything like that. But also, if there is any wrongdoing of this, that we would say, as it pertains to anybody, that you need to come out and say that you have misled the people, you know, apologize, repent, and move on. If, however, it is true, then we would pray that you bring that out somehow. You don't have to produce the scholar, but produce his work or something like that. So then that way we can move on from the situation. But as it pertains to what we're talking about today, we're talking about firsthand research. This is what we did back in 2019. This has nothing to do with the current situation. We were already on this. So be careful with the slander and saying that we're trying to prove something. We're literally going around trying to look at history and historical and archaeological and anthropological evidence all around the globe. That's our goal. So please be careful with the slander because we got receipts on this now, right? If I go and take a tour and I have a professional who is got degrees in this, in the early African studies and in all of these different fields of study, and he even tells me that this is Hebrew, Arabic, trade language, he goes to all this. I have him on record saying these things. And then I go and do the research and we see certain letters and we see Arabic, and we see Amharic, we see all of these different things. Now we gotta question your motives. Now we have to question why it is that you're so pressed to say that these people couldn't be Israelites. Because even as the brother Moore said, we know that the people of this church self-identified as Israelites. So even if we saw no Hebrew writing on it, that's still in their history. Their historical records archive them as are self-identifying as Israelites. So y'all got to start dealing with some of this. And as it pertains to Dante, since you keep bringing Dante's name up in the chat, whoever this is, Dante even brought scholastic evidence from Cambridge that says that that they would have came here with a mixture of ancient Hebrew, a form of Arabic, and I think he said Maghrebi Arabic and Patois.
Not only that, you can see Ronald Dalton Jr. right in a conversation with the West African brother claiming to be Israelite and Rabbi Harry Rosenberg, right?
Right.
Talk about producing a Torah that's a mixture of Moroccan Arabic, Aramaic, and the Yoruba script.
Right. Correct.
So this concept is not unfounded. In fact, it has a lot of scholastic footing and historical footing when you understand what's going on. But on top of that, like, so again, put the Israelite thing aside. If you are of African descent in the Americas, you like this church should be a gold mine for you.
Yep.
Your people could have written something there. Again, anonymous. Did they let you see all the pews?
On one side, yeah, I didn't get to see. So when you go up,
so there's a whole section that you didn't get to see, right?
Yeah, it's a whole nother set of pews all the way on the other side on the top part of the church. But I don't know if they never let you go over there because I haven't done multiple tours. Matter of fact, we talked about going to do another tour. But when we went, you can only come up on the right side, and but I was able to see all the pews on the right side. And I got as many pictures.
Right. So fact of the matter is this, though, right? Like, so many of the pictures that you will see, even in the documentary being examined, right? Because a lot of places they're just looking at pictures, right? But like, you know what I'm saying? But like when you look at what Abu looked at, when you look at what Benai is looking at, when you look at the documentary, what they're showing, when you look at the photographs that Anonymous took, they're pretty much all the same pictures.
Right.
So what Anonymous is saying is that there's more on the other side. So there's so many potential scripts that could be found. Potentially when you understand that Arabic was the lingua franca of West Africa at the time and North Africa at the time. Mm-hmm. So you can literally go to Timbuktu and get the understanding that they were writing multiple different African languages in an Arabic script. One more time, different African languages in an Arabic script.
Right.
So for instance, like even the Yoruba were known to use the Ajami script. So there could be stuff written in Arabic, but in a whole other language. There could be Hebrew written in Arabic. There could be Yoruba written in Arabic. There could be Fulani written in Arabic. There could be all kind of language written in Arabic.
Right.
All kind of language written in Arabic. Yeah, I'm about to jump into some stuff right quick and let this get a little spicy.
Go ahead and we'll start slapping a little bit.
You know what I'm saying? You know
it. This is the cryptic quest. All right, let's go to 51 seconds. Let me just play a little bit. Listen to this.
Georgia, built on the backs of slaves sacrificing their own money that could have been.
Hold on.
A church has just been erected in Savannah, Georgia. Built on the backs of slaves sacrificing their own money that could have been used to buy slaves sacrifice. The year is 1859. A church has just been erected in Savannah, Georgia, built on the backs of slaves sacrificing their own money that could have been used to buy their freedom. Up in the balcony, there are many markings and symbols on the pews. They appear to be of Semitic origin. Reading and writing was outlawed. So when and where did these slaves learn these Afro-Asiatic scripts?
All right, so I'm gonna stop right there. And I'm going to move to and by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is Ephraim Isaac. This is not a guy to play with when it comes to scholarship. But let's go to the 12-minute mark. The 12-minute mark, because I don't want to get my brother Alvin in trouble. Let me just get a little bit right here. What's going on here? The 12-minute mark. Let's take a look.
From the same Proto-Semitic alphabet. And in shape and in form, many of them look alike. Ha, Sa, Ra, Ri.
So all these letters are Ethiopic.
Yeah, that could be Ethiopic. Yeah.
Okay.
Since Ha, this is Sa.
Yeah.
And this could be Na if it was straight like this.
There is now evidence to clearly show that some of the slaves came with skills of writing, which transcends the traditional models
Let me rewind it to the 12-minute mark so everybody could hear this again. What Dr. Ephraim is saying, a Hebrew, by the way, a practicing Hebrew, the leading scholar with black folks when it comes to Hebrew, period. A matter of fact, the book of Enoch that is transliterated or translated he is the responsible guy. He worked for Harvard University. He's not no lightweight. He's saying he could see some Amharic letters there. This is what he's saying. He said he could see that within it. All right. He said partially, that's his conclusion. All right. Let me play this part again.
Hebrew both originate from the same Proto-Semitic alphabet. And in shape and in form, many of them look alike. Ha, sa, ra, ri.
So all these letters are Ethiopic.
Yeah, that could be Ethiopic. Yeah.
Okay.
This is ha, this is sa.
Yeah.
And this could be na if it was straight like this.
There is now evidence.
All right. So you see, this is the 12-minute mark. This video is over 40 minutes long. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, you see what Professor Ephraim is telling us. All right. So now I'm going to fast forward this to the 23-minute mark, right, with Dr. Ephraim. And let's go, what is it, the 23? Let's go here.
Hold on, family. Set up another clip right quick.
And once again,
What?
I didn't know if you had it set up. If you got it ready to rock, let's rock.
No, go. What are you saying?
I just, to those in the chat, once again, I would advise you to go back and listen to the beginning of the Brother Moore's stream, so that way you can know where we're coming from. Because some of the assertions and some of the statements are coming probably from a position of ignorance, and I don't want to include you in some of the next statements that come after these clips and after we talk.
Yeah, these shots aren't for everybody, so don't get hit by a bullet. Ain't meant for you.
Right. I don't want you to get caught up in something that is not for you. So go ahead.
Like I said in my disclaimer, you know what I'm saying? Any scholastic shell will have the name boldly printed on that joint.
Right.
So again, just real quick. So I want to be clear in the clip that I just showed, right? So Ephraim Isaac is not being presented as someone who's speaking on Hebrew anywhere in the clips that Garfield shows. In fact, he starts off talking right there about a Proto-Semitic script,
right? That lines up with Hebrew and the other Semitic languages, right?
Which ties into the whole concept of a trade language argument that needs to be scholastically ruled out before being dismissed.
Right.
One more time for the people in the back. It's got to be scholastically ruled out before being dismissed.
Right. That's
for Garfield. That's for Abu. But going for but again, so this is the point of why I want to stop. So he's not saying that there's Amharic on all the pews, and this needs to be understood. He's looking at a picture. He's saying that's Ga'iz, that's Ga'iz, that's Ga'iz. He's looking at one picture.
Mm-hmm.
He's not saying all the pews are Ga'iz. He's saying the one I'm looking at right here. And so nowhere is he saying, are the rest of them not Hebrew? Are the rest of them not Arabic? In fact, like I said, he comes in talking about a Proto-Semitic script.
Correct.
Going forward.
Spiritually and culturally. And that was so important for the survival and for the struggle of freedom for African Americans. Because as I said, physical energy and physical fight and physical origin are important. But sometimes people survive because of spiritual strength.
As Andrew Bryan's congregation began to grow, he eventually obtained enough wealth to buy his own freedom. He then used some of that money to purchase a lot to begin construction on his church in 1794, changing that name to First African Baptist Church.
Now, this building was completed in 1859. The church was still
Could this be a possible explanation for what we see on the side of the pews? Are there actually Hebrew letters mixed in with the Ethiopian letters?
Then that would look like a cursive top. As it is,
That's right.
as it is, it also, I have to see this closer up, but it also looks like a close-up kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like a Hebrew letter, it's in a context of things that don't look like Hebrew letters. So that the issue, again, the issue is not the individual sign. It's what the signs add up to. Kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm.
As it is,
that's right.
as it is, it also, I have to see this closer up, but it also looks like a close-up kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like, also, I have to see this.
Now, this is not Garfield talking. This is the gentleman, the scholar, and Professor Ephraim, Dr. Ephraim Isaac. This is not Garfield. They said if it looks like a kuf or a kaf or whatever, but the problem is context, because nothing else on it looks like Hebrew. It looks like, it possibly looks like.
Oh, I gotta let it go, bro.
Yeah, okay.
It's closer up, but it also looks like a close-up kuf.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like a Hebrew letter, it's in a context of things that don't look like Hebrew letters. So that the issue, again, the issue is not the individual sign. It's what the signs add up to.
So far, none of the letters, symbols, or markings seem to form words, which may imply that they had a different purpose entirely.
The use of alphabetic symbols in magic is very well known, it's very ancient. In Ethiopia, for instance, already in the 4th and 5th centuries, they were using decorative letters, not directly in terms of symbolic treatment.
Hold on, I think I went over a minute, playing part of it over a minute. So let me stop for a minute. Let me stop for a little bit, and then let's continue.
Or for words, letters, but in terms of a geometric figure. A lot of the early magic, what we call abracadabra, they are not complete words, but they are letters. There is one prayer that is ahiya sharahiya sharahiya sharahiya. I mean, just they use just a few of those words, and sometimes it's maybe just like ha 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 la 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 ba 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 ga 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 ga. This is, of course, the way of enticing the demon and defeat them is to know their names, the names of the demons, and even maybe there is some reference indirectly in the New Testament to that idea.
What is your name? Jesus asked. Legion, he answered, because many demons had gone into him.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Anonymous.
Okay, there we go. I didn't know if I was still muted. So yeah, so to those of you that are saying, see, there's no Hebrew, this has been our point the entire time. We're never saying that there are these legible words of Hebrew. Some, like the professor just said he saw potentially a ta or ku. I saw on another pew a kaf, right? To make the statements that some people are making, that we're trying to force Hebrew on here, or that there is no Hebrew on here, and that there is no Arabic on here, we're not saying any of this. We're saying the same thing that scholars, the top scholars that are on the actual video that Garfield played, would agree with our assessment that we made over a year and almost a year and a half ago.
And so here's the thing about what we're saying about certain scholastic types. Like you got blood types and all kind of like body types. You got scholastic types, right? There's certain people who don't investigate everything they're hearing. They go at the surface level and they just stop there. They don't listen to everything. They hear like they read the first paragraph but not the full page, right?
Right.
So here's what you got to understand. So again, the person brought in to deal with the Hebrew is a European man, right? Completely different person than Ephraim Isaac, right?
Facts.
Ephraim Isaac is confirming that there's God. He's on the pews, right? And then watch this. They make two different arguments. The guy says the European guy looking at the Hebrew says, well, like I can see letters, but it doesn't make sense by itself. Now Ephraim Isaac, who is Yemenite and African, right? He is Ethiopian, right? He comes in and says, let me give you an Ethiopian perspective on this. Something that would be more culturally closer to what the people on the pews would be dealing with than what a European would be, right? He says, check this out. In Ethiopia, we find this, bro. We see reasons for this. And check this out. He's talking about having power over demons and whatnot. Watch what happens when I go further into this. But check this out. It needs to be understood that there's a positive and negative claim. I'll just say this. So it's a positive claim that he's saying that there is Amharic or is on the pews, right? He does not make the negative claim that there is no Hebrew there.
Right.
That needs to be understood. And Garfield, you can prove me wrong simply by just showing me on the documentary where he makes the negative claim there is no Hebrew. They literally just said that they found Hebrew letters among the Amharic letters. They just said that on the clip that I just showed.
Now
that you played.
I want to show you biasness. Sister Gia loves Jesus. Peace to you, sister. You said we keep digging to find someone that will agree with us. Sad. That is not our video that we played.
No, not at all.
That's Garfield's video, who definitely disagrees with us.
And in fact, I'm showing that Garfield actually disagrees with the person that he's citing. So like they like to say Dagger Squad, you know what I'm saying? A pseudo always dies at their source. I'm showing you my man actually, you know what I'm saying, going against the source that he's citing as he's citing him in real time. So again, Garfield claims that the problem is that there is no language on the pews because there are letters that exist in the middle of nothing. However, Professor Isaac, who confirms Amharic is on the pews. Sorry, family. Who confirms Amharic is on the pews, gives unchallenged reasoning. Again, unchallenged Garfield, all you got to do is show me in the documentary that you showed to the people where what he says about the letters and the prayers and the magic and the Ethiopian concept, etc., is being challenged by another scholar. Because the guy you're talking about is talking about the Hebrew, who's European, who again is not Ephraim Isaac. Ephraim Isaac comes in talking about a Proto-Semitic concept, right? And so if you're dealing with the trade language argument that has not been scholastically dismissed by you or Abu as of yet, if you're dealing with that trade language concept, what he's saying is completely relevant. You cannot rule it out, and it was not challenged by anyone else.
It can't be, because any scholar that's familiar with the language and the talking and the writing that's going on across the continent before they come over will agree. We have Godby agreeing to this. We have other scholars agreeing to this. These are sources that Cambridge University is using to quote, that they had, quote, a mixture of, and if I'm wrong, I will come back and correct it, but there is sources that we have that says it's Maghrebi. No, I know for a fact. It says Maghrebi Arabic, ancient, some form of ancient Israelite writing, and patois. Right? So this lines up with what we see on these pews. Right. This even lines up with what the tour guide told me when I took the tour. This lines up with everything that I saw when I did my research. And then you have these other brothers coming in talking about Amharic and Ge'ez, which we affirm. We do not go against.
Facts. We have no reason to challenge Ephraim Isaac on this finding.
Facts. Facts. So please tell us where we're being scholastically dishonest when we're showing you who the one that is being deceptive.
Right. We're honestly dealing with all the arguments on the table. So if you're familiar, and this is why it's necessary to like you can and other people say, like, go to the church, right? Because again, like we got this trade language argument, right? Right. A from us just looking at this stuff, but B from what Anonymous told us about what the tour guide said.
Right.
But yeah, you'll like the alley-oop on the next slide after this right here. But yeah, like, so the fact that Garfield Reed and the Dagger Squad not only misquote Professor Isaac, but also dismiss his Ethiopian perspective on the occurrence of non-word forming letters is staggering, to say the least. The Afro-Asiatic scholar was thrown under the bus for the European scholar's perspective, and without any scholastic argument as to why. I'm just gonna leave that one right there.
Let that one sit there for a second.
Let that one just sit. Okay, so the truth is that the Afro-Asiatic scholar has to be misused and dismissed because his confirmation of Amharic Ge'ez letters on the PEWS potentially points to the East African transatlantic slave trade and East African migrations into West Africa that Garfield consistently denies. Consistently. And so when dealing with this, he loves to go to slavevoyage.org talking about the transatlantic slave trade and who came from where. Okay, so I went there. And this is one of their slave maps. And so if you can see on the bottom right part of the screen, that's Mozambique, fam. That's a slave port on one of the maps on slavevoyage.org. Not only that, you will see, hey, Garfield, this is going to be a real busy Black History Month, fam. Real busy Black History Month. I'm just saying. So you'll see on future presentations where I'll go to slavevoyage.org and I'll show you the timelines in action, and you'll see the slave ships like the French and the Portuguese, like I said they were in my previous videos, coming from Mozambique, real thick and heavy from the 1770s to the 1860s.
Right.
Real heavy. You see no action and a whole bunch of action happening. You even check this out. Here's what got me, bro. You even see a couple of American ships take some slaves from over there and go to the Americas with them, fam. Like North America. Like, we're talking like East Coast. We're talking about the South. Like, yo, I saw that. My jaw hit the floor. Like, hold on, what was that?
Wasn't he just on another platform saying that didn't happen?
Yo, hey, and again, hold on, real quick. Since I'm here, I know I got the clip here. Hold up.
That's fair. The Orthodox Moor, you up? What you got to say, brother?
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions on your position on Israelites in West Africa and then the limbo overall.
All right, hold on. We're gonna get to that. Hold on a second. Me and Ingo, we have a section for you. Right now, we need.
I got a quick question for Ngozi real quick, so I can understand what he was saying.
All right, go ahead.
So, just so I understand, for the people who are Israelite in America claiming that they're connected to the limbo, you're saying that's not correct in the sense that when their DNA connected to their Bantu to the limbo Bantu DNA, not the Semitic DNA within the limbo, correct?
Yes, partially right. Partially, it's more to
partially right. Correct. There's more to it than that. Yes.
Okay.
You could tell that you actually understand. I respect that question. I respect that. But we're gonna talk about. He said it earlier. But Ngozi, I gotta slow you down on the video, man. I gotta do a.
For real.
Yeah, because you already said it. You already answered all of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
If I can see the picture in your head, bro, of the chart of like how everyone connects, bro, like that would be amazing, bro. For real. For real. The chart in your head is nuts, bro. For real.
All right, cool. Let's get this done.
You're also going to find ties with ancient Mesolithic Europeans. So Jed Match goes further back in time.
Hold on, let me get the right one, family. Hold up.
Orthodox Moore, you had a question that you wanted to ask, and we skipped over you. So go ahead and then after.
The two quick clarification questions. So one, Brother Ngozi, what is your position on the Jed match projects that tell the people that say they connected to Limba that those particular projects also match them up to Yemenite, Ethiopian, and Moroccan Jews? And the second question to Garfield, was it your position earlier that no East Africans were taken into the transatlantic slave trade into the West?
Yeah, my position is that, I mean, there were people taken from North, but not from the East. There's some few people taken from the North, not necessarily from the East Africa. East Africa people were taken in the during the time when the Muslims were in charge. They did take them to several different places. You know, that's why when people talk about the 400 years, you gotta be careful, because there's the people from the East that were taken on ships. So if they want to play that game, and they've been in the land for over 400 years as slaves. So these are things that's going on outside of our world that's happening on that side of the continent. All right. But as far as taken to America, I'm not aware of that. Maybe that's something I missed in school, but I don't know about that. Ngozi, the next question.
I was going to say again, even those people that you talk about that were stripped from East Africa, the Arabians took, or some of them that possibly came through the Portuguese and traded somewhere in Iberian Peninsula with the British or whatever, they were primarily Bantu speakers. You're not going to find a Habesha slave over here. You're not going to find a Somali slave over here. You're not going to find a Oromo slave over here. You're not going to find a melodic slave over here. You find primarily Bantu speakers that was being taken in those zones. For us, and that came to America, we are really Mendi, Fulani, Yoruba, Alatic Congo speakers, Volta Congo speakers, those type of people. You're not going to find, you might find, like you say, the East Africans, but what type of East Africans are they taking? They're not taking Somalis. They're not taking Oromos. Somalis was embedded with Islam, and they didn't look, they still treat Somali Bantus bad and call them Jegada. That's the term that they use. Jegada. Look it up, or if you're around Somalis, you'll understand. Even with, like my mother being Fulani, and I'm gonna say this, Fulanis are flunkies. They were the ones that caused a lot of jihad in the Sahel. So what I'm saying is that you gotta look at the mindset of what was going on with people in Africa at that time. So even if you're talking about East Africans that was taken, that's not talking about Habesha, Oromo, or Somali. You're talking about Bantu speakers that was taken. Bantu speakers. Even the ones that went into Zanzibar, who Al-Jahiz was a descent of, in Arabia, that went over there in Baghdad or whatever. Those were people that was Bantu speakers. Those were Bantu speakers, the Zaj.
So what was your position on the Jed match? Yeah, so first of all, I hope y'all see that, right? they like, again, a pseudo always dies at their source, right? That's what they said, correct? Right. So if I go to the information that you tell me to go to and it contradicts everything you're saying, I don't know what to do with that. But again, check this out. Did you hear the conflation of Bantu speakers with the people, like with the genetic concept, like the language versus the genetics and whatnot?
I wanted you to touch on, I was gonna beg you to touch on that.
So again, this is the whole point. Like, so how the hell did Gaiz get on the pews if it's only Bantu speakers?
Right.
So for like one question to kill both arguments, because you're conflating two things at the same time, but it just takes one shot to kill both arguments anyway. How did Gaiz get there if only Bantu speakers were taken? Because real quick, is it the position of the Dagger Squad and Ngozi that Ephraim Isaac did not confirm Gaiz on the pews? Because if he did, now it has to be explained. How did it get there? Like you said, he was a serious scholar. He's the #1 Hebrew scholar. Okay, got you. And if he's big and bad and you can't mess with him, and again, I agree, he's a bad dude. He's the dude who translated. If you read the Ethiopian Book of Enoch in college right now, you're reading his translation of it. That's not nothing to sneeze at.
So why would we come on here and disagree with him?
That's a Gaiz translation. That's going from Gaiz into English. So that's his field of study, right? So why am I going? Yeah, why am I going to fight? Why would I fight him on that? It makes no sense. That's not me looking for anything. I'm okay. I didn't even know he said that till Garfield said anything. Again, we were doing our own independent research on this. our own independent research on this. Anyway, going further. Now that we put that one to rest, and we will be touching on this a lot, family, a lot. Like I said, Black History Month is going to be a busy, busy month of onslaught and shock and awe. So, you know what I'm saying? Just stay tuned, fam.
Hallelujah.
So let's deal with this concept of Arabic being on the pews, because when I was dealing with Pastor Kelly's crowd and Maury Brown's crowd and whatnot, I got the question, why would Arabic be found on pews within a church that's housing Israelites and whatnot? And so I want to deal with that, because the truth of the matter is that Arabic was the lingua franca of North and West Africa at the time. Also, many slaves were found to be literate in said Arabic. This is documented. You heard Abu talking about Bilali Muhammad writing the Bilali documents, right? Which is a treatise on Islamic practice in Arabic or whatnot. I'm going to cite some other people here. And I want you to pay attention to these stories. So this is Ayuba Suleiman Diallo. He's a Fulani man, a Fulani Muslim born in Senegal, enslaved in 1730. So I want you to pay attention to these times that I'm giving you, because we know that the church, we have the 1773 to the 1850 timeline that we're doing, right? So I just want you to keep these dates in mind. So he's enslaved in 1730 and eventually returned to the Gambia in 1738. Before his return to the Gambia, he wrote 3 Qurans from memory in Arabic. 3 full Qurans from memory. That's a lot of Arabic writing, fam. We have Abdul Rahman Ibrahim Ibn Sari. Again, he's a Fulani nobleman. Born in Guinea in 1762. Check these dates out. He was enslaved in 1788 and eventually returned to Liberia in 1829. He spoke 4 African languages. One more time. He spoke 4 African languages in addition to Arabic and English. Inquiry that led to his freedom stemmed from him being able to write in Arabic. He was actually released based upon Arabic correspondence that he had with the consulate from Morocco and whatnot. He was released under a treaty of peace and friendship with Morocco, back to Liberia again in 1829. But again, he spoke 4 African languages in addition to Arabic. So out of those African languages that he spoke, he potentially had the ability to write each of them down in Arabic, as Arabic was the lingua franca script at the time. Script, not language. Like language, yes, but also script. You got to understand that. This is what people are. So English is our lingua franca. Like I can take a Chinese class, right? And they'll give me something called Pinyin, which is a Romanized Chinese script. It's Chinese written in English. They give that to me to start off with as baby food. Then they have me move on to the regular script and whatnot. But I can do the same thing with Arabic. I can write other languages in that script. Moving forward.
I think you need to break that down real quick. And then the brother BA asked a good question that I want to address when you finish. But break that down just a little bit, because what your answer is going to tie into my answer to the brother's question. It's a fair question. It's a really good question.
I don't know what. Let me see BA's question real quick.
He's asking, how does any of this information deliver those in darkness out of darkness? Or it says, it seems no matter what information is being brought, the opposing side will not even consider it. So what is the purpose and end game overall? How does all this make an impact on the common believers? Because
my people perish for lack of knowledge.
God took those scripture right out of my mouth. The problem is many of us believers think that we exist in a vacuum, right? So if I'm a debate talk for you, listener or watcher, most of us will only listen and watch and debate talk for you. We don't understand that there are some of our people that are caught up in a lot of the madness that they hear on these other channels.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is our job as believers to show the information, show the falsehood of it, show the truth of it, and then show how it relates to our struggle on how we were brought here, right? We clearly see these people coming here, being in these churches, having these languages, like he said, the lingua franca, but still communicating in their own form of language, still having connections to the ancient form of Hebrew, still having connections to Arabic and Amharic, right? These things become pertinent to understanding the entire tracking or migration of how people came from the Exodus to we get to this point, basically, right? How do you go from antiquity to now? It's not enough at this point to just say, hey, I believe, right? Because that belief, that word believe and faith, we know these are action words, and these things are based upon being convinced to a point of trust. And at this point, everything we put out as believers of trying to put out truth is being attacked as if it is untrustworthy. So at that point, we are being called to a higher level of scholarship, and we have to answer that call. This is not an attempt to justify Richard Katz or anything like that. Please, everybody, go back and watch the beginning. Go back and watch the beginning. We made it clear. If there's wrongdoing done, that needs to be cleared up. We even disagree with whatever the ultimate understanding was with Katz. So this has nothing to do with this. This is something that we were doing separate before these things even came out.
Yeah, matter of fact, let me be clear about it. So the recommendation that we made on this stream and the Israelite intelligentsia is making as a group is that if Richard Katz is even real, that his scholarship should be avoided because it's sloppy.
I mean, he said it. He put it in there.
That's our official position. If he is a real character, he should be stiff-armed anyway because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
So he says, what does this have to do with the Gentiles? Our message cannot only just be about the Gentiles. The message has to be for all believers. Gentiles, we never said that Gentiles don't have the right to cleave or believe anything. I don't understand how.
How can the natural branch be redeemed if the natural branch doesn't know they're the natural branch?
And how can the natural branch be light? Right. How can the natural branch be the light to the Gentiles if the natural branch doesn't even know that it's the natural branch? How can the natural branch bring the proper information to the quote unquote Gentile if that information is not being taught and not being brought forward?
And here's the light to the Gentile. What we're saying is that no matter if you're an Israelite or what have you, if you have ancestry that went through the slave trade, this church and these pews are a national treasure because they potentially contain some of the writings of whoever you're connected to on there.
Right.
Whatever system you want to deal with. Again, they have identified a Bakongo symbol. They've identified the E's. They've identified a Hebrew letters, right? They've identified a Ajami Arabic.
Right.
What other languages are potentially there? Knowing who you are. And this is the real light, right? Until you know how do you know where you're going until you know where you've been? How can I be a light and I don't know where the switch is at? Like, so there's a lot of people, our people in particular, right, who need to know who they are so they can find themselves on a map. Again, this is why, so this is why all our people are taking DNA tests, right? All of us, right? Because we want to know who we are. Where do we connect to, et cetera. And trust me, family, we're about to go way deep into the DNA. We're about to have fun with this one. Okay. Y'all started slap boxing with the right ones, fam.
Wait a minute. How are we replacing Christ? He says, so we're replacing Christ. In what way?
First of all, this is not even a spiritual argument that we're talking about. This has nothing to do with scriptures or with the salvation or sanctification or righteousness. None of that type of stuff. None of that type of stuff. This matter of fact, what this has to do is not arguing over genealogy. Let me break this down to you as why. Because people are being forced to argue about genealogy when we're not supposed to. We're being challenged like no one else is being. Again, so you'll hear me say this all the time. I claim Hebrew on both sides of my family. And when you see my Jed match and on my other side, man, we're about to have some fun, fam. We're about to have some super fun. But again, when I say that I come from Maghrebi and Sephardic Jews on my mother's side, no one challenges that ever. I haven't got a single challenge ever. But if I say if I dare say that I'm connected to Israel on my father's side, oh Lord, all the guns and knives come out, fam. And I got to start proving stuff. I got to pee in cups and give you my DNA and hair samples and all kinds. You know what I'm saying? Genealogy for 10,000 years. Like, yo, what's going on? What's going on? So my question is, why are Christians teaming up with atheists to go against Titus 3 and 9? When you got to answer that question, I got you. But I promise you, you don't. I promise you, you don't. And again, why is it only a certain group of people? If you're of African descent and you got the nerve to claim that you're Israel, why is it that you're the only people that got to prove it? Or you're the only person, or you're the only people being disproved. Like, so my man Garfield got a video talking about the Limbaran Israelites. Okay, so where's this video about the Ashkenazi are the Israelites, the Sephardic are the Israelites, the Mizrahi are the Israelites? Why is it just the Limba? Why just the Limba? So here's the issue, right? So when we're trying to rebuild a nation and a kingdom, etc., right? And when it's time to rebuild the wall, fam, you got the sword in the one hand and the spackle in the other. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You got to fight off some stuff sometimes. And right now we're being attacked in such a way that's not even necessary, and we're diffusing the nonsense. Because the truth is the people who are attacking us don't even care about their own African heritage enough to investigate their African heritage in this church. That's literally the point of what we're saying. We're dead in the topic, fam. We're making it a non-issue. And if anybody wants to challenge the scholarship, we're saying we're here. There's other people who don't want to do it. We got no issue with it. So let's get at it then. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, at this point, I'm almost ready for any and all smoke if this is what it's gonna turn into. Anybody that's gonna tell us we don't need to know our history, I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna push you. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. And I love all my brothers, but if you're telling me that it's not important for us to know who we are as well as whose we are, then I have to challenge you. Because the reason we need to know this is because there is false teaching going on amongst us. We have to understand that. This is not, it's just an Israelite thing. This is, it's because we're black. And no, it has everything to do with, like the brother said, this is our history that lies on these pews and at these churches. And it's regardless of religion. It's being trampled over as if it's negligent and it's nothing. And as people are lying and they're slanderous and they're preaching falsehoods. No. We even showed the brother his clear-cut video. Right? We're not negating Christ. But we are pushing and showing that we need to study to show ourselves approved. It has to be about more than just saying, I got the laws and that's it, or I got Christ and that's it. It has to be a complete belief. A complete belief. We have to have a doctrine that is unpenetrable. And Christ gives us that because he gives us the freedom to go and study. I'm not afraid to study anything because it's all going to lead me to truth. And let's be real about it, right? The question that my man's addressing comes from a place of someone being stung by the info they just heard. This don't taste good. Don't taste good, but it's good for you. It's good medicine. It'll get you right. The sisters say they crucified Christ. Can you match that? I don't have to. I'm not claiming to be Christ. Yeah. I'm claiming to be a follower of Christ. Right. Why would I ever dare to even try to match that? Now, since you want to talk about his crucifixion, do you know what his crucifixion was supposed to lead you to? The crucifixion was supposed to lead you to repentance. Go read Acts chapter 2. Let's not get sidetracked right quick. I'm tired of playing games though, fam. Like, let's not get sidetracked though, right? Because we deal with the spiritual stuff too as well, right? And the scriptural stuff all day, right? And there's plenty of time for that. And again, we take all comers on whatever we talk about concerning them topics. We don't. The one thing people know about us is Yara, myself, and Anonymous don't run from no debates. As a matter of fact, we got a hard time getting debates. And I don't foresee that changing anytime soon.
Right.
So when it comes to the spiritual stuff, we got you. We're not having that conversation right now. That's not the conversation. As a matter of fact, we're addressing somebody using an Israelite brother, a scholar in his field, against his own community, and doing so wrongfully. So if someone's lying on my people and using that lie to damage my people, am I supposed to not do something about it or to do something about it? I appreciate your apologies. It's well accepted, sis. Much appreciated.
Let's keep it moving.
So back to what I was saying, right? So I want my people to pay attention to this particular argument because this pertains to what Abu actually brought out in his arguments about the Arabic, and why I'm saying that everything I'm saying here has to do with why we're talking about Katz's scholarship being sloppy if he does in fact exist. So Omar ibn Said was another Fulani Muslim from Senegal and enslaved from 1807 to 1864. This is during the time of the building of the church or whatnot. Right? He wrote an autobiography in Arabic. He was thought to have converted to Christianity, but when asked to write the Lord's Prayer in Arabic in 1857, he was later found to have written Surah An-Nasr, the 110th surah of the Quran in Arabic. So they thought this is written on a card that confirms he's a good Christian, etc., in good standing and whatnot, right? They ask him to write the Lord's Prayer, and instead he writes the 110th surah of the Quran. So for my people who say, like, yeah, like, why would there be Arabic writing in the church? Well, okay, like it's not. This is something we found before, to where people who were Muslims would say that they were Christians and then keep to their faith privately. Much like my mother's family would say that they were Catholics but kept to their faith privately.
Now,
this was going on all over the place at the time right now.
Let me give you firsthand knowledge of this in the 2000s.
Go ahead.
A lot of the Pashtun people in Afghanistan have done the same thing. In order to save their own life, they have to pretend to be a Muslim, but really carry to the faith of the Bible, of a Christian. I know this firsthand because those were many of the people I was protecting when I was overseas. That's why this type of stuff is important, family.
She could just kill the game right there, because that's what it is.
Right there.
We got to know this about our history, fam. And so, again, we also need to know this, and I'll be coming out with this information, and I'll be bringing out Sister Dana Marnici as well to talk about this. We need to understand that a lot of the Muslims who were in North and West Africa, even by Muslim sources, were stipulated to have been Jewish or Israelite before they converted to Islam. I need y'all to understand that the Muslim sources themselves, which have no reason to state this, stipulate that the people who were in North and West Africa, to a large extent, before converting to Islam, were in fact Jewish or / Israelite. And so I talk about this quite a bit, that like the Moors who went into Spain to help out the Israelites in Spain and fought with them in Toledo for their freedom and whatnot, right? That they're suspected to have been part of these tribes that were Jewish before they were Muslim. So potentially you have Israelite descendant Moors, you know what I'm saying, going into Spain to go help out other Israelites and whatnot. And people need to understand the depth of this, that they were still Muslim. And even to this day, you can find parts of North and West Africa where they will intertwine a little bit of the Israelite tradition with Islam.
And make no mistake, because I can hear the next statement. The brother's not trying to convert nobody to Islam. He ain't trying to convert nobody to a Moor.
No, not in the least bit. We're talking about migration. We're talking about where people went. We're talking about history. We're talking about lingua francas. We're talking about all that. We're talking about the parts of history that people are leaving off the table to make their arguments. We're just trying to set the table, fam, for a full meal.
Now watch this. If it's not important to know history, why does Christ open the minds of the disciples by teaching them Moses and the current time? Why is he teaching them history in order so they can be caught up and understand everything that he's been spoken of about in the book?
Yeah, real quick, to all my people out there who have an issue with us talking about anything tribal or national and act as if that's something against the scrolls, your issue is not with me. Your issue is with the Creator, because he put the table of nations there. I did not. I'll just leave it right there. So there's that. I'll just say it like that. So moving forward, fam.
Sir.
It is believed that the church played a role in the Underground Railroad. If so, different African languages and symbols being found within the church makes logical sense. The question of other African languages arises, such as Yoruba, etc. Like I stipulated, the Yoruba were also known to write in the Ajami script. So again, we could see Hebrew in the Ajami. We could see Yoruba in the Ajami. We could see Fulani, and we could see all kind of different tribes potentially writing in that script. So we need to investigate to see what was there, what was left. What did our people leave us? Because they went through the pain to leave us something. And again, at this juncture, it's not an argument over whether stuff is intelligible or if there's an intelligible script on the PEWS. Again, we have multiple scholars saying, yeah, I see this, I see that. And even if you stick with the single letter argument, right? What Abu did, and this needs to be understood, family. Abu effectively, so he was out there saying that there's no intelligible language and there's no phraseology, etc., whatnot, right? And Garfield saying the same thing. That was even somewhat mentioned about the Hebrew in the documentary Garfield showed, right? However, what Abu did is he went the Arabic route. And when he went the Arabic route, he actually got people to stamp what he was saying. No, this is this part of the Quran. This is this ayat from this surah.
Right.
This is so not only is there scholars talking about that there's individual recognizable letters. There's scholars talking about there's individual recognizable phrase. There's phrases. There's recognizable phrases, ayats, and surahs from the Quran. So there's language on the PEWS now. Until someone says until you can bring me some work that says otherwise. So now that we got it confirmed, right? Shout out to Garfield, shout out to Abu, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate y'all.
Forcing us to sharpen up a little bit.
I mean, bro, we had to knock some dust off some stuff. Really, is what we had to do. Like I said, this is a back burner thing.
Dormant, like we have really moved on past. You know what I'm saying? I gotta let this go if I'm gonna be honest with you, because to me it didn't seem. It seemed like we had more pressing things with the debates that we were dealing with.
Right, we had our hands full. We had to put it down for a second, but now it is what it is, because like we're saying, like we got the time for it. Plus, it is a national treasure, fam. What else is? Because we're seeing now that people are looking at it like it's not a national treasure. Like, wait a minute, how are you supposed to be pro-African and all this type of thing, but you don't want to know the depths of what's there?
Facts.
How many languages are there? Like what is being said? That's significant, fam. That's our people's, fam. This got nothing to do with the Bible. This got nothing to do with the Quran. This is not a spirituality thing. As a matter of fact, this makes the way for spirituality, because when people got this question answered, they can actually make a lot of space for the spiritual growth they need to make as individuals.
Right, because now all of your tribalism gets answered. You do listen. All right. Now we got to deal with psychology for a second. You're not going to remove tribalism from a people by just sweeping it under the rug and saying, well, just look to Jesus. They've done that to people for thousands of years, and it hasn't worked. Answer the questions.
Go tell orphans, not to cut you, go tell orphans that they should not be concerned about who their parents are.
Facts.
That if they want to know where they come from, that there's something wrong with that. That Jesus should be enough for them.
Because you know what I've noticed is when you do that, to me, it means you have something to hide. Whereas if you tell a person that's claiming Africa to really study Africa, they're going to find Christ, family. They'll find the Ethiopian cross. They'll find all of these different things that's going to lead them to the book. But if you keep telling people don't look, don't worry about it, don't exist, it doesn't exist, you're being tribal, you're missing the entire point. Am I telling you to negate the belief in the teaching of Christ? No. But I'm telling you, you have to give these people the truth as well. Paul, there's a reason that Paul reps himself as a Benjamite, as an Israelite. I wish that, he's telling you, like, I wish that all my brothers according to the flesh would be saved. That's not a cut towards the Gentile. But if you're telling me that, oh, the only thing we need to worry about now is how to reach the Gentile, then now you're throwing away the natural branch as well. We need to have a complete ministry.
Facts. And that entails understanding what the natural branch needs to heal. Because if you read the scrolls, right, the natural branch just went through hell. I don't know what scrolls you're reading, but like they didn't have a hunky-dory time. And when y'all supposed to meet up again, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, you think that they're not going to need any reconciliation? They won't need any healing? Like it literally says, like they got to get cleaned up by by a messenger of a new covenant. So if we got to get clean, let us get clean. Part of getting clean is us not having to question where we come from. Because that's a big question to have, fam. That's a huge question to have. You start questioning all kind of stuff about yourself. You start having all kind of self-esteem issues, all kind of underlying issues that need to get dealt with.
Right.
We all talk about post-traumatic slave syndrome. This is part of curing that.
And I don't know if people understand how serious that is, especially when you're dealing with a man who's trying to give his children an identity, trying to give his family an identity. Oh, my identity is in Christ. I love you for saying that, right? But let's be real. Christ told us that we need to, even when Paul's writing, we need to become a part of the commonwealth of Israel. In order for us to come into this, we have to understand Israel. We have to understand this, family. This is a part of that history. The mingling and the intermingling of various beliefs and various languages and how these people end up here and how we end up on this particular coast, on this particular island. And like he said, this church is a national treasure. It's a church. We're literally talking about a church and we're wondering why this is important. That to me in itself is amazing. But we're talking about—
Hold on, real quick. This just says something that needs to get pointed out, right? This is everything in a nutshell. Garfield doesn't deal with the Bible. He's into history like you guys. Garfield literally says that the Exodus did not happen. That's a biblical concept, right? Your man Anonymous and myself both are on record having debates proving the historicity of the Exodus as an actual event in time.
Pertaining to the Bible.
Pertaining to the Bible, thing. Proving what the Bible says about it. And again, Garfield won't touch neither one of our information on, like, trust me. He don't want none of that work on none of this stuff. He's already been invited to have this conversation. And instead he wants to talk about genetics or whatnot. He wants to go back to the Titus 3:9 concept. So we're dead in the whole thing. After Black History Month, fam, trust me, I doubt anyone's going to come to us about a genetic conversation. I really doubt.
And we'll be humble and say Most High willing.
Most High willing, right? If they do, like, I don't mind playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I've been itching. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got an itch that needs a scratch. You feel me? But I will say this, right? Most High willing, like my man said, it'll be a dead topic, and then we can really get into the real issues at hand, like salvation and nation building, etc., whatnot, right? Being a light to the Gentiles and whatnot. But there's got to be topics that got to get deaded because they keep getting brought up and thrown in our face. So I love my people enough to deal with arguments that are being thrown at them and also correct them on arguments that they're making that are incorrect. And that's a lot of what we're doing right now. And we're not talking about anybody in specific right now. We're talking about just as a group. This is what we're here to do. We're here to put out the best information we can possible. Period. so we can have real conversations and not get caught up in the nonsense.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? A quote from one of my favorite movies, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's a peace that can only be found on the other side of war.
And I don't think people understand that we are at war with these people. To the point where Christians are teaming up with atheists just to disprove people who believe in the same book. Like, that's a whole nother concept.
Whole nother conversation.
Yeah, let's just get through this, man.
Right. It's almost done. It's almost done. So check this out. It is our position that any and all markings should be investigated to see what other African languages, if any, can be found within the markings on the pews. The First African Baptist Church should be considered a national treasure for anyone whose ancestors went through the transatlantic slave trade. This should be self-explanatory. And again, anybody who doesn't want to investigate that, man, your whole African card is suspect to me, bro. I'm gonna be real, like this whole African atheism. First of all, like I don't understand it. Like, show me the African atheist. You know what I'm saying? History. The whole. What tribe was African atheist? What you know what I'm saying? What civilization? What civilization? What nation? What group? Like what's the practice? But show it to me, right? So like atheism is un-African to begin with, right? But then you don't want to investigate your people. Like you're cool with the 23andMe saying that, oh, you're just whatever percentage Nigerian, but you don't want to know what tribe in Nigeria. There's 250 ethnic groups there. So you don't want to if you're talking about your DNA, but you ain't done a jet match, okay, you can't even talk to me, fam. Stop. Stop. Like if you can't, if your DNA whizzes and don't know that my man can be EM180, right? Y'all don't even want to play with my joint yet. Wait till I come out with my joint.
Yeah, that's ugly.
It's gonna hurt, man. It's gonna hurt. But yeah, if you haven't done them type of studies or whatnot, just be easy, bro. Take a little bit of the wind out the chest right quick. You know what I'm saying? Get you know what I'm saying? Take 1 foot off the high horse at least 1 foot off the high horse. Because it's better if you climb off than get knocked off. You know what I'm saying? It's better if you climb off than get knocked off. But it's not like, so again, one more time, family, if you are not curious about this and you're condemning people that are, like, oh, you're suspect to me. Your whole African card is mad suspect to me, because like, why am I more curious about your people than you are? But you got the nerve to tell me I'm not who I say I am. God. Well, how do you know if you're not willing to investigate?
Right.
How am I supposed to take you seriously? Your armchair quarterback and whatnot. I got you. Okay. Meanwhile, my man went like his hands on the pews, fam. On the pew. And this is what people really need to understand. This is one of the main reasons why we started this whole thing, right? We do not take the anti-African, anti-Hamite stance. We take the position that one does not have to reject being African to embrace being Israel. In fact, we take the position that Israelite culture is part of African culture and are not mutually exclusive.
Facts.
Are not mutually exclusive. And if you want to get real simple with it, right? Like a theist tradition, like we have a theist tradition that we can link back to Africa. I don't care how you slice it. You can see it in Africa. Just show me the atheist tradition, but that's all I want to know. What's the history? Like what's the first atheist African culture that you can find? I'll wait. Man. I don't know of the one, bro. I really don't. I heard one brother talk about like, yeah, it's the default position to be atheist. Okay, got you. Sure. Right. Just show it to me.
Right.
It's just like people talking about like, oh, if you want to deal with genetics, like you gotta deal with evolution. Okay, I deal with micro. I don't deal with macro. Can you show me one African tribe that said we evolved from an ape?
They're not gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, like so, you're coming at me with a Greek tradition that you can't even find in Africa, and you're not curious about your own people. You straight just being a 23andMe Nigerian. Okay. And you're straight with this whole like you're only West African, you're not East African or North African or South African. I don't understand that, fam. This whole like no migration concept, like, but okay, we're embracing being all of Africa. We're talking about the people we run with. We talk about we're East African, we're West African, we're North African, we're South African. We run with all that, and we also run with the part of our DNA that links us back to Israel, etc. Whatnot. But somehow we're being seen as less African than the ones who accept an atheist tradition and reject investigating their own traditions.
Right.
I don't understand that, fam.
Right.
I mean, it's really gonna hurt because we're gonna come down to the concept of like proving the fact that like this was proven in previous debates we've had, that the Bible is a repository for African monolatry.
Hold
so
on.
not like so.
Hold on. All right, go
Yeah, let me pump the brakes up.
one more time, fam.
That the Bible is a repository for African monolatry.
Let me break that down because I know we got some people who may not get that one. What that is saying is that the Bible is a complete understanding of having the worship and belief in one God, while everybody else is believing what they believe. And this is what the Bible showed. For us, we believe in one God. That don't mean that everybody else don't got their beliefs, but we believe in one God. That's why coming into this banner and coming to this belief is a choice. There's nothing more powerful than that. To choose to come into this belief system while everybody else is trying to feed you nonsense. That's why you know what, I ain't even gonna go to that. Excellent point, yeah.
I'm gonna leave it on this last one right here, family. We can call it good. Please stay tuned, family, because we will be coming out with a full series on the PEWS, including audio recordings of the tour that Anonymous Hebrew took in August of 2019. We will also be reaching out to scholars on the matter for further research and projects. Again, Israelite intelligentsia, think tank on the ground, family. The purpose of our formation, again, is not to buck shots at any Israelite groups or whatever. Like, again, if we have any disagreements, we'll let people know. We'll get at you behind the scenes. If we need to address stuff publicly, we will. But we want to put the best information out there possible and arm our people with information, because there is an information war out there. I don't care what anyone's telling you. Like, again, like, so what's the purpose of people challenging you on this stuff? Because again, like if I say I'm an Israelite and someone says prove it, how is that spiritual? Where's the Christ in that conversation?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So for instance, I just found out, like recently found out, okay, like a few years ago, you know what I'm saying, that I descend from crypto Jews on my mother's side. Up until then, I didn't know that. I thought I was Spanish and Native American only, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now I find out a whole nother history on the thing, right? Why am I wrong for investigating that?
I don't know. I ain't got no answer for you.
Like if I'm an orphan, should I not take a DNA test?
Of course.
Is there something wrong because I take a DNA test?
Nope.
And if I take a DNA test and I find out that I link up to certain people that were Israelites or sojourners of Israelites, etc., whatnot, am I wrong for connecting to that history?
Not at all.
But I'm right for connecting to generic West African history that has no specific culture. Like, so if y'all can show me the atheist West African culture that's been there for 10,000 years, I got you, fam. I'll wait. I'll wait. But it's not there. So we're here because, like, so a lot of people don't want to have these conversations on our side.
Look what Sheikah said. Right.
I don't know what she could say.
She say, I just found out my great grandfather was a black Portuguese man. Now watch this. I love you, Sister Gia Love. You know what? I'm gonna say this for you, Sister Love, Gia Love Jesus. You standing on your square. So let's just have this quick conversation because I want to show you how the gospel was preached, and you might have missed it.
Hold on, real quick. Before you get into that, real quick, I want to address this. Like, not to cut you. Like, so she said, hold on, real quick. I know 10 seconds. She said BHI changed the doctrine. We can't ignore that, sis. I highly suggest you do some research on who we are on this particular channel because we are on this channel here, going at so-called BHIs on doctrine with Christians on our squad. Like, we were part of a team that was dealing with Christians, Old Testament Israelites, New Testament Israelites, and even Muslims, etc. Whatnot, defending the Bible. So we don't identify as Black Hebrew Israelites at all. At all. We are of African descent 100%. We're Israelites 100%. But we are not them camp cats. And we don't bring their same level of scholarship. And that's the whole point, is that people are making arguments based upon the scholarship that so-called BHIs or the camps have brought. No, I'm not saying all the camps. I'm talking about like the One West people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they're resting on the laurels of arguing against the One West people, and we're not them. We're a cut above that.
Ain't none of us running around here claiming to be the Holy Ghost and none of that.
Nope. Go ahead, my fault. Go ahead. You got the floor.
I want to show how you talked about when you made your statement about monolatry. The reason that I thought that was so impactful is because now Sister said we need to talk about the gospel. Well, here is what Revelations talks about when it comes to the gospel. The book of Revelation 14:6. And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people. Now listen to what it said, saying with a loud voice, fear God, the Most High, and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of water. Now, those that have an ear, let them hear. Right? When Christ comes, he's given that same gospel. Praise the Father. Give glory to the Father. This monolatric belief. Once we understand this, that mountain that Abraham talked about of justice and judgment will become a reality. But you first have to learn where you're coming from to know where you're going.
Exactly. And that's why, like my man on the screen says, the gospel is about reuniting and uplifting a dispersed, broken family. You got to know you're part of that family, bro. If I don't know I'm part of that family, how can I reunite? Whether I'm part of the natural or the grafted branch.
Facts.
But yeah, I'm gonna leave it right there. You want to say anything in closing, bro?
And great joint, great presentation. This is not an attempt to usurp Christ's authority, whatever the narrative will be. I believe that we truly have a mission to come and use scholarship to teach our people a better way of presenting this Bible to where people can learn to understand how to properly adjudicate or properly handle the attack, the onslaught that is upon us. And maybe, hopefully, many of our believers that believe in the book, that have a problem with us as Israelites, can somehow listen and come into the faith and at a deeper level and start to work with us and understand that we are not teaching against anything. We're actually trying to really build and set the boundaries of the kingdom. So, great presentation. I advise y'all to go back. If you came in late, go back and watch it from the beginning. You'll know where you came in at. If you missed the first 20 minutes, catch it. If you missed the first foundation, go catch it. Go catch it. And you will see. And you will see the level of scholarship that the brother brought out. And this is just setting the foundation. So great job today, sorry I didn't get to do the Exodus thing. I'll either try to get on tonight or tomorrow.
Oh no, bro. Don't even worry. We got plenty of time. Again, you still got Black History Month, man. It's right. Yeah. We got time to prepare.
So you know, had a little bit going on with myself the other day. So but yeah, just it's all love, family. Like we're trying to grow, we're trying to build, we're trying to love on people. So let's just keep it going. Let's just keep it going. Great job, Bob.
No, I appreciate you. All praise to the Most High. And real quick, Gia, please go check out the disclaimer I put out at the beginning of this, where I stipulated that we are not only are we open to critique, we invite critique. That steel sharpens steel. So you will learn by the end of, hopefully, Most High willing, by the end of February, everyone will understand who we are, what we stand for, and how we get down, and our methodology, whatnot. Because a lot of people, I'm recognizing that some people know us, a lot of people don't know us. And we're trying to make ourselves familiar right now. And really what we're here to do in real simple, plain terms, is to slap up sloppy scholarship, man, and get it out the way so we can deal with really big issues that need to be dealt with. But with that, family, I want to invite everybody to show some love to my man, Sal Showtime, for giving us this platform to build on. His information is down below. Please show him some love. Sal bringing us over a full decade of debates. Over a decade of debates, man. So with that, family, I'm going to say peace and love. Anonymous, I'll hit you up after this is over with.
You know what it is.
Right.
Shout out to Elder Yara, third member of the Double Live family. You know what I'm saying?
AKA the sign that a slapper. AKA stay punching.
That one is out there now, fam. Peace to the family, though. Shalom.
Shalom.
The overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised. Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Radio.
Help keep the show on the air. If you want to help, you can send your donation through PayPal. The email is debatetalkforyou@gmail.com or through Cash App, $Sal Showtime. Thanks for your support.
Peace. What it is your brother Tylon Swainell, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the Seven Pillar Saracen. And this evening we will be joined by the good brother Benai Israel, talking about the history of the first African Baptist Church and the identity of the people there. And this conversation was brought about because, just as a backdrop, there's been a lot of back and forth in between the conscious community and the UA community and the Israelite community in terms of these Georgia PEWS and the first African Baptist Church and whatnot. And in the midst of all that, I went on the Dagger Squad to talk to Garfield about a few things concerning the pews and whatnot, and the people of the church. And one of the points that I brought out was the fact that whether or not there's Hebrew on the pews or not, it does not matter in terms of the concept of Israel identity, because there were people in the church who were shown to be identifying as Israel without the pews. And so I got challenged on that. And then when challenged, I pointed to the work that the good brother Benai had done in showing the people of the church within their own documentation identifying as Israel and whatnot. And so I went to his channel. I took him to his channel, played a video where he had some fantastic information on it. And even the Dagger Squad had to admit that it was primary documentation. And the next day they went to try to disparage the brother by doing a bait and switch tactic. Instead of dealing with the information about the church or whatnot, they try to bait and switch the sources the brother was talking about to say he was citing something concerning immigrants coming in being Black Jews or whatnot, which is a completely different argument, which we'll get into tonight as well. However, it was a bait and switch tactic. So instead of dealing with his information directly and honestly, they were kind of underhanded about it. So I wanted to give the good brother a chance to come through and give his information unencumbered and in a complete manner and whatnot, so everyone can get a full understanding of what the brother is saying. Because from what I understand and what I've seen, he's put a lot of good work in and brought a lot of good information that we can all glean some good info from. So without further ado, we're bringing the good brother Benai Israel to the panel. Shalom, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, shalom, family. Hopefully everything's good.
Yes, sir. Hey, real quick before we get into this, where can people find you and get a hold of you on social media, etc., whatnot?
Primarily either on Facebook, and that's Benai Israel, or on YouTube. YouTube's another good place to find new videos, new lessons, and whatnot.
Okay. Well, like I told you beforehand, brother man, the floor is yours. I will share screen whenever you want to, and you can just give your information to the people unencumbered, brother man.
All right, praise Most High. Well, thank you, brother, for giving me this opportunity to share. Like I was sharing with you earlier. Actually, I want to try to share my screen while we talk here. Let me know if you can see my.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it full screen or is it? Let me see.
It's not in present mode, no.
It's not in present mode. Okay.
But I'm making this full screen as I can. There you go. It's present mode now.
Oh.
It was just on it. Where you just had it was on there.
Okay, hang on. All right.
Yeah, you're gonna have to share screen one more time because you wouldn't share yours. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to. Oh wow! I didn't realize I had an audio file in here. Okay. All right, just bear with me, family.
No worries.
What I'm noticing that is on each of these slides, there's an audio file. If you heard Shalom family, it's Benai Ben Israel. So, so what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna go ahead and share. I'm not gonna switch over to present mode. I'm gonna share. That way I can delete the audio file as I go through. Most High willing, this will eventually be in a video form. That will show up as a lesson on my either YouTube, Facebook, Patreon, you name it. I'm gonna Most High willing drop it out there. But okay, but I started sharing again, so hopefully you can see it.
Yes, sir. It's sharing right now.
Okay, praise the Most High. All right, so it's interesting because if you're familiar with any of the videos that I put out, my primary work is to follow Israel. Follow Israel from Jerusalem all the way over into the States. And what I tell people is that I was getting to the part in the journey where I was following the brews into the U.S. At the time, I wasn't even worried. I wasn't thinking about any church, no First Baptist, none of that stuff. I was just simply following the blood trail, so to speak. And sure enough, it led me into Savannah. As far as when I followed the references in the blood trail, it led me to Savannah as far as following the Spanish and Portuguese brews into the States. And I just want to give you just a little bit of a backstory. And actually, the information that I'm going to touch on here is in the first two videos that's out there. I believe it's the first two videos is called they be Hebrews. right? And it's 1 and 2. So you can think of this as 3. So I'm just going to do just a quick review of what was presented in in the first 2 videos. I'm going to do it very quickly. But the first thing I touched on was just the migration pattern. How did the brews get from Spain and Portugal over into over into the Americas, over into the United States? And I think it's worth saying, and maybe I do take it for granted. And thank you, brother, for we was kind of chatting earlier. But I do take it for granted that people know that there are more than one type of brew. I say brew, I really mean Jew or Judah, the southern kingdom of Israel is what I'm referring to. Whenever you hear me say brew, but I assume that most people know that there are different types of brews that are out there, right? There are black brews that are out there, southern kingdom. There are white brews that are out there, Ashkenazi Jews, right? Not the same people, totally different history, right? And I think I made the mistake on one of the on some of the videos where I didn't necessarily call that out, and I think some folks got confused on that, and you'll see it here when we go through some of these references, because and that's the problem whenever I come across these references. One of the things that I have to do, and I do it, I do it mentally, like every time that I pull up a reference that talks about brews, right? It's a reference that's talking about Jews. I always separate if it's talking about Ashkenazis or if it's talking about Sephardic Jews or the Jews or brews of Spain and Portugal, or if it's talking about some other brews, right? So that's in my mind, like every single time that I'm going through these references, like I'm paying attention to the time and the place and who's there, right? And I like to say this is that, so by the time I get over into the States, I know that I have to pay close attention to the brews that these references are talking about, because sometimes it could be talking about white Ashkenazi Jews, which I'm not professing that we're related to the white Ashkenazi Jews, or it could be talking about the black Spanish and Portuguese brews, which is where most of my research lies. And there are some other brews that are out there as well. I think in some of these references, it even mentions the Bavarian Jews or brews. I'm not talking about the Bavarian brews at all, right? So just a quick, writer's note, right, or presenter's note that as we're going through this, pay attention to the Spanish and Portuguese brews. Don't get hung up like when it starts talking about Ashkenazi Jews, like if it mentions Sheftal or Sheftel, whatever those guys' name is. Those are Ashkenazi Jews, right? Those are white Jews. We're not talking about those guys. All right. So in the previous presentations, I like to start off by giving people like a good domain knowledge of what the topic is. Like, and you may not know it, but you basically see it like every time you see like National Geographic, right? If they talk about Israel, or if they're talking about some African tribe, they're going to give you the background of that tribe, right? They're going to give you all the information. Then they're going to go in on the specific topic that they're talking about, and that's my approach, right? So as we were talking about the church, the Savannah Church, I didn't want to just start with the Savannah Church. I just didn't want to start with the PEWS and the breaking down the scripts and all that other stuff. I wanted to make sure everyone had a good domain knowledge before we walked through the front door of the church. And when we did that, I started off by showing the audience that early on when the colony of Georgia was started, right, that the brews were part of that first batch of colonists, right? The first colonists was there. Then you had like these 40 and 40 something brews show up. And actually, I think I have it on the screen here, where it talked about. Let me see if I can find a good place to start here. Bear with me here for a second. They're a little bit out of order. Yeah. All right.
No, you're good. Take your time, brother, man.
All right. No, I grabbed these slides from the old presentation. This one's talking about constituting as they did. Nearly 1/3 of the actual settlers, they had a large congregation. Accordingly, they rented up a house, Market Square in Savannah, for their synagogue, to which they gave the name Mikveh, Assemblage of Israel, and where religious services were regularly held for some years. And this comes from a body of work called the Settlement of Jews in North America. And this isn't the one I'm looking for, but at least from this one, you can see that this one starts to get into where they were meeting, what part of town they were in. Like this next reference comes from the Jews of Georgia in colonial times. I believe this one was published in the early 1900s, like 1905 or something like that. And I pulled this one out because I just wanted to give the audience an idea of where the Jews were living in Savannah, because that becomes key, because the church that we're talking about, it's not as if it's cordoned off, right? It's in a neighborhood of some sort, right? And that neighborhood is made up of people, right? And those people will go to the church, right? So I wanted to start focusing in on where this church was located, not only where this church was located, but also the people that were in the neighborhood of the church. And so I started off by showing folks that these brews, mostly Spanish and Portuguese brews, were in the neighborhood of the church, because when they showed up, they were forced to reside or live on the west side of Savannah. And that's what this reference is saying. It says, on the west side of Savannah lies the township of the Jews. And I gave more than one reference on that. And for this, I pulled out the Jewish Virtual Library. So now this is not a primary research reference, but I did want to at least show you that this information is in mainstream, right? It's understood like where they are. There are people writing, reports on it, documentaries on it, and they're pretty much saying the same thing. The Jews were there. This is where they lived. They lived near Ellis Square. Of course, the Ellis Square is on the same street that the church is on, and it's probably like four, if my count's right, 4 squares, blocks away from the church. But I just wanted to show you that at least that the meeting place of the brews and the meeting place of the church was close. And then also wanted to bring out the a map just to kind of give you a visual of where it is, and pointed out that on the map you'll see a couple of circles. The circle on the left is where you can find the First African Baptist Church, and then on the right is the rough location of where the Spanish and Portuguese brews were. And then in the green, this represented the area that the Spanish and Portuguese brews were living. So just wanted to show everyone that this church was smack dab in the middle of an area of the neighborhood of the Spanish and Portuguese brews. Not only that, this is some new information that will, like I said, Yah willing, it will make it into one of the follow-up videos that's coming out. But this is a reference or a map, and I was actually looking for the actual reference name. So Yah willing, I'll post that. But this is a map of. Let me show you the map key at the bottom right. And if you can't see it, it says area of heaviest concentration of Negroes, and this is a map of Savannah, Georgia, right? Old map. And just to show you that also, like if you look at our previous map, like this is where the Spanish and Portuguese brews were, right? Left side, west side of Savannah. And then when we look at maps to show where the Negroes live, it's the same place, the exact same place, right? And what you'll see there is that little, I don't know if you can see that, the little green highlight, that's the rough location of the church, right? It's the rough location of the church. And then off to you can't see it on this map, but off to the left is where the rice plantation or the rice fields were, right? This is where the Negroes would go and work on the plantations, like further off to the left on that map. So again, just wanted to give the audience an understanding of who was in the neighborhood, what was going on, just to let the audience know that there were, initially the mix of Jews in that area did change, because at this point in time, you do have Black Jews and you have white Jews living in the same spot, right? They're living in the same, and they're both in Savannah at this time. You have Ashkenazi Jews and you have Spanish and Sephardic Jews, right?
Real quick, rewind and say that one more time for the people, just so they don't miss that, because I think that's real key to what you're saying.
Right. So in Savannah at this time, I mean, and this is, early on in the 1700s, you have 2 Jews living in Savannah. You have the white Jews, which are the Ashkenazi Jews, and you have the what I refer to as the black Jews, the brown Jews, the Sephardic Jews in the same area at the same time.
So if I'm correct, I should be hearing everything you're saying from here on out through that lens, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Now I'm going to try my best to focus on the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because that's my point of interest when it comes to this information. However, you're right. I do want people to be aware that there are at least two types of Jews there in the city. All right. And because as certain events happen in Savannah, like when whether it's the Revolutionary War that kicks off, or when the English go down to I think it was St. Augustine, where the Spanish are, and they antagonize the Spanish, and a lot of the Spanish brews who had just fled Spain, they just fled Spain, came all the way across think about it this way. They fled, they left Spain because they were fleeing the Inquisition, came over to England, crossed the Atlantic, land over, finally make it to the New World, which is, at this point in time in Savannah, Georgia. They're like, whoo, man, we finally made it. And then here the English, go down there and start messing with the Spaniards, and they're like, oh man, we don't want no part of this. So what they do is that they end up leaving and going up to South Carolina. They go up to Charleston. This is the Spanish and Portuguese brews, and some of them do. Some of them come back, but a lot of them did go up to South Carolina, and a lot of them did stay up there. And this is why South Carolina, Charleston in particular, is a hub, for Black Portuguese brews. But that's like I said, y'all willing, we'll get into that in greater detail in some of these videos that are coming up next. But as far as we're concerned, we know that we have a mix of brews. We know that they are right in the neighborhood of the church. So now we are ready to start talking about the church. Now, one of the criticisms was, what, brother? When we look up the Spanish and Portuguese brews in the U.S., we find white folks. We find Caucasians. We don't find dark people. Well, and I'm just going to kind of reiterate something that I've been saying for years, and that is, when doing this research, you'll always hear me say things like, always use old references. And what I mean by old references, like you pull up a book, make sure that book, I usually say from the 1800s, but usually if the publication date is older than the 1800s, the better. Because, and if that make sure that book is referring to the Spanish and Portuguese brews, because the likelihood of you finding a Black brew in there is very high, right? It drops down the higher you go, right? And the problem that I was running into when I was researching the Spanish and Portuguese brews in Georgia at this time is we're looking at a date of the mid 1700s, right? And then the changeover, from Black Jews to white Jews occurs roughly, you can think of it as like the mid 1800s, right? So that gave me a short window to find references in that window that talked about the brews, where I could find them, find some references to Black folks, right? Because I know, and I tell people, I know for sure that if you use new references that are from the 1850s or higher, from 1900s or 2000s, you're definitely going to, and you start pulling out individual Sephardic brews, you will definitely get a Caucasian back. You can take that to the bank, right? But praise the Most High. I'm gonna give a shout out to this brother in a minute, because some of this stuff that I'm bringing out is stuff that he had brought out like a year ago, and just to show you that Most High has separate people working on this thing from different angles, and when we come together, man, we got this thing covered. But one of the just to get back to some of the criticisms. One of the criticisms was when we try to pull up the Spanish and Portuguese brews at this time, using new references, we get Caucasians. Two, the other thing people brought up was, well, you know what? When we pull up these white Spanish and Portuguese brews, they were slave owners. Y'all willing, we will get into that in this next video like you wouldn't believe. But that was another criticism, right? And one of the things I do want to educate our community on is the slavery that occurred, or as far as between people of color, right? And think of it this way. Let's say, for instance, if slavery kicked off in the U.S. today, right? Everybody is a slave. You were the first person out of your family to make it out. You were a free man, but you wanted to free your family. What was the way for you to free your family? You would have to go and buy your family's freedom, right? You have to save up money, purchase, whoever that was in your family, and then you would be the slave owner of that person. And this was going on in the South, and like I said, yeah, willing, we will get into that. But that was one of the criticisms was that they said, hey, brother, when we look at these Spanish and Portuguese brews, they own slaves. We were like, yes, they own slaves. And this will get you. Not only did they own slaves, because we're talking about the first African Baptist church, right? Let's look at the first African Baptist church. All right. So you can see hopefully you can see the reference on the screen. It says slave owners. Slave owners. So since we're talking about the first African Baptist church, let's see if anybody at the first African Baptist church owned slaves. All right. So let's take a look. And we're gonna get the page number on the next slide. It says, oh, let me go back to the reference so you can see that. Yeah, free blacks in antebellum Savannah and economic profile, the Georgia Historical Quarter, right? Georgia Historical Society. All right. And on this one, it says the two most affluent free blacks in Savannah, however, were men. One a drayman by vocation and preacher, by avocation. Andrew Marshall. Now, if you don't know, Andrew Marshall was the pastor at the first African Baptist church. I'm gonna say it again. Andrew Marshall was the pastor at the first African Baptist church. Let's read it. It says, and the other was a fisherman who owned more land and slaves than any other black in the county. In addition to being a successful businessman and an inspiring religious leader, Marshall, talking about the preacher, the first African Baptist church, was also the most influential black Savannan of the antebellum period. A former South Carolina slave. Now, he himself was a slave who moved to Savannah in 1766 at the age of 10. Marshall gained his freedom during the early national period and operated a profitable dray business, employing many free laborers, although he did own one slave. Preacher of the first African Baptist church. Just gonna let that sink in for a little bit, right? Now it says he owned them for a short period in 1813, but just for those that would say that, hey brother, these Spanish and Portuguese brews, they own slaves, so they had to be Caucasian. No, brother, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. So hopefully you can see the pastor of the first African Baptist church owned a slave, right? This was a thing in the South. Y'all willing, we will get into it in the next video, because this wasn't a one-hit wonder. This was like the norm in the South in certain areas, and we will get into it. But let's see if we can, I just want to finish this up. This references up. It says, although he did own one slave for a short period in 1830, money from business was invested wisely in real estate and stock in the local bank. Marshall succeeded his uncle, Andrew Bryan, as the pastor of the first African Baptist church. All right. So the point in bringing out this reference again is to show you that blacks own slaves. Not only did blacks own slaves, the pastor of the first African Baptist church owned a slave. So the argument of, hey, they own a slave, they can't be black, take that off the table. All right, hopefully that's crushed. All right, and then the next, one of the other arguments that was brought up was, hey, brother, like I said before, hey, brother, when we look at the Spanish and Portuguese brews, they're Caucasian. And I agree to a certain extent, because like I keep saying, Depends on what reference you use. Depends on what time, what the publication date of that reference that you're using. For example, let's take Samuel Nunes, Nunes. A physician, was one of the first Jewish immigrants to the Georgia colony in 1733. So he was on that first boat, right? So, and he was a a well-known brew at the time because he was a doctor. Because when he got there, there was sickness going around, and so he was the man on the spot, healed a lot of people, and Oglethorpe loved him some brews at that point, and he was like, the colonists wanted them to leave. Oglethorpe wanted them to stay. He was like, no, these brothers are staying, right? But just wanted to show you that Samuel Nunes, we're talking about the Nunes family, that they were in Georgia, right? And they were there from the beginning, and he has a lot of descendants that are there. And this is just another reference showing the same thing, Georgia land and people. On the arrival of Dr. Nunes and family in London, the settlement of Georgia and the fine climate and soil of the country was subjects of much discussion. The ship upon which Governor Oglethorpe was returning to his new settlement was about to sail. So basically, the Nunes family got to London. The ship that was heading off to Savannah, Georgia, was about to take off. So basically, the Nunes family hopped on the ship and was part of that first load of brews. It's the doctor and his family, not one of whom could speak English. Not one of them could speak English. Embarked as passengers. All right. So this is the shout out I want to give to this brother. I don't know if you guys ever came across his website, but he has some outstanding information on things going on in America. Whether it's black, the swarthy Spanish and Portuguese brews, the Huguenots, the Moors, you name it. So if you guys get a chance, check out this brother's website, because a lot of this information that I'm getting ready to go over, review with you, you'll find on his website, right? And then what I'm trying to do is we call it land back. Try to land back on the work good work that he's put in and take it to the next level. But this brother has really put in some work. So if you get a chance, check out this brother's website. He will tell you all you need to know about the Sephardic Jews. All right. So as far as like the question of, all right, so are these Sephardic Jews, are they white, are they black? The thing I appreciated about this brother is he cracked the code as far as figuring out where to go to find out if the brews are white or black. I'm over here looking in archive. I'm over here looking in some of these other repositories that I use, and I didn't think to look in Ancestry.com. And this is like, it's funny because this is full circle for me, because I started off, like when I first started my journey and trying to figure out who I was, I started off with Ancestry. So this was a bit of a homecoming for me. But basically what he says is like, if you want to know who these brews are, go and look at the census, right? And a census at a certain time, like the 1850 census, the 1830 census. I want to say if you go a little bit earlier than 1830, you don't get the descriptions in the census. If you go later than, I'd say 1850, then you risk like the Nunes families in these census, they go from one color to the next. Like we're going to read here what this Nunes family is, but then you're going to see that when we get to the later census, they flip. Like they'll switch them from black to white. Right. But what you're looking at is a slave, they call it a slave schedule. So basically it's a census of the slaves, right? And if you can't read the header at the top of the column, it says free white persons. So the way it works is that they'll put the names on the left hand side. And then if a person has a free white male, like this little column here represents the males, and it has like the different ages of the males. And based on how many people there, they'll put a little mark in the column. So you'll look down here, you'll see Charles Nunez, right? Charles Nunez, same family. And no marks under white slaves, like no marks under free white persons, right? But then if you keep going, you'll have another section that says slaves. And this section says free people of color. I have a better view of this in the following slide. So you'll see that it actually does say that. But slaves and free people of color. And you'll see that the Nunez has 2 slaves and a bunch of free people of color. 1, 2, 3, 4. If those are ones in there, right? So Nunez is listed in his household as not having any whites, but having slaves and people of color, right? And he and the Nunez family are the Spanish and they're a prominent Spanish and Portuguese brood family, right? And even here, you'll see that this is, I'm pulling up, different family members. Nunez, because they ended up spelling it different ways. And in here, she shows up as mulatto, but in subsequent ones, you'll see that the Nunez, one time they'll be called mulatto, one time they'll be called black. And I think I have a slide for that. But the takeaway here is that if you want to find out the color of the brews, the Spanish and Portuguese brews in Georgia, right? Go to ancestry.com, pull up the census, start off with 1830s, 1850, right around that time period, and you can go and see what you find, right? So this is, like I said, the work that the brother did. There's also some other books or resources out there. He brought this out. This is a book called The Irish Found in South Carolina, the 1850 census. So again, this is pulling data from the census. And one of the other famous Jewish families was the DeCostas, the DeCosta family. And when you look at the DeCosta, right, in the census, they show up as, they list them as mulatto, right? All of them, every last one of them, right? Although I think there's, I think there is one, this WP, but that's William P. He is, he's listed as mulatto too. They just don't have it listed right here. All right, so just wanted to show you that they are listed as people of color. The brews are listed as people of color. So this is another census. And this one, I think is, I can't really tell. I think it says from 18, I think that's 1860. But in this one, I'm not focusing on any family in particular. But what I want to call to your attention is these are slave owners, right? It's just saying slave owners, right? And you'll see where it has the name of the slave owner, and then it gives a description of the slave owner. They'll give a B if he's black. They'll give an M if he's mulatto. So what I wanted to call people's attention to is that when you look at the census will tell you that blacks own blacks, right? You have a black, it says he's a black slave. I think is an F for female, and she owns, there's another black slave, right, that she owns. Or I can't, or I'm not sure if that's I guess that's a female. I think that's an F in the column number 4. But same thing all the way down. Next one has an M for mulatto, and she owns all the other mulattoes, right? And it's just a running theme. You can look at this whole thing. This is, okay, it's from the 1860 census. And yes, the DeCostas are listed there, right? WP DeCosta. And he's listed as B, black. B, black, right? And so, like I said, you can go on and on and down, but just wanted to show you that in these census, you'll see that blacks own blacks. Basically, they were owning their family members, right? They were owning their family members. Or if they were running a farm, they would employ other slaves to run the farm. I think how people get it twisted is that they assume that these brothers were treating their other brothers the same way that the whites were treating them, and that's not necessarily the case. Not to say that there weren't any cases out there like that, but we do have references that talk about how benevolent these black owners were, right? Because a lot of them were rescuing or redeeming, that's a term in the script, right? They were redeeming their family members out of slavery, right? All right. So hopefully we got that squared away. Like I said, Yah willing, in the video to come, we'll have a few more reviews of these census records, just to show you that the Spanish and Portuguese brews were in fact black, right? And we're going to use the census records to prove that out, along with some other references. And then the other discussion that we had coming out of the whole Pew, the Pew review and the Pew presentation was, you know, we were saying that we were finding Arabic on the pew. You know, we were finding Hebrew on the pew. And me and the brothers, you know, we were talking about this. I don't know a single person that has looked at every single pew. You know, if you guys know, let me know. But I don't know one person that's going through that entire church and catalog every single pew, right? Not only catalog it, put a reference number for each pew, right? For each pew that you review, have a reference number. Like this is pew number 1, or this is pew number 1. This is pew 45. This is pew 62, right? Because the reason why that's required or necessary is what I'm seeing is that when people talk about these pews, oftentimes they're talking about different pews. Somebody's talking about pew 5, right? And then somebody's talking about pew 6. And they're making that, and we were making that the representation of the entire, of all the pews in the church. So I'd like to give a disclaimer at this point in time, and that is, in this, you know, in the church, one of the things that me and the brothers were talking about was that we would expect for there to be different types of languages on the pews. And the reason why I say that is because when we look at at just the Hebrews alone that were coming into the city, you know, and that's on that first ship that DeCosta was on, and you know, we said that there were Ashkenazi Jews on there, and there were Spanish and Portuguese Jews on there, right? There were Bavarian Jews on there, and not only that, that the entries on those pews were made over time. Like they weren't all made at the same time, right? It's kind of like graffiti, right? You have a graffiti on the wall, and somebody's adding to that graffiti over time by different people. So just want to put that disclaimer out there that we're not shocked to find different languages on these pews. But one of the things that I do want to set the record straight on is, you know, the question is, you know, is there Hebrew on the pew? Like that's the thing. And then there's a question of, well, is it, you know, Arabic on the pew? And the argument to put forth that it was Arabic on the pew. Some presented, you know, Arabs, you know, certain slaves were deemed as Arabs in the area. Like and I want to say in Sapelo Island, there was a slave there that, you know, spoke Arabic, that even wrote Arabic. I'm trying to remember it was the Low Country website that had I think they listed like four slaves that spoke Arabic, right? But I guess the narrative is that with these, you know, Arab slaves that are out there, you know, this is the influence that we see in the church. Now, you know, what I like to, you know, what I think that we're missing from the conversation is like the history behind the slaves, like as far as like how the slaves are brought over into the States. And I like my, you know, how my brother touched on it in one of the other videos was like over in Africa, you know, when you look at the history, and actually we're going to cover this, Yah willing, in one of the movies that's coming out. When we talk about the history over in Africa, you know, at some point in time, the west coast of Africa was like Hebrews. Those are Brews. Then the Arabs came in and you know, they conquered, converted. You know, a lot of the kings switched over to, you know, Islam, right? And by default, the Brews that were scattered throughout that region, if they were under that king, then we would expect for them to have Arabic influences, right? But the question is, who or what slaves are in Savannah, right? So do we have a bunch of Arabic slaves in Savannah? Is that what we're dealing with? Or are we dealing with a bunch of and actually those Arabic slaves still could be Hebrews, right? Because we had a lot of Hebrews that switched over to being Arabs. But the question is, who is in Savannah, right? That's what we want to know, right? Who is in Savannah? And there's a couple of different ways that we can figure this out, right? Because we can get very specific about this. And so, you know, one of the things I brought out, I'm trying to think. I had a reference on this because I was going to cover it. I don't know if it ever made it into any videos, but this was just another reference on it. But I did have something about it, and that is just like when the transatlantic slave trade started, like there were certain laws that were in place that that prohibited or encouraged, certain types of slaves, right? And the whole thing, with the, Arabs or Muslims being, the majority or some sort of majority in the slave trade, there were certain things in place that pushed against that. Like, for instance, not only did the Muslims have their own ban, as far as, I think they call it Sharia law. I think I have it on the next slide. But Sharia law prevented them from sending another Muslim into slavery. Like, that was the rule that they were supposed to work from, that they were supposed to govern, how they got their slaves. Didn't always go into effect, right? You did have some people, bending the rules when it came to that. And actually the Muslims that were given as example over in the States were examples of exceptions to that. I think one of them was the son of a king, right? Because that's one king conquered another king, and then the son was grabbed and they shipped him off. We want you out of here, right? So that was one, what I call exception. And the other one was like he was an actual slave trader. So he had just taken a bunch of slaves to the slave market, and on his way back, he got snatched, right? So I would consider that an exception. But that's one of the four, or two of the four that were on that website that I was looking at the other day. But in general, and that's what I'm going to talk about. In general, there were bans on Muslims being on these ships, right? So the Muslim bans, as you can see, this is from the Smithsonian. Muslims were banned from the Americas as early as the 16th century. Long before today's anxiety about terror attacks, Spain and England feared that enslaved Africans would be more susceptible to revolt if they were Muslims, right? And I think I have the primary, not necessarily on this one, but it's a primary that talks about the Sharia law, which is not this one. This one's just talking about the uprising. Just the uprising was quickly suppressed, but it prompted the newly crowned Charles V of Spain to exclude from the Americas slaves suspected of Islamic leanings. He blamed the revolt on their radical ideology rather than the harsh realities of living a life of slavery. So, like I said, this is just in general. There are, a lot, there were some that broke the rules that they didn't really, go by the rules, and they just grab whoever they're grabbing. And I guess a good example would be that slave trader that got snatched, right? But I'm just speaking in general of the laws that were in place that were preventing, this from happening. And like I was saying earlier, I know this isn't a good reference. This is like a wiki or something like that. But I do, like I said, most high willing, in the video, I will put a better reference in here. But I did want to show you that Sharia law, where it says Sharia law, and that's the one in orange, regarded as legal slaves only those non-Muslims who were in prison or brought beyond the borders of Islamic rule, or sons or daughters of slaves already in captivity. So I just wanted to show you that it was governed from both sides. It was governed from the people that were the man hunters, the Muslims, the Arabs, and it was governed by the people that had the ships and that were sending them over, right? So, but like I said before, some weren't going by the rules. So we do know Arabs made it over to the States, based off of these references. And so the reason why I'm bringing this up is just to show you that is just to give you an idea of what to expect by the time we get over into the Americas. Because not only that, and I'm actually, the reason why I have a blank slide for the next one, because I forgot to put it in here. But if you look at the transatlantic slave trade, of like as far as like about per volume, as far as like where the slaves came from, people will tell you, the historians will tell you that the majority of the slaves that came over to the States came from like the Angola area, right? Or maybe they were Igbos, right, between those two areas. And in the Angola area, you don't have a whole lot of Islam in that area. You do up in the north, in the northern, West African area, but definitely not in Angola. So definitely by the time you're pulling from there, we don't really expect to see a whole lot of Arabs in the slave trade. All right. But the other reference I wanted to bring out is, like, remember, we're looking at this because we want to figure out who's in Savannah. Like the slaves that are in Savannah, who are they? Are they a bunch of Arabs, right? Because somebody has to make the writings on the PEWS, right? I mean, we can't really separate the people from the pews. So to figure out who's writing on, what to expect as far as writing on the pews, we're going to look at the slaves that built the church, and what their makeup was, right? And to do that, we're going to look at a couple of things. So in Savannah, Georgia, there's a couple of places where I like to tell people that you'll want to check out. One is, if you ever get a chance to go to Savannah, you definitely want to check out the church, right? The First African Baptist Church. The other place that you'll want to check out in Savannah is a place called Pinpoint Heritage Museum. That's Pinpoint Heritage Museum. It is also in Savannah. Now that museum it's about slaves, right? They specifically focus on slaves called Gullah slaves, right? And they'll tell you all you need to know about the slaves in Savannah, right? Because they'll tell you that they were the descendants of those slaves, and that even the land that the museum is on was previously held by their slave forefathers, right? So that's another place that if you're ever going to Savannah, you definitely want to check out, because they'll give you a good understanding of what the slaves in Savannah were, right? And they were Gullah slaves, right? And the beauty of knowing that they were Gullah slaves is that a lot of studies have already taken place on the Gullah people, and these are on the slaves. And one of the studies that has gone forth on the slaves of Savannah was the language, right? And so this is a study by Dr. Lorenzo Dow Turner, right? And he does an in-depth study on the Gullah language, right? It says Africanisms in the Gullah dialect. Dr. Lorenzo Dow Turner, he and basically what he does is that he goes and studies the Gullah language in depth. Now, just to give you some information on his background. Now, he does go and study Arabic. He goes to, I believe it was Yale University, and studies Arabic. And basically what he's going to do is that he's spending time with the Gullah people. He's going to catalog their vocabulary. And for each of their vocabulary words, he's going to figure out where those words in their language came from, right? So if it's Arabic, he'll say it's Arabic. If it's Yoruba, he'll say it's Yoruba. If it's Angola, he'll say it's Angola. And so basically, he goes through and catalogs roughly 4,000 Gullah words and breaks it down into those categories. And let's see if we can read some of this information on your screen, where it says, Turner drew on many African languages for comparison to Gullah. Most of these he studied in London or Paris in 1936 and 37. By interviewing native speakers and by consulting dictionaries, grammars, and other linguistic works. He listed 21 languages, page 2, and situates them on the map. He cites 11 other languages, including Arabic, in which he found forms that represented plausible sources for Gullah words, right? And if you go over to the next page, it says, finally, in 1949, after nearly 2 decades of painstakingly sifting his data and clarifying and refining his arguments, Turner published Africanisms in the Gullah dialect. His most memorable and influential work, it took approximately 4,000 words and names in Gullah, and identified their possible or probable African antecedents. So basically where those words came from, right? Africanisms was a model for comparative linguistic studies. It became one of the most widely reviewed books of its time in American linguistics, and was recognized immediately as groundbreaking, right? So I just wanted to give him his props. So he was, well renowned. Actually, this is a brother, that did this, and just want to share some of the results from that. Actually, let me see if I got it on the next page. All right. So basically, in his book, from pages roughly like 40, from page 48 all the way to page 208, all it is an entry of the. Let me see if I can pull it up on the internet here, because I do want you to want you to see it if you can. It's one of those. They don't have a digital book. I literally have the physical book in front of me, but I wanted to see if I could share some of that with you. So hang on one second. But as I'm trying to pull it up, let me just talk through it. So like I said, he has roughly 4,000 words, and what he does is that for each word he'll tell you if that word is a Yoruba word, or if it's if it's an Angola word, or if it's an Arabic word. Some words will have some words may have two possible roots, right? As far as where it came from. And one of the analysis that we did was basically went through all 4,000 words. Went through all 4,000 words, and what we did was that we identified the words that were Arabic, right? So basically, if these people were Arabic-speaking people, we would expect a high number of Arabic words in their vocabulary, right? But if they're not, we would expect to see a low number of Arabic words in their vocabulary. And just to give you, some rough estimates of the findings. So out of 4,000 words, we found roughly 28 words of Arabic root. Right. So if you have a calculator, take 28, divide it by 4,000, multiply it times 100. Take 28, divide it by 4,000, multiply it times 100, and you should get something around like 0.7. Less than 1% of the words were Arabic words, right? And that's the beauty of being able to take a detailed look of the language of the Gullah people in Savannah, right? In that area, right? So just want to help drive home the point of who these slaves are, what they're speaking, because we not only find I missed the point that one of the things that he did not compare in his work was he did not compare Hebrew. He compared Arabic, but he did not compare those words against Hebrew. So that was I wish that's one of the things that I wish he did, but he did not do that. So I can't provide any Hebrew numbers from that, but I at least can give you I can at least give you the numbers of Arabic in the Gullah word. So that's something that you can do. Like I said, if you go to Amazon, like I said, they don't necessarily have a digital copy. I've looked around for it. I'm trying to see if I can share my screen here. Let me see if I can share this. Hang on, fam. It says stop sharing. And let me do this. Hang on one second. So I'm going to see if I can switch screens. Let's see. Share screen, application window. And where is it? All right, let me do that. Let me do it this way. So hopefully, can you see hopefully you can see the book.
Yes, sir. It's shared right now.
Okay. But this is the book on Amazon. Let's see, look inside the book. I was just trying to see if I could get to some of the vocabulary pages in there. But yeah, okay, yeah, just bear with me, fam. I think y'all willing on the video, I'll pull out some of the I do screenshots of some of the actual vocabulary words on there. But basically, like I said, the thing that I'm trying to drive home with this reference is to show you the percentage of Arabic in the vocabulary of the slaves in the Savannah area, right? And just to show you that it is 0.7%. All right. So that was one. That's one thing, and then the other is, unfortunately, they don't have any. They don't have any vocabulary listed on the free preview. Yeah, sorry about that, fam. Yeah, just be on the lookout on the video. Y'all will it. I'll stick it in there. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Here you go. So this is an example. All right. And you'll see the word off to the left. And then what he does is that he'll put a T in there, like the T is for twee. Like this word is a twee word. Or if the word is a Yoruba word, he'll put a Y there. Right. And so all you have to do if you buy this book from Amazon, start from the first page of vocabulary, go through each one, because hey, your brother may have missed one. I got a busy house, so your brother may have missed one. So you can come behind and do your own check. But the thing you'll want to look for is go through every single. Oh, here you go. So here's the abbreviations. Very first one you'll see at the top is Arabic. So you'll see an AR for Arabic. And you'll see that, like, you see where it says Y, if I drop down here where it says Y, Yoruba, right? And that's how it's broken down. Like for the first one, you'll see the F, and that's what it says for, is that Fulani? Oh, the Fanti, right? It's a Fanti word. And it has a T on it. And that's a twee word, Gold Coast, all right? All right, so anyway, if you get a chance, check out the book. It breaks down the language, gives the root of where those words come from. And yeah, and you can see what percentage of Arabic is found in the language of the slaves in that area. All right, so that's one key point. And let me switch back over to the presentation. I won't keep it too much longer, family, but I do want to make sure I cover some of these talking points before we wrap up. But let me switch over to PowerPoint. All right. All right.
There you
go. Okay, so Black Jews. Let's see, Black Jews and religious. Let's see what I was pulling this one from. Okay. All right. So not only do we have we have a language of the slaves. So now we talk about the language of the slaves in the area of the church, right? The language of the slaves in the area of the church, right? You go to Savannah, you got a Pinpoint Heritage Museum. They'll tell you that the slaves in Savannah were Gullah slaves. So we turned around and said, okay, well, let's look at the language of the Gullah slaves. Then we looked at a body of work by Dr. Lorenzo Dow Turner, and he cataloged over 4,000 words. We saw that Arabic was 0.7. So we don't expect to see a whole lot of, or we don't expect it to have a whole lot of Arabic influence, at least from these slaves, but we're going to continue to build a profile of these slaves. And so one of the things that I did want to take a look at was the in addition to the language was two things. One is, so when you think of slaves working in the South, working out in the field, we all know about those Negro spirituals, right? Picking cotton, doing rice, whatever, singing Wade in the Water or, Kumbaya. And of course, Kumbaya, that is a Gullah slave song. And of course, Kumbaya is 100% Hebrew. Those are 100% Hebrew words. So part of what you're going to see in the y'all will in the video is an analysis of all the slave songs that these slaves that are associated with these Gullah slaves, right? We have a nice little long list of slave songs to see if we see any other influences such as Arabic in these songs, right? So far we don't see any, but we haven't. That's still in flight, right? The other point of analysis that we want to do is also show you what was going on not only in Savannah but in the South with slaves at that time, because there was something specific that was going on in regards specifically with Black preachers in the South. There was something specifically going on with Black preachers. And actually, I'm going to let me see if I can skip here because, yeah. Oh, here it is. Okay. So let's read about what's specifically going on with Black preachers in the South during this time. And I guess I can read a little bit of this. It says, in the first months of 1879, there was a massive migration of some 5,000 Blacks to the northern territories of the United States, mainly Kansas and Oklahoma. This exodus was of despairing Blacks seeking a refuge. Oh, sorry, I didn't show you the reference. It's called Black Jews, the Religious Challenge, or Politics versus Religion, Cambridge University. And this is it's a relatively new contemporary reference. All right. So, but I just wanted to show you, like, this is, I don't consider this a source reference, but I do have other references behind this one. So this reference does a good job of summing it up. But then we're going to take a look at the at some of the older references that this reference is based off of. That makes sense. All right, so we're going to read this just to get an idea of what was going on. Then we're going to look at some specific older references that support what this is saying. All right, so basically this is talking about, like I was saying, it says it's talking about blacks fleeing the South, leaving into an exodus, and it says this exodus was of despairing blacks seeking a refuge, a place where their political rights would mean something where they would be free from economic exploitation, and above all from the dangerous activities of the Ku Klux Klan. One of the members of the exodus was Benjamin Pap Singleton, an elderly and colorful man who led a group of 300 blacks to Cherokee County in Kansas. There they founded a colony called Singleton's Colony. Singleton called himself the Moses of the exodus of colored people. All right, so here's the part I want to draw your attention to. It says, from 1900 onward, North and South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating a doctrine according to which the lost tribe of the house of Israel was none other than the Negroes. Let me read it again. From 1900 onwards, North and South Carolina were overrun by black preachers who were propagating a doctrine according to which the lost tribe of the house of Israel was none other than the Negroes. So we're speaking specifically about preachers, right? Speaking specifically about preachers and what was going on in that area at the time, right? And it says, although this might at first seem an odd claim, it can be seen as reflecting the beliefs that some black slaves had held during their captivity when they were interrogated on their origins, their destiny. A historical example supports this hypothesis. A slave uprising took place in Richmond, Virginia, at the beginning of the 19th century, which was led by a slave called Gabriel Prosser, an outstanding personality who had acquired some knowledge of the Bible. He frequently referred to it in order to convince his brothers that they were the descendants of the Israelites and that God would free them from slavery, and as he had their ancestors. So the point here is that there's two points. One is, so during the time of this church, you guys should be familiar with some of the uprisings like the Nat Turner. I mean, this one mentioned Gabriel, right? Vassy was another one. We're actually going to look at a few of those. But during this time, when slaves were turning against their white masters, when they were putting their lives on the line, right, to uprise, to try to get their freedom, right, in the face of death, they were calling on the remembrance of Israel. These preachers were reading scriptures talking about Israel. So this goes to that whole self-identification of these black Negroes, of these preachers, of them being Israel, right? And we have a couple of multiple references to help prove the point of this reference that we have out here. And that was from, the Encyclopedia of Virginia. And let's see here, and this is going into Gabriel. So we're just going to read a little bit about Gabriel because the reference that we read, it brought up Gabriel. So let's take a look at Gabriel. So it says, presently, a man named Martin, Gabriel's brother, proposed religious services. Let me see if I can zoom in. I don't think I can see it. I don't think you can see it. So let me zoom in. All right, there it is. Presently, a man named Martin, Gabriel's brother.
If you can zoom in more, that wouldn't hurt for the crowd.
Okay.
We actually got one request from a sister right quick.
All right. Hopefully it might get a little blurry if I get too
No, whatever's comfortable. That's all. That's fine. Whatever's comfortable.
All right. Okay. It's all right. Should be on a little bit better. So presently, a man named Martin Gabriel's brother, proposed religious services, caused the company to be duly seated, and began an impassioned exposition of Scripture, bearing upon the peril. The Israelites were glowingly portrayed as a type of successful resistance to tyranny. And it was argued that now as then, God would stretch forth his arm to save and would strengthen 100 to overthrow 1,000. Thus passed the witness stated this preparatory meeting. So basically, they're just saying that scripture, the reference to Israel, was referenced when they were trying to muster the troops, right, to go out to rebel, to put their lives on the line. This is what they were. This is what they were using. They were using references to Israel, right? And then this one is from the Library of Congress. You can see the reference there. Let me see if I can zoom in on this one. Negro Plots is an account of the late intended insurrection among a portion of the blacks in the city of Charleston, South Carolina. All right. So now we're going to talk about Vassie. So during this, we call it an insurrection. We all know about insurrections, right? But during this insurrection, it says, and it's talking about Vassie. So this is another slave, right? So, what is he talking about to try to muster, get the troops, the slaves encouraged to turn against their masters and put their lives on the line? It says, at this meeting, Vesey said, we were to take the guardhouse and the magazines to get arms, that we ought to rise up against the whites to get our liberties. He was the first to rise up and speak, and he read to us from the Bible how the children of Israel were delivered out of Egypt from bondage. He said that the uprising would take place last Sunday night week. All right. So just want to drop home the fact that what was going on in the South at that time, they were making references to Israel to rebel against the white slave masters, right? So that's another dynamic of the slaves, because we know we're specifically speaking about slaves that are uprising, right? And let's see, I think I have another one here. Yeah, this is another uprising, but I believe this one's out west, and it's about the Knights of Liberty, and they call it the Knights of Tabor. And let me see where I can start on this one. It says this organization was known among its members by the name of Knights of Tabor, a name that gave the members courage, that God was with Barak and Deborah in Israel's great battle with the immense army of Sisera. They, with only 10,000 men, assembled on Tabor to fight Jabin's army, and if possible, win the victory and break the bondage of the Israelites. God was with Israel and gave the victory to the bondsmen, though they were opposed by 20 times their number. Our cause was just, and we believed in the justice of the God of Israel and the rights of man. Under the old name of Tabor, we resolved to make full preparation to strike the blow for liberty, right? So reference after reference, they're going back to the Bible, right? Talking about Israel, right? All right, and so now we've talked about the insurrections that were occurring during that time in the South by the slaves, bringing up references to Israel to give them motivation to fight against their slave masters. I did want to come back to these references where not only were they doing that, they were also calling themselves Israel. Just want to let that sink in for a minute. So not only are they bringing up Israel when they go off to battle against their oppressors, they're also calling themselves Israel. And we brought out some of this in some of those other videos where they be Hebrews that I released on 1 and 2. But I do want to show you that there are more. Like, that's not just it. There are more references out there, and I don't know if you can see that. zoom in on this one. All right, so this is the reference, the life, experience, and gospel labors of Reverend Richard Allen. So this is a firsthand account, right? Written by myself, right? And this was in 1833. So now we're getting to primary references, right? Primary sources. And all right, let me zoom out. This is on page 9. Let's see here. Next, I think I may have grabbed. It says, I'm gonna catch this one here where it says, I went. And this is talking about the the Reverend, and he's just giving you an account of what he did. And he said, I went from there to Jonathan Bunn's near Bennington, East Jersey. There I labored in that neighborhood for some time. I found him and his family kind and affectionate. He and his dear wife were a father and mother in Israel, right? So he's a pastor, and he's talking about this place in East Jersey, right? So I just want to bring this out just to show you that the reference of slaves or reference of pastors to themselves as Israel wasn't just the South, right? This was all over. And also on page 11, it says, in 1785, the Reverend Richard Watcoat was appointed on Baltimore circuit. So now we're talking about Baltimore. He was, I believe, a man of God. I found great strength in traveling with him, a father in Israel. All right. So hopefully you can see that these people were definitely self-identifying as Israel. And let's look at another primary resource. This one says, the life and religious experience of Jarana Lee, a colored lady, giving an account of her call to preach the gospel, right? So again, we're talking about preachers, right? And this has direct bearing on the church that we're talking about, because remember, in the previous videos, I read to you where the actual pastor of the First African Baptist Church used the exact same language, right? Where he was referred to as the father in Israel, like the venerable father in Israel, right? That's what the pastor at the Savannah Church was referred to. But now you see that there are other pastors going around referring to each other as mother and father in Israel. All right, so you can see that connection is there. Like that's a definitive connection. So as we go, we take a look at Jarana. I'm sorry for messing up her name, Jarana Lee. So she's a pastor, right? She's going around preaching the gospel. All right, let's look at what she said. She says, I'm gonna pick it up at the top of the paragraph where it says, but 2 days had elapsed after this visit when her sister came for me. So remember, she's giving a firsthand account in haste, saying that she believed her brother was then dying and that he had sent for me. I immediately called on Jane Hutt, who was still among us as a mother in Israel, to go with me. All right. So hopefully you can see over and over again. And this is just a review, right? Because this is what I was referring to at the First African Baptist Church, where it says Andrew C. Marshall was born a slave. Remember, we read that he was born a slave and he owned a slave, right? So he was born a slave and he owned a slave. We read that in a previous reference for those that would say, well, if you own a slave, you had to be Caucasian. Like, no, brother. But here we go. It says, he has traveled over a great part of the United States. He has by industry succeeded in purchasing himself and done many benevolent acts among his color, and has given to different institutions several $1,000s. The venerable father in Israel, Andrew C. Marshall, died in Richmond, Virginia, December 7th, 1856, while returning from the north to the people of his charge. All right. So this is, now we brought everything, we come full circle and brought it back to the First African Baptist Church, right? And just to show you that the referencing of themselves as being fathers and mothers in Israel was throughout the United States, right? And we saw it in different states, but other than the South. And we see it in the African Baptist Church. And just going to throw one more in here when we're talking about Andrew Bryan. Now, he was the founding pastor. And it said, when he was commanded not to preach the gospel, he raised his dusky hand, stained in his own blood, drawn by his vile persecutors, and said with a trembling voice, with that manly heroism and Christian courage that the grace of God alone can fan into the burning eloquence, if you would stop me from preaching, cut off my head. This humble statement from our father in Israel. All right, this is another reference to a pastor at the same church. And also, this is the plaque inside the church. So even if you were able to go to the church today, this plaque is still there in the sanctuary, in the front. It's in a prominent location. And this is a commemorative plaque where it references one of the fallen pastors, and it commemorates his passing, where it says, he was born in Marion, Alabama, July 27th, 1850, died in Savannah, Georgia, April 24th, 1900, at the age of 49 years, pastor of the First African Baptist Church, 14 years and 6 months, a prince and a great man, following this day in Israel. All right, so Israel. That's in 2 Samuel chapter 3, verse 38. All right, so let me see if I have anything else here. Think that's all we're going to share for today. This reference here that's showing up on your screen will, y'all will show up as part of a larger presentation. But just to show you that, as the Portuguese, came into the States, that even in official state documents, like this is the acts and resolves passed by the General Court, that you can find that, like when they, like in this document, like in those legal documents, they define words like when it says, when I say minority, this is what I mean. When I say this is what it means. So when this refers to minority, this is back in the day, and it's referring to these people of color. It's interesting when you take a look at the who's in the list, right? So we expect black, right? We see black, but then you see Portuguese as the people of color. Western Hemisphere, Hispanic, people of color, Asians, people of color, Native American, people of color, and Cape Verde, right? So these aren't Caucasians, right? I just wanted to, like I said, y'all willing, we will get into this in the next, I think I have it in the next Hidden Hebrews video. But I think that's about it, brother. Like I said, this is, we do have a bunch of references just to show that, as the slaves were coming over, people may not know that the Inquisition was actually, they had a base in Sao Tome, or I guess the English name for it is St. Thomas. So on the west coast of Africa, the Inquisition was there. Like I tell our people, it's like the Inquisition follows you. I mean, it was over in Spain and Portugal. Then when you went to Africa, they started opening up things in Africa, and then when they started shipping the slaves over to the Americas, Inquisition followed them over there. And just the only reason why I bring this up is to show you that the slaves that were sent over to the Americas, that they were still being monitored by the Inquisition. And when the Inquisition monitored them, they were very specific. They were very astute bookkeepers of what they were persecuting these slaves that they took from Africa about. And this is just one quick entry where it says, a large number of those accused arrested in the south of the continent arrived from Angola, Guinea, and Sao Tome, where in many cases they were engaged in Jewish practices. But like I said, y'all willing, we'll go into this in later videos. But hopefully I've answered your questions or shed some more additional light on the First African Baptist Church, about their ties to Israel, their self-identity to Israel. It wasn't just them. It was, pastors across the country. And not only that, when they put their lives on the line to turn against their masters, they invoked the name of Israel when they did it. Hallelujah.
All praise to the Most High. Yeah, no, very enjoyable. So, real quick, so something I want to try to understand is you just gave a few places there to where you're saying some people came from, but in your mind, where are the black Jews immigrating from? Because I know you're differentiating between, you're saying there's white Jews, there's black Jews, and then there's the slaves and whatnot, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So where are you? And I'm asking this question because like a lot of people, when they hear Spain and Portugal, right, all they think about is the Iberian Peninsula, right?
Right.
And let me share my screen right quick so I can give a visual to what I'm about to say.
Okay.
So this is can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is the Portuguese Empire in the 1800s, right? So this is not just the Iberian Peninsula. We're talking about there's spots over in Arabia. There's colonies over in India. There's colonies in you know what I'm saying, in the East Indies. There's colonies, you got Mozambique, you got Southwestern Africa. You know what I'm saying? You have Brazil, etc. Whatnot. All these are places that would constitute as like Portuguese territories when people are immigrating. Or for instance, wait a minute. I don't know if the screen switched. Hold on. All right, gotta do it like this. Gotta do it like this. And then this is the Spanish territories in the 1800s, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of land right there.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't. Yeah. So a lot of people are thinking that you just mean the Iberian Peninsula, but like, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense for like a lot of black Jews to be coming from there at that time period. But when you're talking about like all the other places, particularly in Africa, etc., in South America and Central America and whatnot, like I can see where that's very plausible. And at the same point in time, I'm also doing so because of what you're talking about concerning the Inquisition. Like my mother's people suffered the Inquisition in this country, in Mexico, and in what would now be New Mexico, right? So I can see where people would be fleeing. Like, so again, so what I learned from what you were talking about is like there was a lot of people going to Savannah and to South Carolina and whatnot. And so I could see where people would be trying to find a place to flee, and where that would be like a haven over in the western part of the world, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's the whole point, because out of all those places they were getting persecuted, you know, South Carolina, Georgia was one of those few places that invited to say, hey, come on, you know, we don't care what your religion is, you know, we won't bother you guys, you can come over here. And then, you know, the Brews jumped on that, and that's what caused the influx of Brews from these different places, because like you said, they were in the middle of getting persecuted. Like the Inquisition was raging in, you know, Spain and Portugal, and like you were talking about, like how did they get over into, you know, the Americas? And this is one, you know, one of the things that I do want to, you know, spend some time on, you know, showing like the different routes, because it wasn't just one route. You know what I mean? Like, and depending on which route they took, their experience was different. Like in Spain and Portugal, they told the Brews to get out. They said, if you don't, you know, convert to Christianity, you know, or you can get out, or if you stay here and you don't want to convert to Christianity, we're going to make you a slave. So the ones that stayed and converted to Christianity, they thought they were good. But then the Inquisition kicked off, and then the Inquisition started taking them out and putting them in certain places. Mm-hmm. Like it would take them out and put them in Brazil. You know, it would take them out and put them in, you know, places in the Central America. You mentioned, you know, those Mexico and those other places like that. It would even take them out and put them in places like Angola. Like if you look at the
mm-hmm.
you know, we call the book of the Inquisition like the book of law. Like there's a law book of the Inquisition. One of the names is called the Black Book, and basically what that law book says is like, you know, if you do this, here's the punishment for that. You know, if you do this, here's the punishment for that. And what we find is that, you know, for certain punishments, they would take those people and send them, and they literally had listed those places by name. It's like, we will send you to Angola, we will send you to Brazil, we will send you to Sao Tome, and that was one of the ways that they came out of Spain and Portugal, and like I said, that was just one way out. Like the ones that got caught up in the Inquisition, that was one way. The other way was people they fled, like they didn't want to get caught up by the Inquisition. Even though in Spain and Portugal, they were, you know, the king, you know, the king and queen, they wanted to clamp down on people leaving, like because they saw that, you know, all this wealth, all this knowledge was leaving Spain and Portugal. They said, oh, you guys, no, it's against the law. If we catch you, we're gonna keep your stuff. But there were some people that were willing to brave that because the Inquisition was just so bad, and they went up to places like London. And so that's where London comes in, because in England, England at that same time, they're starting the colonies over in the Americas. They're starting the colonies over in Barbados and in Jamaica. And I know when I took a look at this, it can get very confusing because things are happening at the same time, right? Because it's like, if you spend too much time looking over at Barbados, like the Jews coming to Barbados, you're going to miss the Jews coming into Brazil. You know what I mean? Like, or if I spend too much time looking at the Jews that were fleeing directly from Spain into Africa, I'm going to miss the Jews that are fleeing up into France, like into southern France. So, like I said, y'all willing? I invested some money in a map app, so that in the next video, I literally have a map where I show like a little bit, legs. I show like a hop, going from one place to the next, and then just so that you can see, like, all right, so that's one direction, and now I show different places or ways out of the Spain and Portugal. Because just one last note, and that's when you can keep this in mind, is that when, and also depending on how they left and when they left, the names that they carried changed. The names that they had were different. Like if they left directly from Spain and Portugal, went into like London, right? Then they were referred to as like Spanish and Portuguese brews, right? But if they left directly from Spain and came into Africa, this is when things started getting a little murky. I mean, you start to see other names for the brews that are in Africa. You start to see names like Lancados, Degradados. You even see names like Negro, right, for them in Africa. So, like I said, y'all willing? I'm going to spend some time, tracking them, showing you the primary sources that proves like these different names that they were called in these different places, so that you can see that regardless of how they came out, they're converging on the United States. They're converging in South Carolina. They're converging in Georgia because of the laws that were in place.
No, that's what's up, man. Yeah, I very much enjoyed that presentation. I'm really glad I got a chance to talk to you and hear you give your information firsthand, and get more clarification as well, because what you said gave me a lot to think about, a lot to chew on, and I will definitely be building with you in the future on those things that came to mind during your presentation and whatnot, because it was a different perspective, and I thought at one point I thought you were coming at it at a whole nother way before I talked to you. Now I see what you're saying, and it's opening up a couple of doors and windows in my mind to see things differently. So I appreciate that, brother.
Oh, praise Most High. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Most High willing. I know it was kind of it wasn't smooth, but y'all willing. When the video comes out, it'll be a little bit more polished. You know what I'm saying? And have a few more references in there. And hopefully the story will be a little bit cleaner, because sometimes the PowerPoint presentations aren't to me, they're not as smooth as as a video with that production quality effort behind it. So
yes, sir. So people stay tuned to his channel, Benai Israel. It's on the screen. Go subscribe. So when the video comes out, you can be aware of its existence. Tap that bell button so you know when it's coming out. And when it comes out, I will definitely reach out to my brother again to see if he would be willing to have another conversation on said information. And like I said, where my mind got expanded.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Thank you, brother, for having me on. Like I said, same here, man. Because I saw your, like some of the videos that you did, and you brought some stuff to remembrance for me. Like that. I was like, oh man, I forgot. I didn't even think about bringing that into the presentation, especially like with the whole history of West Africa, and that whole dynamic with the the movement of the Arabs and the Druze and all, Hebrewisms and stuff like that. It's stuff that I knew, but I just took it for granted. And yeah, I mean, you brought that to my remembrance. I was like, yep, I got to do that. So thank you, bro, for that.
No, praise to the Most High.
Hallelujah.
And so with that, family, I'm going to put us in the back, play a cut, and say Shabbat Shalom to the people who are going into that. So y'all have a good one, family.
Shabbat
Peace.
Shalom.
Yeah.
Right? But not in a sense of a sentence, but as far as alphabetic sound. Or it could be something magical that they call in on a spell. This is what Dr. Isaac is saying. But the larger argument is that they don't want to say anything, because I can't go through all 40 or 50 pews and say it says this or it says that. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is that they actually wrote something, which is not talked about a lot.
Okay. Yeah, so when we spoke on the phone, you said that you were going to show the clip that specified that they said that there was no Hebrew on the pews. So whenever you do that, please hit me up and let me know so I can stay tuned for that.
All right, cool.
Also, just to be clear, I agree with Zon Lex. Like, if you watch the video I did on it, my position, the position with the people I rock with, was that most likely you will not find Sola Trey on the pews due to distance and time and proximity, etc. And I give arguments for further why I don't agree with that concept.
Do you think Hebrews on the pews?
Do
you think Hebrews on the pews?
Yeah, I think the documentary you showed definitely states that until you show otherwise.
The documentary never said there was Hebrew on the pews. It said it looks like a calf. Looks like, and then the white guy came over and said, looks like doesn't mean it is.
Hey,
okay, so hold on real quick. Just so I'm clear, I want to make sure I got your position straight because I don't want to mischaracterize you. When we spoke on the phone, you said that Dr. Isaac was there affirming what he said in the video.
Right.
So if just so we're clear, you're saying that both of them said that it looks like a coffin, a top, etc. Right?
I would have to watch it over to see exactly what Dr. Isaac was there. Even in the clip that I showed, Dr. Isaac was right there showing with his fingers, pointing out the different signs or whatever it might be.
So when you show the clip, there's a second voice agreeing with the concept of the letters being illustrated. So are you saying that the voice is Ephraim Isaac or someone else?
No, whether it's Ephraim Isaac or anybody's voice. The issue here is they never once said it was Hebrew.
Right, and I got you right, and that's why I asked you to let me know when you're going to put up the clip where they definitively say it's not Hebrew, because you stipulated that they.
All right, that's.
Could I share something, Brother Garfield?
Yeah, that's
I want to make a very brief point. I think the point definitely should be said. So, if anyone is saying that the script on the pews is definitively Hebrew, whether they believe it's cursive Hebrew, whatever Hebrew they're saying it is, if there's anyone who is saying that it's Hebrew, it should first be someone who really knows the language. When I say really knows the language, I really want to be even more fair and say actually knows the language. What I mean by that is there's a lot of people arguing that what is on the pews is Hebrew. And these are people that don't speak nor read Hebrew. And that's problematic. That's extremely problematic. So I think that it has to be noted that if you're going to make a scholarly point to say that what is recorded on the pews is cursive Hebrew, you should at first at least to be able to learn or demonstrate that you can read Hebrew. So there's a lot of people saying this that don't know how to read Hebrew, and that's really the heart of the problem. Because when you don't know it's Hebrew, but you read somewhere that it is Hebrew, and because it fuels your religious belief, a lot of times your religious belief will blind you, especially if you don't have Hebrew behind you as a marker to actually know for yourself. In other words, you become a blind man, and you're now a victim to someone who's telling you it is Hebrew, and then your religious zeal is making you believe it's Hebrew, but you can't even confirm it for yourself because you do not read, write, nor speak Hebrew.
Can I ask my brother Zahn Alex a question real quick?
Absolutely.
So on a scale, like, I don't know if you were able to see the video that we did on it on Debate Talk, you talking about the pews or whatnot, but like, so me and the group I rock with, we take the position that there's multiple languages on the pews, etc., and it's not all just like one language, etc., right? So there's multiple scripts on the pews and whatnot.
Okay,
we also take the position. We also go ahead.
Okay, you said you take the view that there's multiple scripts on the pew.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a question.
I was trying to ask you a question real quick.
You was trying to answer my question?
No, I was trying to ask you a question real quick.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so we take the view that in order to completely rule out Hebrew, like period, being on the pews, that you would have to look at all the pews, get every pew identified with script on it, etc., whatnot, and even rule out Hebrew as the language being written in the script of another language, like for instance, like in Ge'ez or in Arabic, etc., whatnot. Is that something that you think is consistent or no?
I think he dropped off, but I do want to kind of answer your question though, because
he came back real quick. Hold on.
Hold on there. This is important. The brother said he holds the position that there's multiple. This is key now. Multiple. Now Zion, he's saying that it could be Hebrew written in a different language, like the Hebrews in Arabic, or you know what? Let me not put words in your mouth. Go ahead. Orthodox more. Say what?
Yeah, like so. What I was saying is my position is in order for it to be completely ruled out that there's any Hebrew as a language, not as a script, as a language on the pews, that you would have to rule out any potential Hebrew as a language being written in the script of another language, like Ge'ez or in Arabic, etc. I was asking my brother Zion if he thinks that's a consistent view or not.
I definitely want to weigh in on that, right? So the first thing I want to say is this: if there are multiple languages, or excuse me, multiple scripts on the pew, you would have to first demonstrate by what sense. If we could use the Rosetta Stone as an example, in the Rosetta Stone, you have Medu Neter on the top row. Amir, bring my Rosetta Stone. Amir, bring my Rosetta Stone from the closet. In the Rosetta Stone, the top row is Medu Neter. The middle row is Demotic, and below that is Greek, right? And it's all the same, but it's given in different characters depending upon who's able to read it. So I think the first thing that needs to be demonstrated when you make such a view, that there are multiple scripts on there, you have to first be able to identify what script is on there first among those that are on there. First identify one, tell us what it is, then tell us what it says. Then we can begin to ease ourselves into the possible equation that it could be multiple scripts. If you believe that it's possible, which anything is possible, right? If you believe it's possible that it's a separate script used to write Hebrew, you first have to identify what script that is again to be able to demonstrate that it's Hebrew. So at the end of the day, it just becomes a guessing game until people actually academically and scholarly pursue it methodically.
So if you answer the question about ruling out the the Hebrew language being written in another script. I missed it. I apologize. Would you mind repeating that part?
Say that again, my brother.
If you touched on the Hebrew potentially being as a language potentially being written in another script, I missed that part. So would you mind repeating your
Okay, so I'm gonna say it again, and I'm gonna also hold something up, right? In looking at the Rosetta Stone, this is a single stone, slab stone with several scripts on it. You have the Medu Neter in the top bar. This is where we get one of the names for one of these suit. This is how we know that you have Ptolemy. This is Ptolemy on here. His name is in several Shenu. You see it all throughout the top register. You can see it here in the Demotic, the same name, Ptolemaeus, and you also can see it here in the Greek. So yes, we can identify that these are all saying the same thing, although they're different scripts. They're used to write the same thing, but they're different scripts. So in that sense, we can understand that. But my point to you is, if what you're describing on the PEWS are actually multiple scripts, you have to first identify one script, which no one has been able to identify a single script.
Okay, so the documentary that Garfield showed literally has Professor Ephraim Isaac identifying the E's on the PEWS.
He identified.
Hold on, real quick. The work that Abu put forth, right, where he's talking to Arabic scholars, he identified West African Arabic scripts on the PEWS, right, to the point where they identified, in their opinion, a surah and an ayat, right, from the Quran, right, multiple, like more than one person saying this, right. So if there's potential, if they're saying West African script in Gaiz, is it like, would you not have to rule out, in order to say completely that there's no Hebrew on the PEWS anywhere as a language, don't you have to rule out the potentiality of it being written in another script? For instance, we see that. Hold on, real quick. For instance, that we see that recently in the past couple of years that the Ethiopian Jews brought an old Torah that was translated into Gaiz from Hebrew, right, from oral Hebrew, right. So if there's potential Gaiz on the script, right, or on the PEWS, right, or if Isaac is saying that he sees, he's naming the letters that he sees in the documentary that Garfield's talking about, right. So if he's saying that, and there's another person saying something about or there's other people saying West African Arabic, is it potentially possible that the Hebrew language is written in those scripts?
Can I put this in context, because I think that a lot of stuff is being glanced over by a non-academic way of viewing things, right? So if an individual knows multiple languages, like for instance Zion Lex, I think the brother, he knows the Methanether, he knows Hebrew, he knows the pictograph Hebrew, which is the Proto-Canaanite script, and you know a lot of different things, right? So if I send you a piece of paper, if Zion Lex said, hey, this looks like it could be a Shin Ray, a Shin whatever it is in the Methanether script, and then you say this looks like it could be a Wav in Hebrew, and then I say this looks like it could be an A in English or the Latin script, that doesn't mean that that's a language. It just says it looks like it could be those things. Like the person that you're talking about is not speaking definitively and saying that this.
No, Ephraim Isaac definitively says it is. He's literally asked in the clip. He's asked in the clip, are these Ethiopian letters? He says yes.
Bro, you ain't got to talk on like that though, man.
Can you please let me finish what I'm saying, fam? And so, like, the fact is, like, if you understand Hebrew language, you understand what morphology is. It's the process of words becoming more complex by adding prefixes and suffixes onto these words. Those things have meaning. Those things help develop the word from its direct form. And so what I'm saying is, if you just say that, hey, we're going to add a random ass character from the Latin script and a random ass character from the Hebrew script and a random ass character from Arabic, and you're saying emphatically that it does say something in Hebrew, I got to ask you, what does it say in Hebrew?
Simple question. Absolutely. I totally agree with you, by the way, brother Kyle. Great point.
So real quick, so is it the position of the Dagger Squad that when Ephraim Isaac is asked on the documentary, are these Ethiopian letters, that he does not say yes?
Well, hold on for a minute, brother. Even if he says yes, even if those scholars you're talking about says that it's Hebrew, pure Hebrew, how is it that would be?
No one said anything about Hebrew. Hold on, the part we're talking about, he's talking about Gaiz, right? And the other scholars that were mentioned, they confirmed West African Arabic.
No, I know that. I'm just saying this.
So right
I'm
now,
just
I'm talking about
just-
Hebrew being ruled out in those scripts, family. Do you understand? Do you
I
understand the argument being
understand
made?
that.
Do you
But
understand the argument being made?
But the majority of the scholars
Do you
who
understand
seen-
the argument being made?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
The
so
majority
what am I saying?
of hold on. The majority of scholars that seen those pews say it's not Hebrew
That
and
has
it's
not
not
been specified
Aramaic.
anywhere, family.
I mean, it's not Arabic.
I'm still okay. Abu put forth information that says otherwise.
Right.
But
So
the majority say otherwise. So how does the less overshoot
So is
the
anybody going to
majority
answer
in
the
your
question?
view?
You're saying that these scholars say that this stuff is not what it is. Well, not what they're saying. So is anyone going to take? Is anyone
That's
taking the
exactly what they're saying.
That
That's exactly what they're
definitely does
saying.
not say that it's that yes.
No,
what he's asking is yes.
let's be clear. Even when we say scholars are saying, that becomes an appeal to authority, right? Because just because a scholar
Right,
said
which is not a
something,
fallacy. They're
hold on, my brother. Let me finish. Just because you say scholars say, or anyone for that instance, when they say scholars say, it becomes appeal to authority because scholars say doesn't mean something is definitively true. You have to
That's
still
right,
prove
but
that
it's
you
only
still have
appealing
to,
to authority if it's untrue,
hold on
Zion.
one point. Hold on one point, brothers. You still have to prove something is definitively true. That's what I'm saying. So we all know the initial argument is that the script on the pews is Hebrew. And then when people who actually teach and can read Hebrew looked at it and proved that it's not Hebrew, now the argument is evolving into, well, it's Ge'ez, but it's writing Hebrew. See, this is the point that I'm making. The initial argument for those who spoke of the pews, they said it's Hebrew script, cursive Hebrew.
Exactly.
Then when you
Exactly.
brought
This is
in
how I know you didn't
people
watch the
who
video that I
actually
made,
can
right?
read Hebrew, we see that it's not cursive Hebrew. Now your argument has evolved to, well, it could be other. Well, you at the end of the day, you have to
Okay,
figure
that's
out
a
what your argument is.
mischaracterization of what we're saying. And if you
Real
actually watch the
talk.
video that I
That's
put
exactly
forward,
what I was trying to point out.
real quick, brother. Hold on, real quick. If you watch the video that we put forward,
Hold on, everybody.
hold on. If you watch the video we put forth, we demonstrate that we were dealing with this before the people that were talking about the pews. We actually give the timestamps and the evidence that we were dealing with this before the people talking about this.
Hold on a second. You know one thing I gotta agree with Zion, and I'm gonna say this publicly. If you're not coming from an academic perspective, you're gonna fall on your sword. I'm gonna tell you why. If you see, I could only regurgitate what a scholar says because I don't know cursive Hebrew, but I did say to Abu early in one of his earlier videos, I said I had a debate with Pastor Richardson years ago, and I actually said to him, what does the church actually say based off of their research? So when I pointed out the website of the church is saying it may be West African Arabic. This is what the church is saying on their record, on their own website. So for me to go to the church now and say, oh, this is Hebrew, to try to make an argument if I'm a Hebrew, then it makes sense for me to push that it's Hebrew. As Zion said, you want to be a zealot, but you want to try to make this some sort of Hebrew. So I'm going to say this to everybody who's part of the conversation. If you don't know language, man, stay away from it and leave it to the people who know language. Because if you are zealot in trying to prove you are Hebrew using this, oh, I took all the pictures, I've seen this guy don't know what he's talking about. Listen, man, all I'm gonna say is I don't think it's saying anything in Hebrew. That's what I'm gonna say on the record. 5:02 p.m. on January 19th. Garfield says there's no Hebrew words there. There's nothing legible. Now, as far as the alphabet, as far as Dr. Ephraim Isaac is saying, who is the leading ancient Near East linguist in the damn country, if he's saying that he find Amharic letters on there, and then he's saying at the end of the video, this is why everybody, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the raw footage on an entire video and just give it to the public. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna probably do it next week. I'm gonna put the raw footage on a video so y'all could see how they went to work, how they looked at it, how they came to this, because the documentary is just 45 minutes or less. Hold on, Reggie. The point I'm making is, if your premise at the start, and anybody who does research do it, like whenever you're doing research, you got to have a research question. This is where they're falling short, Zion. They already made up their minds that it's Hebrew and trying to find everything to say it's Hebrew. So I'll find every excuse and everything in the world to say, yo, you know what? There's some Hebrew there. You see, the documentary never did that. The documentary went into white supremacy and show how they had writings by African slaves and went on a whole different course and talked about that part, not just the fact about the PEWS, but they try to make an argument how if it was something, how it could have happened. That's all the documentary is. But the point I want to make to everybody is, if you're not following a methodology, you're gonna look stupid out here. You got to say to yourself, the first question, what language is on the PEWS? The first question you got to ask yourself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Totally agree with that.
Let me say one thing before y'all go.
I gotta step away, guys. You go ahead.
But the second question you got to ask yourself, once you have made a determination in your mind about what language it is, you got to say, what is this saying? If you can't say, if you cannot come to a determination of what this is saying, you must return back to step one and say that maybe it's not the language that I believe it is. Because if you are saying that this is Hebrew, and if you cannot find a Hebrew word in the 10,000, 12,000 word lexicon of Hebrew, then you got to say this may not be Hebrew like I assumed it is. And let me go back and humble myself and say, hey, maybe I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Big fact.
That's what I've been
Can
saying for the longest, Kyle.
I can appeal to Danny Rick on the Hebrew script. I can appeal to him. He knows Hebrew. He knows the Hebrew very well. And Morpheus knows Arabic. So I can appeal to him.
Okay, Garfield, can I
Brother Reggie, go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Guys,
If I just want to
Reggie, hold on 1 second. I'm stepping away, family. Whoever got my number, inbox the back chat if I need to do something. All right, because I gotta do something real quick.
Okay. So I wanted you to be on the line, Garfield, but you got to go. So but I do want to show.
Right,
can I share my screen?
Go ahead. I'm gonna stay. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, share your screen. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna share my screen. Let's just get this together. Share screen. Yike.
I don't see you sharing, bro.
Yeah, it's coming up now. So here you go.
All right, there you go. All right.
All right, wonderful. Okay. So wow. Okay, so one of the points is this possibly West African script? And I'm thinking that it looks to me more so, I hope Zion Lex is on, it looks to me more like a West African script, a version of Wolof. Maybe the person who wrote it was maybe second generation, or it could have been a different tribal analysis. Okay, so let's look at this. Now, if we look at the way that these characters are formed, they seem to be formed in like curved cursive, right? And they seem to be in symbols that are basically somewhat circular, right? So here is one of the PEWS, and here is Wolof script, right? Now, let's just take this one that looks like a question mark or a two.
Hey, Reggie, can you make it full screen, bro? I'm sorry, this Kyle. Can you make it full screen? Because we can.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing, and I will slideshow. I will slideshow and then reshare it. Okay.
Nah, this is good. I ain't never heard this angle before. Like I'm looking at this
from
beginning.
From beginning. Okay. So let's see. Okay, great. So now I'm gonna see if I can share my screen, and it'll be a little bit more helpful. So this is why a person might say that it looks like West African Arabic script. So if you've never seen it before, can you see my screen now? Okay, so great. So we want to take one of these characters. We want to take a couple of these characters. So from the first scribe, I want to take something. Again, I'm looking for circular and I'm looking for similar, right? So I would look for things like something that looks like a question mark or a 3 or something like that, right? Just to see. So I'm looking over here to see if there is kind of anything that looks like a question mark. Here I see yes, inverted, right? But I would rule that out. And so maybe I'm not so sure on this particular pew. So let's go to a next pew, right? Let's just go to a next pew because I don't know the length. I don't know Wolof. Okay, so let's go to this one over here. So we will see, like over here, you see a symbol that looks like this. See a symbol that looks like this. I'm not saying any way whatsoever. I'm just looking at the style, and I'm saying that there is maybe a possibility. Then I see these J's. So I'm gonna keep these J's in mind because I see something that looks like a period and a J. And over here, I see a period and a J. And then over here, I look over here and I see some type of like kind of a question mark again. And I would look through to see if there is some type of question mark. Let me see if I can move this. All right. So I'm not doing anything definitive. What I'm just trying to say is I do have a West African Wolof script here. And that one is not the best. Okay, over here is interesting because over here I have something that looks like a 3. I have something like looks like a 3, and I'll go back and see, is there any 3 3s? Okay, good. I have a 3 facing this way, right? I have a 3 facing this way, and I'll go back to that other diagram, right? And I have this. So then I'll say, well, do I have anything that looks like this funny J? I'll go back and I'll look through the J. I'll look through the things that look like J's. Well, I have a J here, right? That's in this kind of format. So I may say that I don't know Wolof, and I'm not making anything determinative, but I see enough symbols that look that looks closer to Wolof than it does possibly cursive Hebrew. So I could send this to anybody that wants it, right? So that they can make a better determination. But do you see where I'm going? I'm looking at something, they say it's Wolof or Arabic, African Arabic, right? And I'm saying, wow, look, I have these kind of like S's. Oh, here's a question mark.
Hey, Reggie, it's Garfield. It can't be Wolof, bro, because that is up their own thing. They're trying to say it's Hebrew. You missed
Right. So I'm trying to determine.
I'm not saying that it's Wolof or anything, but it can't be because it's an African script. It can't be that. Gotta be Hebrew.
So I'm only just trying to say what it might be, rather than to defeat the other arguments. I understand your argument that it can't be Wolof or Arabic script because they're saying that it's Hebrew, but that's because they're locked into it. But once you start to see another language, then you might say, well, it may be something other than Hebrew. Not that it's Wolof, but I can see why.
Brother Reggie,
yes.
Even if you could get technical for a moment, Brother Reggie, one of the reasons why you would argue that this is not even Hebrew is the style of writing.
Correct.
Hebrew characters are written horizontally, not vertically.
Correct.
When you see Hebrew characters written vertically, it's more of an esoteric thing, such as what you see behind me here, which is the name of the creator written vertically.
Correct.
That's esoteric. That's not what people are doing. That's not how people are communicating. When people are communicating writing Hebrew, it's always horizontal. So this wouldn't even agree with the style of Hebrew, whether it be pictograph, whether it be Paleo Hebrew, whether it be Aramaic. So again, this is a desperate plea to try to make it Hebrew, to rationalize why we as Hebrews believe that there's a segment of West Africans that get on the boat to claim that they're Hebrews. And what I'm saying is, if you hold that belief, why not just do a better job at proving it as opposed to literally making shit up?
Oh, I agree. But see,
hold on, Elder, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Orthodox Moor, you might be more familiar than myself. What year were these writings done on the pew?
I believe they talk about a 1773 to an 1850 time period. But real quick, Brother Reggie, what you were saying about the West African Arabic, would you agree that on the pews that would look to have West African Arabic, that we would need to investigate to see which form of West African Arabic, like is it the Wolof, is it the Fulani, is it the Yoruba, etc.?
correct. And I don't have enough of the scripts to, in fact, do that. But from my examination, the style seems similar, but I could be completely wrong. But going off of, like Zion Lex would look at it and he would try to look at it with Hebrew. I would look at it because they said Wolof, I would pull up Wolof. I agree that there may be other scripts of West Africans that might be Fulani, might be Wolof, that will give us a better determination. But I do think it's closer to a West African script than it is to a Hebrew script.
Hey, Reggie, Brother Reg.
Yes.
Listen, over 7.5 billion people on the planet. If nobody out of 7.5 billion people on the planet can tell you what it says, what does it say? What does it say? No matter what script, what letters people think it is, whether it's cursive. See, we getting stuck in, no, it's cursive. No, it's Wula. No, what does it say? If nobody can interpret, translate what it says, it's all moot.
Well, see, here's the problem with that. The problem is that we all agree that a script can contain another language. So we have cuneiform written with other people's languages using cuneiform, and they have not been deciphered. So the fact of the matter is,
Brother Reggie, this is the argument that they're trying to make. They're trying to make the argument that the writings on these pews are multilingual words that are in multiple languages, and those languages then does form one word in a articulated way. And that I've never seen that in any language, in any writing, anywhere in the world where you can change languages in your font to articulate a language.
I agree that is totally pseudo.
But you know what though? Has anybody real quick? Has anybody ever come to this the other conclusion, the Acronym Razor, that it could just be scribble scrabble?
That's exactly what I said.
That's what I've been saying.
I'd say those a written version of like Pig Latin, maybe something like that.
It's possible that it's scribble scrabble. It's possible that it's just gross within the wood, etc. All that, it all needs to be ruled out.
Well, it's two different things.
Okay, if you agree that it all must be ruled out, how can you come on this platform pushing an agenda that is Hebrew when you reverted?
When did I say that anywhere?
Your entire first argument, bro.
No, it wasn't. Nowhere did I say that.
Bro, you didn't.
I literally said that my position was, I made a video that said it's multiple scripts. Did I not?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Did you not say it was Hebrew, bro?
Yes or no, bro?
I don't know what I don't watch your channel,
time
bro.
where did I say it was all Hebrew?
I do not watch.
Where did I say it was all Hebrew?
You didn't say it was all Hebrew, but you said it was Hebrew. Did you not?
I said Hebrew was identified in the documentary until Garfield produces the 30 to 45 second clip that says otherwise, that he said he would do.
Okay, so what?
On the phone ain't here.
So once Garfield does that, you're gonna be off the Hebrew thing. We agree on that.
I'll be off the fact that documentary stipulates that 100%. Again, like I said, I have to go through all the different pews. And so there's no Hebrew is a negative claim. Hebrew is a positive claim, right? So the negative claim, if I'm going for the negative claim, there is no Hebrew. I have to rule out the Hebrew being written in another script, just like what Brother Reggie just said.
Oh boy.
Well, yeah, you would, but first you would have. Okay, so first you would have to know. This goes back to what Zion Lex was saying. First, you would have to know both languages. So you definitely would have to know. So you definitely read Hebrew, correct?
Nowhere have I made the claim that I've identified anything.
Okay, so that chore may not be yours, right?
Agreed.
So let's go. So first, we need someone who can read, who understands Hebrew. That's
right. And
so
Garfield is saying that he has the dagger ready to go. That in the documentary, he's confirmed multiple times on the phone with me and on air that Ephraim Isaac verbally makes the negative claim that there is no Hebrew on any of it.
Okay, I'm not dealing with that. I'm sourcing the other side that is possibly. I know that there's a Congo gram on the floor,
100%.
and then I've heard the argument that it is West African Wolof, and so it looks closer to me as if it was characters in Arabic Wolof, right? So I'm not making any determination. I will probably do a little bit more work on this to kind of like identify possible.
So the brother we had on our squad that went down to go check out the pews himself in person, and he does read Hebrew, etc., whatnot, right? He actually he along with the tour guide affirmed that there was multiple, like there's not just one style of, you could say scribble, scrabble, or language on any of the scripts. There's multiple different styles of what you would either say is a scribble or a language, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't take the position that it's all one language in any way, shape, or form. In fact, we take the position that being the fact that the church potentially had a position within the Underground Railroad, that you're potentially going to find a multitude of African scripts within that church, and that all of those need to be looked at and ruled out. It had nothing to do with Hebrew, right? Again, we're not making the claim that Hebrew has to be on the pews for anyone to be Israelite, because again, it's already been shown that within the documentation of the church that people were self-identifying as Hebrew, so that you don't need a secondary backup for that in terms of it being on the pews and whatnot, right? So it has nothing to do with identity and whatnot, right? The concept is that church is a national treasure. Real quick, hold on. The concept is the church is a national treasure in the sense that it holds potentially multiple West African scripts from slaves.
You made a big claim, bro. When do they claim to be Hebrews?
Again, go check out Benai Israel's work on it.
No. Show your sources.
You are showing. You just said something that's a bold ass claim. You said that the people that went to this church in Savannah, Georgia, on the coast of South Carolina and Georgia,
I will cite my source. Hold on, real quick.
Claim that they
Thank you. Let them
I will cite my source. Go to Brother Benai's YouTube channel. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Look up the video that says they be Hebrews, right? And go to the timestamp 2751 to 3247.
Man, come on, bro. Like,
it shows the documentation from the church itself.
I'm gonna show it right now.
It shows you the documentation from the church right now.
Let's deal with what he said, Kyle. Let's deal with it. Let him show it.
I'm on the church's
It's not my work, so I cited you the person who did the work, and where you can go find their source.
The video.
They be Hebrews. There's two of them. There's a part 2 and then just a regular one that says they be Hebrews.
Let me share my screen, fam. Mm-hmm. I'm on their website right now. I'm on the first African Baptist Church website.
Is their website the only documentation the church has ever had?
No.
Okay, cool. So how about we go to what I just said? You asked me about my source. How about we go to where I said?
Hey, hold on. Hold on, man. They be Hebrews. Which video? The first one?
The first one, yeah.
Hold on. There's only the first one. At what point?
Go to 27.
27. It's
27 minutes and 51 seconds.
It's only 15 minutes. Oh, this is part 2. I'm sorry. They be Hebrews, the first one.
It doesn't say part 1. It says they be Hebrews.
They be Hebrews. Here you go. I said go to the point at 21.
27:51.
27:51. All right, so let's go. We got it right here.
As African in the name, it doesn't have anything to do with Israelites living in or around them.
Or in other words, they're totally separate and isolated and distinct from these Spanish and Portuguese brews. Well, let's see if that's
Show the
correct.
screen, fam.
Let's
There you go.
read about the history of the church. And let's see if it has anything to do with the Israelites living in their neighborhood. And so let's start by taking a look at the pastor of the first African Baptist church. I wonder what they called their spiritual leader, their pastor. Like, so the pastor of this church, what was his title? Let's take a closer look at the former pastor of the first African Baptist church, named Andrew C. Marshall. Does he have anything to do with Israel? All right, so you can see the reference on your screen where it says the history of the first African Baptist church. So that was the name of the church, right? And Andrew C. Marshall was born a slave. He has traveled over a great part of the United States. He has by industry succeeded in purchasing himself and done many benevolent acts among his color, and has given to different institutions several $1,000s. The venerable father in Israel, Andrew C. Marshall.
So that's the proof.
My God.
Hold on, let it keep playing, brother. There's more. I gave you.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I mean, every single time.
Oh my God.
That's the most silly shit I've heard all.
Wow.
Hey, everybody quiet.
He has by industry succeeded in purchasing himself and done many benevolent acts among his color, and has given to different institutions several $1,000s. The venerable father in Israel, Andrew C.
Let it keep playing. They show a church plaque.
died in Richmond, Virginia, December 7th, 1856, while returning from the north to the people of his charge. Okay, family. In this reference of the history of the first African Baptist church, we see the pastor was called the venerable father in Israel. You know what? Maybe that's a typo. So let's keep reading. Let's go down a little bit further in the book and see if we can find some other pastors that were called by this name. All right. So let's read a little bit. Let's go a little bit further. Now, this reference speaks about the very founder, the very first pastor of the church. So let's see what they called the very first pastor, the founder of the first African Baptist church. And the reference reads, and it reads, "It is very befitting, therefore, that we should welcome you. Our church was planted in blood. Reverend Andrew Bryan, its founding and first pastor, was whipped until his flesh was terribly torn. His blood ran freely and puddled by his lacerated body on the ground, for no other crime than that he preached Jesus to Africa's sable sons and daughters enslaved in this country. When he was commanded not to preach the gospel, he raised his dusky hand, stained in his own blood, drawn by his vile persecutors, and said with a trembling voice, with that manly heroism and Christian courage that the grace of God alone can fan into a burning eloquence, 'If you would stop me from preaching, cut off my head.' This humble statement from our father in Israel." I'm gonna pause right here, family, because you see where it says from our father in Israel, and using the word our, it implies both the pastor and the congregation considered themselves Israel. But you know what? Let's not stop there, family. Let's get some more additional information about the church. We see when they were living, they considered themselves Israel. But what about in death? When they died, did they also regard themselves as Israel? So let's take a look at a commemorative plaque in the church
honoring the former pastor. Let's see if the plaque mentions Israel. And it reads, born in Marion, Alabama, July 27th, 1850, died Savannah, Georgia, April 24th, 1900, age 49 years, pastor, First African Baptist Church, 14 years and 6 months, a prince and a great man, fallen this day in Israel.
Oh, man, do y'all think you were
Hold on. This
is crazy.
That's the end of the video, fam.
This gotta be the most pseudo shit I've ever heard.
Wow.
So far.
What Israelites would call themselves a Baptist?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. So Orthodox Moor, you are repeating this information as proof that the people consider themselves descendants of Israelites?
That some of the people in that church call themselves Israel.
But who
identified as Israel?
Who in the church?
And I'm saying that that's primary documentation. The people that are shown there.
Okay, so why, if they are Israel, my brother, why are they in the First African Baptist Church?
Are you kidding me? What do you know about slave history in this country?
Hold on. I'm going to prove a
Hold
point.
on. So was it? Hold on. So I understand. Was it legal for slaves to practice other religions besides Christianity? Was it legal for slaves?
Wait. First of all, he was not a slave. He was a free man. So let's know your history first.
That's what just said the pastor name was he called himself the father of Israel.
Part of the church history is that it was potentially part of the Underground Railroad, correct?
Hold on a second, guys.
You understand this, correct? You understand this, correct?
All right. Everybody stop.
This is a simple question. You understand the part of the church history that was part of it?
Everybody stop. Stop for me. Stop for me. I'm going to play this video that I actually that they post this in like 2 minutes. You see, this is the problem.
Okay, so real quick, is that not primary? Was that not primary documentation?
No.
Was that a primary source? Yes or no?
Primary source for what?
From the church. Is that a source from the church? Yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Go ahead. Right.
Let's how faithful this, because I just realized what it was. Oh man, let's take a look at this real quick. Craziness, yo.
What is going on, YouTube? It is your boy, Faithful to God. A few days back, Benaiah Israel made several appeals to sources in the community tab section on his YouTube channel, in which he attempted to make a loose connection between the community of Jews that lived in Savannah, Georgia in the 1700s and the scribbling on the pews of First African Baptist Church in the same city. Unfortunately for him, he did not vet his sources very well, and as you're going to see in a moment, he actually inadvertently made a claim for the very people that he rejects as Jews. On your screen, you can see one of the relevant posts, which can be found in the community tab section on his YouTube channel. This is from an old book called Jews in North America, page 72. And here you're looking at various people who seem very excited by this. You see people saying this is getting gooder and gooder. Others, yes, this information is vital. And here you have, thank you so much for what you do. I refer people to your videos and have downloaded and read some of the books in your videos. And again, awesome work, fam. And here you have another person saying, whoa. But this one really stuck out to me. So Faith Hope Charity says, I'd like to know why Black Israelites would escape the Inquisition of Europe to go to a country where Black Israelites were enslaved. What happened to these Israelites in the USA? Did they remain free? C. Moran says, excellent question, family. Just excellent. Unfortunately for the folks who were leaving comments, they and Benaiah Israel did not bother to vet the source. As you can see on your screen, you'll notice that while it is not highlighted in brackets, you'll see the phrase, many Israelites arrived in Savannah. That's what got most of these people excited. But what they didn't focus in on were the names at the bottom, and more importantly, the one that I've highlighted specifically, Mordecai Sheftale. Now, why is that significant? Because we have an actual portrait that was made of Mordecai Sheftale, and he looks exactly the way that Hebrew Israelites claim Israelites are not supposed to look. And yet in that very citation, Mordecai Sheftale is being referred to as an Israelite. And here is the Jewish Encyclopedia entry for the Sheftale family. I want you to focus in on the highlighted portion on your screen. Furthermore, Mordecai's father, Benjamin,
I'm not gonna play no more. There's another video that he has after this. But
Right. And just to be clear, no one on my squad ever makes the claim that the Israelites or the Jews that were immigrating to Savannah at the time or South Carolina at the time, immigrating legally to the country, right, were black Jews. In fact, you can find me on GCon's channel actually saying the opposite and offering arguments to the opposite. But none of that has anything to do with the primary documentation that Benaiah brought out from the church itself.
Yeah, but okay, so like if you go to like the papers and things that are wrote or written from this individual, he never says that he was an Israelite. He says specifically that these Israelites had a similar story to them. He says we are like the Israelites. Like I'm reading.
What year are you talking about? Just to be clear.
Let me get to the title. Hold on. Let me get to the title page. This says this is a history of the first African Baptist church from its organization January 20th, 1788 to July 1st, 1888. This is electronic edition. I'll post it in the back chat. This is from the UNC campus. This is from their library. This is the PDF print edition. I'm putting in the back chat. If you look at it, they list out the church, the founders, and it says specifically out of the words from the guy that you're talking about. He says that we are like the Israelites.
Oh shit.
So are you denying two quick questions? So first of all, are you denying that they called that their titles were father in Israel, right? As community style. Second of all, hold on real quick, just so I understand, is it your position that it would have been legal for us for slaves at the time to self-identify as hold on real quick as the people of the book?
You don't understand history because you
I'm just asking for clarification on how you understand things, brother.
Listen for a second. He was not a slave. He was a freed man.
I didn't say he was a slave. I'm asking you for your understanding of history.
Was it legal for a slave, but he was not a slave.
I didn't. Right. So again, this is why I keep bringing out the context of the church's potential playing a role in the Underground Railroad. Right. So again, I'm just trying to understand for your understanding of history. Right. So what was it okay for slaves to self-identify as anything other than Christian? I just want to understand.
It must have been from what you said the title of the pastor was. You said the title was Father Israel.
Okay, got you.
Yes, bro, and first
appreciate
you could definitely
they can't be trying to hide it, brother.
Appreciate you.
You can definitely identify as whatever you want to as a slave. You didn't have to say that you was a Christian as a slave. That started in the late 1800s. You didn't have to practice Christian belief systems. Like I'm not sure what verse in history that you listen to, but people practice their own spirituality here willingly. Now, in the late the mid 1600s, there was a portion of time where you could be free if you converted to Christianity, and a lot of us started to do that. And when they got wind of that, they were like, "Hey, cut that shit off real quick." But what I'm saying is, these people were like, matter of fact, I have the records from the plantation that my family was in Stagville, North Carolina, and they definitely practiced their own belief system. They practice ephod there. I have the records. I have them doing their festivals, their feast days, doing sacrifices. This is from the UNC library, bro. And you can go reach out to them right now, Stagville Plantation Society, and you can get the same records I have right now yourself.
Kyle.
Every time I get started, bro.
Kyle, hold on, Kyle. 1 second. Can we say the word context? When Benaiah Israel showed the word Israel, we need to clarify that too. It's the context of what it's used. If you study, I think it's Crowdy's group and Plummer, when they were in Virginia, they would call Virginia Canaan, where they were supposed to get God's land. So was that literally Canaan? Or was it that they're calling it Canaan because of their own understanding of biblical history, or what they're trying to imply?
So you're saying your position is that they're calling themselves Israel just figuratively, 100%. That's the only way.
Yeah, because of their understanding.
And I can respect that and accept it as your view. I don't have an issue with that.
Let me show my screen.
All right, it's like Israel Hill too, because remember people call Israel Hill, which is the first interracial
Exactly.
but we call it Israelites, and we had a guy named Hercules who's running around being an Israelite, and I'm like, okay, his name is Hercules, he's having children. I'm like, okay, interesting. So, you know, I mean, these are arguments me and Truth Story and we talked about like 4 or 5 years ago, but it seems like the same arguments are coming back up over and over. But the one thing with the pews, I have to say, I'm going to release the raw footage so everybody could see every pew. I think that's only fair because the West, although Reggie made the argument a while ago about West, I see why the church says it's West African Arabic. Because it does look like that script, but looking like don't make it that's what it is. But hey, who am I? I'm just saying.
Garfield, what does the consensus say about that script? What does it say?
About what the script on the
pews? On the pews, yes.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if there's really a consensus. I think everybody that looks at it is because what we do is we look at it from our perspective, from the people in that's made the claims.
Now, this is where you got me confused, Garfield, because I thought you were saying, I thought you said on another channel that the documentary showed and proved that our people weren't illiterate when they came over, i.e., they could write.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What's that?
So is that the scholarly consensus of the pews that demonstrates that we can write or no?
I wouldn't know. I would have to know how many scholars.
Okay.
No, for real. I would have to know how many scholars to jump up and say the scholarly consensus. I'm not doing that with that. I don't know. You see, for the white folks at the University of Cincinnati,
I respect that. That's real smart.
Garfield, you always appeal to that method.
Yes, I
so
do.
now you don't know.
I don't know if there's a consensus on the pews because
man.
Remember, hold on. That's an inside joke. But remember, the gentleman is basically saying University of Cincinnati is buying it for a reason, and it's been argued about by many people. We need to look at the consensus of all the people that have reviewed it, then draw a conclusion on what the consensus is. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what the consensus is. You know, who am I?
Hey, Garfield. Let me ask you, so what's the conclusion that the Hebrews are saying, right? Are you saying that because something in a pew in a church has what looks like Hebrew script? So what are you inferring from that? Like, okay, now what? What are you saying? Anybody?
And that's the thing though, Morpheus. Like my biggest issue is like nobody that speaks Hebrew, reads Aramaic, speaks Aramaic, understands any of these languages is speaking so emphatically about these pews as the people who don't know the languages. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem that we have. We have these different scholars, and what they're saying is, hey, it looks as if it could possibly be this character from the Hebrew language, or this character from the Amharic language, or this character from West African Arabic, but no one is putting together an intelligible sentence. Now you also have what's it do? Abu, he quoted some scholars that said that it was verses from the Quran. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I'm okay with that, you know what I'm saying? Because the scholars said that the verses of the Quran was written in a West African Arabic script. And like, if you understand language, you can use the front of a language to convey another linguistic principle. You know what I'm saying? Like we can use the Latin version that we have of English characters to say shalom, or to say, you know what I'm saying, bawodi, or say all these things in different languages, but we're still articulating that language in these fonts. And so what I'm saying to these people that are not really students of linguistics is, what language are you saying is being put into these multiple fonts? Because it's not Hebrew. We have already established that. You know what I'm saying? The scholars say that it's not Hebrew language, period. But they're talking about the fonts, and we're not up on the dialogue, because all we hear is bits and pieces. And we grab these bits and pieces because we're trying to build an argument, but we don't understand what they're even talking about. Like, no one said this is a Hebrew language.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
All right. Yeshua
Nile Valley Hebrew, I just responded about the word Israel being used. And I think what happened is when we're zealots, as Zion said, what you need, Pops? All right, cool. I got you here. All right, I asked what I want. All right, cool. All right. And by the way, Orthodox Hebrew, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, by the way. I think you have the Brooklyn magic. I think you're gonna be somebody to reckon with in the community. I like the way you analyze the data, but it's hard whenever you are I don't know if you know a methodology or a research methodology or whatever. Just ask yourself a question. That's the first thing you got to do. You know, are we Hebrew Israelites, and how would you go about it? What's the data? And I think a lot of people who do research, most of them are believers already, so we can't really find out the truth because of the bias. And then what happened is, I didn't mind bringing on Zion, not because he agreed with my position. I was quick to bring him on, but to hear his perspective, not on the Hebrew, because I already made up my mind of if it's Hebrew or not, but just to hear him talk about the solid trail and the cursive was extremely important today. That really solidified my mindset toward the PEWS. And I think I want to say thank you to my master, Brother Reggie, for bringing a different perspective, because we need separate. I think this is what Orthodox Hebrew is trying to do. And I think his perspective probably changed a little bit today based on what the Solar Trail and the and what Brother Reggie said. I think it
changed from what to what?
Yeah, based on what improved on what you've been saying. I think it kind of improved on it, because a lot of folks, there's a lot of pictures happening. When I put out the raw footage, I'm gonna make sure I clear everything with my brother first before I do it. Y'all gonna see there's a bunch, it's a numerous amount. But the issue is, I call it, I mean, Chucher was joking when he said it, but I call it scribble scrabble. I don't think it's anything. It could be a code also, that where we're gonna meet at. You know what I'm saying? Where we're gonna meet at.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
Are running and fighting for their lives. It's not like they are living comfortably. And that, and by the way, too, it's not a joke issue to talk about the PEWS because of the at church. This is something I want to make clear to everybody. We might be laughing, but remember, these were our ancestors who had to go through certain things to make themselves free. So we might laugh, but it's
just when you say Israelites were calling themselves Baptists. I mean, how can we not laugh?
But Garfield, before I go, I would just like to add that it could be using Wolof characters or Fulani characters or African script to embed English words in it, right? Because that would be the best way if some of those people were speakers or had some knowledge of their ancestral language or what they learned. And if you wanted to put in English in it, it would be helpful. So it may just simply be A to Z, right? It might be a cipher. It might be A to Z. Like how do we pronounce this, right? Inside the African language. So this is just scholarship. This is what we do. It could be just scribbly scrap, but it does seem that there is some method to what they're doing. So it could be a cipher. It could be an alphabet, an alphabet. It could be a number of different things. But what is not, it does not seem to be religious at this point, unless we can see that any of these symbols make up the word, make up the sound Yahweh or any of those type of things, right? But even if they did that, you would look to see some type of biliteral script. You would see Yahweh, and then you would see the symbolism. So I'm not really certain, but I am just trying to say it looks more cursive, but it doesn't look cursive Hebrew, to Zion Lex's point. But it could be.
Listen, on that pew, right, where the writing is at, the writing facing the church members, or is the writing facing the person who's standing behind the thing? Where's the writing facing?
I mean, it varies. First, I use as a basis of the West African script. So I try to see is does the writing face any of the West African scripts? Right?
No, I'm talking about not
From my
the writing.
understanding, brother, the writing is on the edge of the was on the end paneling of the pews, and it faces either the aisles or the walls of the balcony, etc. Whatnot.
Okay, so that means that so does that mean that the members of the church or people who staying in the church in the pews, would they be able to visibly see that?
Oh yeah, they would be able to.
Oh yeah, you can see it walking through the pews. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
when they're entering the pews, yes.
Well, okay, so they would visibly able. I mean, to me, I'm trying to think what would be the purpose of writing on the pew, right?
Well, that's another sign that they're not trying to hide anything.
Right. That's what it's like. It's not, you know.
They're not trying to hide anything.
Yeah,
because if it was a code, let me say, if it was a code, right? If it was a particular code, like you said, for us to meet here, or some secret code, and that's facing everybody to look at that to know what it means. Okay, cool, right? Are you saying that? Because if it's just Hebrew and it's saying, I mean,
right? It's like the 9 patch being on the roof. It's like a symbol.
Right. It could be names. It could be names. It could be surnames. It could be again the alphabet from A to Z. Or it could actually be words.
Man, I keep asking y'all, man, what word is it in Hebrew?
I keep asking the same thing.
Discussion is
man, like what word is it? Like,
we haven't got a single word from any script. Now they say there's multiple scripts, but we haven't got a single word yet.
This is the dumbest conversation we've had on here, man.
We got Hebrews that believe the Metanetia is Hebrew first and then Metanetia.
And they Hebrew.
Huh?
They crazy too.
Yeah. So my whole point of it is, whatever it is, we know that the Hebrew language, both cursive, later cursive with the Europeans, but before that with the Europeans the other way, because they were all Europeans as far as I was concerned. As far as I came out of Africa, right? So they're all Europeans. Hebrew, regular Hebrew or cursive Hebrew, right? We do know that exists, and that's not that language. So it has to be another language.
Hey, brother Reggie, you should try to compare it to the demonic and see. It has a lot of lines and circles too.
Yeah, it seems closer to Arabic, West African Arabic.
My point is, you can find a lot of scripts that you might find similarities to.
I know, but if you ask me the Demotic, right? I would say no. I would say no Metanetia. I would say no Aramaic. I would say, based on what I am seeing, it just based on my limited language skills, that it's not those. And that raises the whole question: what the hell would Africans be reading Demotic in West Africa? Because we have no other evidence of Demotic in West Africa.
Right, and I don't believe they would be, but the point is that you could go to many scripts and find lines and circles that might be similar to what you see on those pews. Doesn't mean that, and it doesn't mean that it comes.
Right, but we have to use our common sense. We have to use our common sense as to what would those people be more familiar with. So Demotic we will rule out, right? We wouldn't rule out Arabic, right? Hebrew we only ruling out because we can't find identical symbols. So we're ruling out Hebrew, and we ruled out classic Arabic. So now we're looking at cursive West African, or maybe something else, maybe a Congo script Or
So my next question. So wait. So my next question would be: are there any other churches in that time period anywhere that also have any other writings?
Wait. Let me try to build on what I was trying to bring out with this whole conversation, right? So the reason why I wanted to have the conversation that we have the title on today was to kind of get to the point we can discuss this in an intellectual way, right? So what we have to understand, this is the reason why I interjected when the brother Zion was talking, because a lot of the scholars that do say it's Hebrew, they say that it is Ladino. Ladino is a language, right? Ladino is Latino, and we got to understand that the people who was in the South Carolina, the Georgia, the Florida areas in the 1600s, the people that was there were who? They were Spaniards.
You mean the Latinos is not a people? It's a language?
It's both. It's a language and it's a people, but at the same time, Ladino is the people that converted themselves to the belief systems, the understanding of the Iberians.
But didn't slave traders illegally who named the Mandi people Latinos so they could get away with enslaving them and breaking the law?
They sure did. They
did.
And so these people that was illegally named was converted to the Latino or the Ladino belief system. Also, some of them may have learned their oppressor's language. Can we agree to that?
Yes, indeed.
Good one.
And this is what I was trying to build with today's conversation. We're gonna build this tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna go deeply into detail about Ladino, about the Portuguese, about the Lacados, the Latinos, and what we call now the Latino. These are
wait 1 minute, Kyle, because I want to get this real clear. Slave traders who were breaking the law named African people Latinos in order to enslave them illegally. Is that what you said?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So basically, the Hebrews have been right because now they blood in, blood out Christians. I mean Hebrews.
and you know that's the point I was trying to kind of dive into, because like when you look at the scholar that was talking about it, that the black scholar that Garfield brought on, he was saying that it may be Siletrio or it could be Amharic script, right? And the thing about that makes it so interesting if it's Siletrio is that it shows that they was converting themselves to the belief system of the people who was enslaving them and learning their language. And that's what's so important. That's why this whole documentary is so important, because these slaves that was in West Africa, they understood the language of their oppressors before they even got here. And that's something that I don't think a lot of folks are gonna follow me on. You know what I'm saying? But
one more, Kyle. What does Sephardic mean?
Sephardic means the separated ones. It's a Hebrew word. It means the people who live in the area of Spain and Portugal.
Does it mean a Spanish or a Hispanic?
It could be because based on the place. So like the Sephardic in Hebrew means separated ones, but the separated ones that was separated, they went to the place that we call Spain. And so there's a connection for the Sephardic to the Spanish people, and those two titles kind of merged together as being Sephardic means Spain.
Especially during the time of around 15th century, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So are we Spaniards now?
They are. I'm not. But the thing is, like, if you believe that you are more, then you would agree that you would be Spanish. You know what I'm saying? If you agree,
and so the root of Sephardic goes to a biblical town that's unknown, according to.
No, it's no. Like, so if you go to the book of Obadiah, the first book of Obadiah, I believe it's one of the last 4 or 5 verses. It says that the people left and they went to a place called Sepharda, and the people that are in Sepharda are called the Sephardim, because Sephardim is a title of multiplicity of a certain.
Correct, but when you look up the title it says unknown.
Garfield,
When you look up,
I heard his voice.
when you look up the title, it says unknown.
Yes, yes. Garfield gonna go in on the back channel, like, bro, what y'all doing, man? That's debate material.
Hey, real quick, Garfield, I gotta jump off, fam, but I appreciate you letting me jump on the bill with the family, jump on the bill with Zion, jump on the bill with brother Reggie, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. So when we gonna get you to come through Debate Talk for you and have that build with the anonymous Hebrew the bill with me on the genetics and whatnot.
So it's orderly Hebrew way,
Oh, he must be away from the mic, but yeah. Shout out to Garfield, shout out to the chat, shout out to the family. You have a good one, fam.
Shout out, bro. Thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Rich Ethiopian history in this church. You find the connections in the areas that you
Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by individuals on this platform, the callers plus invited guests, are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Radio.
Help keep the show on the air. You want to help. Send me a donation app. The email is debatetalkview@gmail.com or through Cash App. $Sal Show. Thanks for your support.
Peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swaino, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the Seven Pillars Saracen. And this is the third installment of Israelite Intelligentsia here on Debate Talk for You. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to everybody watching. Shout out to Sal Showtime. Appreciate you for letting us use the platform. And this is part 2 of another look at the PEWS, the scholarly consensus. There's been a lot of back and forth this past week on this topic on a lot of different channels. But something that I think that is going to miss is the scrutinization of what the scholars have actually said and the implications thereof. So I wanted to do a quick show today. Not too long, hopefully under an hour. Just going over what the scholars said, what the claims are by the scholars, what the claims by the layman are, and what the implications of the claims made by the scholars are. So without further ado, I'm going to play a few videos that show what the scholars have said, and then I'm going to get into a presentation on such. So without further ado, here we go, fam.
Over and over. But the one thing with the PEWS, I have to say, I'm going to release the raw footage so everybody could see every pew. I think that's only fair because the West, although Reggie made the argument a while ago about West, I see why the church says it's West African Arabic because it does look like that script, but looking like don't make it. That's what it is. But hey, who am I? I'm just saying.
Garfield, what does the consensus say about that script? What does it say
about what the script on the
PEWS? On the PEWS, yes.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if there's really a consensus. I think everybody that looks at it is because what we do is we look at it from our perspective, from the people in that's made the claims.
Now this is where you got me confused, Garfield, because I thought you were saying, I thought you said on another channel that the documentary showed and proved that our people weren't illiterate when they came over, i.e. they could write.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What's that? Mm-hmm.
So is that the scholarly consensus of the PEWS that it demonstrates that we could write or no?
I wouldn't know. I would have to know how many scholars.
Okay.
No, for real. I would have to know how many scholars to jump up and say the scholarly consensus. I'm not doing that with that. I don't know. The PEWS is, you see, for the white folks at the University of Cincinnati.
I respect that. That's real smart.
Garfield, you always appeal to that method.
Yes, I
so
do.
now you don't know.
I don't know if there's a consensus on the PEWS because
man.
Remember, hold on. That's an inside joke. But remember, the gentleman is basically saying University of Cincinnati is buying it for a reason, and it's been argued about by many people. We need to look at the consensus of all the people that have reviewed it, then draw a conclusion on what the consensus is. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what the consensus is. You know, who am I?
Are you ready? Oh man.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready, brother.
All right, come on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Go ahead, bro. You got the floor.
All right. Peace and love, everybody.
I sent you an email. I sent you an email. Check your email.
All right. So this is Dr. Ephraim Isaac. You could look him up on, just Google him, just to know who we're talking about before I show the documentary, right? He's a brother that was born in Ethiopia. He's an Ethiopian American. He went to Harvard University. He's a scholar of ancient Semitic languages and civilization and African/Ethiopian languages and religion. He is the director of the Institute of Semitic Studies at Princeton, New Jersey, and the chair of the board of the Ethiopian Peace and Development Center. Dr. Isaac, listen to what he holds now. He holds a bachelor's in divinity from Harvard Divinity, a PhD in Near Eastern languages. Let me say it again.
That's right up his alley. That's right up his alley.
PhD.
That's his lane.
There you go. All right. So we're not going to go into anything else further about
And he an Israelite? He Hebrew?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, my brother. Can't get around that. So now let me share this documentary right here. Let me share this documentary here.
Hold on, Alton. Hold on. Y'all got to hold on.
It's called The Cryptic Quest. All right. Cryptic Quest. If anybody wants to look it up, as you can see, the video the brother sent me is unlisted because he sold the documentary. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, the University of Cincinnati, why would a scholar, a PhD Harvard scholar, fly down to look at the PEWS if it wasn't something major for them to review? There's been debates for this for years in the African American community. So now,
Mr. Backtastic said, say yeah, you ain't lying. Go ahead.
All right, hold on a second here. All right, here we go.
And shape.
Make it big.
Many of them look alike. Ha, sa, ra, ri.
So all these letters are Ethiopian.
Yeah, that is Ethiopian. Okay. This is ha, this is sa.
Yeah.
And this could be na if it was straight like this.
There is now evidence to clearly show that some of the slaves came with skills of writing, which transcends the traditional models of illiteracy, albeit most were illiterate. In fact, most people from Europe and the West were illiterate in that.
All right, so that's the first 45 seconds. Let me click now to another section. All right, so people could see exactly what's going on. All right, so we are at 30. What is this? All right, here we go. All right, here we go.
In 1733, my fifth great-grandfather,
Turn it up a little bit.
Jewish immigrant from Frankfurt on Oder, came across to America on a ship with about 40 other Jewish immigrants to Savannah. At the time, Savannah was a bit of a wilderness. The Jewish immigrants who arrived there were actually trying to reach Charleston. In terms of just Savannah in general, those Jewish immigrants settled there, arrived there in 1733. So that's 120 years of Jewish presence with African presence in place by the Civil War, which had something like 15,000 people as its population.
The Jews who came to North America, while they certainly wanted to retain their religious identity, also certainly in terms of economic livelihood, I mean, they did want to acculturate to their surroundings.
All right, hold on 1 second, Barry. Let me just pause it for 5 seconds and let's play some more of this.
You're talking about a close-knit community where all strata of life interacted and overlaid and intertwined.
The diverse community in Savannah provided a unique situation where Black slaves and Jews were living side by side. Could this be a possible explanation for what we see on the side of the pews? Are there actually Hebrew letters mixed in with the Ethiopian letters?
Well, then that would look like a cursive, Tom. As it is,
That's right.
As it is, it also, I have to see this closer up, but it also looks like a closer.
Mute your mic, they say, Garfield, while they talk. Mute your mic.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like a Hebrew letter, it's in a context of things that don't look like Hebrew letters. So that the issue is, again, the issue is not the individual sign. It's what the signs add up to.
So far, none of the letters, symbols, or markings seem to form words, which may imply that they had a different purpose entirely.
All right, give me another 5 seconds. Actually, I just text Alvin Elmore. He said he's at a video shoot because I wanted him to come on because he's the guy that actually filmed it. You know.
Yeah, he's more than welcome to come on.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
The use of alphabetic symbols in magic is very well known, it's very ancient. In Ethiopia, for instance, already in the 4th and 5th centuries, they were using decorative letters, not directly in terms of symbolic 3 or 4 words, letters, but in terms of a geometric figure. A lot of the early magic, what we call abracadabra, they are not complete words, but they are letters. There is one prayer that is I mean, they use just a few of those words, and sometimes it's maybe just like ha 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 la 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 ba 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 ga 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 ga. This is, of course, the way of enticing the demon and defeat them.
All right. Yeah, man, that's it right there, bro.
But that does fall along the lines of what Mr. Johnson said he ran through with that Cambridge stuff right there. That might actually explain. Well, let me see what y'all say. That might actually explain some of the confusion. Where's he at? Go ahead. You want to say anything else once I'm looking through these comments? You must got Washington must got another email. As soon as I put your name in, it came up from 2 years ago unless you got a new email. I couldn't touch the paste because I don't got nothing on the phone. Go ahead, Garfield. You got the floor. What you got to say on the whole thing?
I would just say that what we can do is go with what the scholarship has said. So if Dante has something where someone else has said something, and then look at what everybody who has actually done the work, and then draw your own conclusion. That's how you work with a scholarly from a scholastic point of view. But I do appreciate Dr. Ephraim Isaac being a part of this and giving some context. You know, he's saying there's no words there, but you have people saying like alphabetic letters in a chant like of some sort of magic. But the beauty of it that I got from it, that I'm glad that I knew about this, is that there are Africans that could write in the Americas before writing English.
That's right.
Shows that
Europe was still in a lot of ignorance.
Right. Yeah. That's what the scholar said too. So that's another
case. Because a number of the supporters of Richardson and Brown
kept asking me where my scholars are or which scholars I had reached out to, I decided that, if they insist, I can at least send out a few emails to a few different professors. So, and that's what I did. To each professor I wrote to, I sent 2 images. The first image I attached was of this particular pew from this angle. As you might have noticed, this is precisely the pew Kelly Richardson and I gave competing interpretations for, as I offered a hypothetical Arabic interpretation of the markings, and he offered a Solitreo interpretation. This is covered in detail in my previous video. The second image which I attached to each email was this one, which is the same pew, just with some highlights added to guide the eyes, so to speak. Along with those images, I sent each professor the exact same email text, which read as follows, quote, "Forgive the intrusion of this email. In Savannah, Georgia, USA, there is a church, First African Baptist Church, which has pews which were built by slaves. On the outside of the pews which those slaves built are a number of markings. Some have claimed that the markings might be Hebrew, and others have claimed that the markings might be Arabic. Recently, someone has suggested that one pew might even have material from the Quran, but the person who made that suggestion is not any sort of expert in Quranic Arabic. I'm writing to ask if you might offer some insight here. I have attached 2 images. The first image simply shows a pew unhighlighted. The second image shows the same pew with highlights as part of one person's attempt to elucidate what might be there. Nota bene, the portion on the right in the second image is in a different color because one person suggested that it might be the end of a different sentence. Could you tell me if, in your opinion, that looks to you or to any of your colleagues like it could be Hebrew, or if it looks like it could be Arabic, and if it might be the latter, if there is any possibility of it resembling anything in the Quran, and if you feel there might be any discernible language in the markings, whether Hebrew or Arabic or something else, are you or anyone you know able to suggest a possible translation? Apologies again for the intrusion. Thanks in advance for any help in this matter. Sincerely, AA." End quote. So I received multiple replies, and the first email that I'd like to show is the reply I received from Samar Ali, professor of Arabic at the University of Michigan. His response reads as follows, quote, "Thanks for reaching out, and this is super interesting. It looks like Arabic in the West African script, and it could very well be a 3-word snippet of chapter 114 of the Quran, which nearly every Muslim would know and use for ritual prayer. I can't be certain without more context, but it looks like Al-Nas, Ilahil Nas, humanity, the God of humanity, from the middle of that chapter. The whole text of chapter 114 is very short. In the name of God, merciful to all, compassionate to each, I seek refuge with the Lord of humanity, the King of humanity, the God of humanity, who whispers in the hearts of humanity, of jinn and humanity. Besides prayer, it's used in stressful or frightening situations to summon God's protection. Let me know if I can be of any further help." End quote. So while this professor, Samar Ali, said he is not certain, he does say that it looks like it could be a West African rendering of a few words from the last chapter of the Quran, precisely the chapter I had appealed to when I proposed an Arabic reading for this pew. Also worthy of note, his point that this text was memorized and recited in particular by those in stressful or frightening situations could loan itself well to the idea of this being a text which certain slaves had memorized. Now, let me show you another couple of emails, in particular, one with a more definitive answer. This one is from Geoffrey Kahn, who is the current Regius Professor of Hebrew at Cambridge in England. The Regius Professor, or Regius if you want, you can say Regius. The Regius Professorship of Hebrew at Cambridge is a Hebrew chair established by the King of England 480 years ago. So this is a serious Hebraist, and he also studies and teaches Arabic. So Professor Khan's initial reply to my email was as follows, quote, "Thank you very much for your message and for the photos of the pews in Savannah. The writing is Arabic and contains verses 2 and 3 from the final chapter or surah of the Quran. The text visible in the photo reads in Arabic, sovereign of mankind, the God of mankind. When do you think this was written on the pews? Was it written by the slaves who built it? Best wishes, Geoffrey." So I wrote back to Professor Khan with the following, quote, "Greetings, Professor Khan. Thank you very much for your reply. Regarding your question, I do not know for certain when the markings were made. The only thing I have is the church's oral tradition, which posits that The same slaves who made the PEWS were the ones who made those markings. Ergo, assuming that is correct, the markings would date to the 1850s. I really appreciate you sharing your conclusion regarding what appears in those markings. Forgive me if this question is somewhat redundant, but just to be clear, would you say it is definitely Arabic and not Hebrew? The context of my question is the alternate suggestions which have floated around, some positing that the markings should be Arabic and others positing that the markings should be Hebrew. Sincerely, AA, end quote. In response to that, Professor Khan wrote a second reply, which read in part as follows, quote, "The writing is clearly Arabic and is clearly from the Quran, the final surah, Surat al-Nas. It is certainly not Hebrew," end quote. Now, seeing how Richardson, Brown, and others treated the alleged positions of Boonis and Katz, can you imagine how they would react if Cambridge's Hebrew chair said that the markings are clearly Hebrew and certainly not Arabic? I think we can all agree that they would declare that the debate is finished and the matter is closed. So this begs the question, now that I have an email from Cambridge's Regius professor of Hebrew saying that the markings are clearly Arabic and certainly not Hebrew, should I play the same game? Should I say that the debate is closed and that mere students cannot say anything in response? Of course not. The reason why is because, as I said, that is not how academia works. No scholar would want me going around telling people that they cannot ask questions, or that they cannot raise objections, or that they cannot investigate the matter for themselves. This email does not have to end the discussion, and it especially should not be a tool, used to try to silence students of language. And, to drive this point home, let me share a third email. This one is from Mohsen Gudarzi, an assistant professor of Near Eastern Studies at the University of Minnesota. His email takes a different approach. His email reads in part as follows, quote, "Thank you for your email. I've looked at the images carefully, and I don't believe they contain Arabic writing. Now, it is not impossible for the markings to represent a highly cursive, idiosyncratic, and or local form of Arabic script. Someone with expertise in West African Islam could be a better judge of this. Nor is it impossible to read into them certain recognizable phrases from the Quran. I can read into them 2 phrases, in fact. But these would constitute imposition of a text upon the markings, which can be done basically with any set of sufficiently complex traces," end quote. Now, I imagine at this point, some might be thinking, wait, what? Why would you share that email? You should have ended it with the email from the professor at Cambridge. But I would prefer that we at least try to be somewhat intellectually honest. Moreover, I think Professor Gudarzi's email is helpful. There is a real possibility of an imaginative mind making connections based on familiar features and patterns while looking at something which is actually random or naturally occurring. And one can read up on, things like pareidolia and apophenia for more on this possibility. Finally, let's be honest. What sorts of replies we might get from certain professors can also be influenced by what precise images are shown, how those images are highlighted, and how the questions are worded. So there are multiple layers of interpretation and influence at play in these exercises. For example, try writing to different professors with this image without any highlights, noting that some claim Hebrew appears on the pew and others claim Arabic appears on the pew, while also clearly saying up front that one other possibility is that these are just random or naturally occurring markings like medullary rays or scratches, made at random. I think we all know that we're unlikely to get too many replies declaring that to clearly be Hebrew or Arabic if that approach is taken. On that note, I hope everyone enjoyed this discussion on the recent appeals to scholars, and I really am looking forward to the comments of others, and I'm looking forward to see where this discussion goes from here. On that note, God bless.
Go ahead, Godfrey. You got the floor. What you got to say on the whole thing?
I would just say that what we can do is go with what the scholarship has said. So if Dante has something where someone else has said something, and then look at what everybody who has actually done the work, and then draw your own conclusion. That's how you work with a scholarly from a scholastic point of view. But I do appreciate Dr. Ephraim Isaac being a part of this and giving some context. He's saying there's no words there, but you have people saying like alphabetic letters in a chant like of some sort of magic.
But the beauty of it that I got from it, that I'm glad that I knew about this, is that there are Africans that could write in the Americas before writing English.
That's right.
Shows that
Europe was still in a lot of ignorance. Let's just put it that way. Yeah.
That's what the Scott said too.
Yeah, peace, family. So now that we've seen what the scholars have had to say about the situation, we're going to compare and contrast what they've said and see what kind of logical conclusions we can come to based upon what they've said. So real quick, let me go ahead and put this on present. Be nice. Come on. Play nice. Thank you. Again, another view on the PEWS Part 2, the scholarly consensus. Now that we know that multiple scholars have weighed in on the PEWS, either through correspondence or through involvement in the Cryptic Quest documentary, it seems relevant to come to some understandings as to the consensus of said scholars and the implications thereof. The claims about the PEWS made by laymen have been as follows. The markings are scribbles and scratches and not language. The markings are possible natural growth in the wood. The markings are possibly a form of West African Arabic. The markings are possibly a form of Ladino or Soletreo. The markings are possibly multiple scripts of Africa, etc. The markings are possibly some form of trade language. The markings are possibly ciphers, codes, and maps. These are the scholars that have weighed in so far publicly that we know of. If there's any other scholars that you know of that have weighed in on this, please let me know so I can add it to the list and add their input in. There's a few scholars that have not been put on this list because they've decided to step out of the conversation and have asked not to be cited in this conversation. So there have been more people who've talked about this, but they will not all be cited. But it goes as follows. Dr. Ephraim Isaac, Director of Semitic Studies at Princeton. Dr. Richard Saracen, Professor of Rabbinics and Liturgy at HUC. Dr. Jeffrey Kahn, Regius Professor of Hebrew at Cambridge. Samra Ali, Associate Professor of Arabic and Islamic Studies at the University of Michigan. Mohsen Godarzi, Assistant Professor of Near Eastern Studies at the University of Minnesota. I would like to note real quick so everyone understands, out of all of these people that are commenting on this, 2 of them are multilingual in terms of like understanding Semitic languages. So Dr. Ephraim Isaac and Dr. Jeffrey Kahn are very proficient in multiple Semitic languages. I would like to point that out. As far as I'm concerned, they would be the 2 top people in this, followed by Dr. Richard Saracen and then followed by Sam Ali, etc. That's my personal opinion. You don't have to take that at all. That's just what I think. But Dr. Ephraim Isaac positively identified some Ethiopian letters in the Ge'ez script on one pew. I don't recall him saying anything concerning Ge'ez being on all the pews. From what I saw from the documentary, and again, I have not seen the entire documentary. What I'm saying is based upon the clips that have been made available to the public. I am definitely open to correction based upon any other information that comes out based upon the documentary. So please keep that disclaimer in mind. So again, when you watch the documentary, from what I understand, he's identifying Ge'ez on one pew. He also gave some Ethiopic theological reasonings as to why one might find single letters and not words with examples of prayers, etc. Next, we have Dr. Rabbi Richard Saracen. He possibly identified some Hebrew letters on one pew. However, he felt there was a problem with the letters being surrounded by things that were not Hebrew letters, and poses the issue. It's what the signs add up to. So I don't think he would have. I don't think he's positively stating that there's Hebrew letters. I think he's stating that there's possibly Hebrew letters, and I think for him he's looking for them to add up to a word for them to be declared Hebrew. Now, again, he's looking at one pew in the documentary. I'm assuming he had access to all the pews. I don't know what his view is on all the pews, but from the documentary, what we could see is his view on that one pew where he's identifying a couple of letters, etc. So I think his opinion is just based upon that one pew. Again, I stand to be corrected by any other information that comes out from the documentary. Garfield repeatedly stipulated that he had a clip that to where Ephraim Isaac and others apparently make the negative claim, the definite negative claim that there is no Hebrew on the pews. But to date, and given multiple chances, he has yet to produce that clip. So if it ever gets produced, again, like I said, I stand to be corrected. But until then, I got to roll with what's out there. Going forward, Dr. Jeffrey Kahn positively identified Arabic letters on one of the pews. I gotta fix that. Let me fix that right now because I'm one of them type of dudes. Forgive me, family. One of the pews. Bam. There we go. Dr. Jeffrey Kahn positively identified Arabic letters on one of the pews. He also positively identified an ayat and surah 114 from the Quran on the same pew. And to be clear, Dr. Jeffrey Kahn had access to only photos of a single pew. He did not have access to all of the pews. So again, I don't think what he's saying would apply to every pew. I think it could only logically apply to the pew that he saw. Again, he's also proficient in Hebrew, in Aramaic, etc. Associate Professor Samir Ali said that it looked like Arabic in the West African script that could possibly be a 3-word snippet of the 114th surah of the Quran. Professor Khan also had access to only photos of a singular pew. He did not have access to all the pews. So again, I think what he has to say would only be applicable to the photos he talked about, not to all the pews. Assistant Professor Godarzi did not believe the writings contained Arabic, however, admitted that it could be a form of what I say a form of West African Arabic. I think he said it a form of localized Arabic, and suggested a scholar on West African Islam be consulted. He said that one could possibly read 2 phrases from the Quran, and this is from the second part. I guess the second picture, it's where Abu had outlined some things, but thought that this was imposing on the markings. Again, he only had photos of the one pew. So I don't think he's dismissing anything outright on all the pews. I think again, his opinion can only deal with the one pew that he looked at logically. Forward. So the scholarly consensus on the pews. One scholar was able to positively identify Ge'ez letters on one pew. However, no words in Ge'ez were identified. One scholar possibly identified Hebrew letters on one pew, but was not able to identify any words. One scholar positively identified the 114th surah of the Quran and the phrase sovereign of mankind, God of mankind. A second scholar possibly identified the 114th surah in the West African Arabic and the phrase God of mankind. One scholar thought speculation would be imposing on the markings and deferred authority on the matter to scholars of West African Islam. Again, if anybody disagrees with that assessment, I'm open to correction. I would love a discussion on the matter. I'm not trying to act like I'm the end all be all on this. This is just my understanding of what I'm seeing and reading and hearing and understanding and whatnot. So again, always open for correction. Again, not only am I open to it, I invite it. And again, to be fair, there will be those that say that my interpretation of what the scholars have said is based upon my own confirmation bias. They will most likely say that at best, Ge'ez letters have only been hypothesized and that Quranic phrases have only been hypothesized. And again, those are fair criticisms. To date, there are no scholars making the claim that markings are all scribbles and scratches with no language. To date, there are no scholars making the claim that the scrutinized markings on the PEWS are natural wood growths. To date, there are no scholars making the claim of the markings adding up to a code, cipher, map, or trade language. To date, there are no scholars making the claim of Ladino or Soletreo. To date, there are scholars that have positively and possibly identified Ge'ez, Hebrew, and West African Arabic letters and Quranic phrases. Now, what that does right there, family, is that opens up the conversation on this here about, let me go back. My fault. About this here, about there possibly being codes, ciphers, maps, and trade languages. Again, if 3 different types of letters and scripts have possibly been identified, and again, there's also Bakongo symbols in the church. So that's 4 basic language types there: Bakongo, Arabic, Hebrew, and Ge'ez. That opens up the conversation to a code, cipher, map, or trade language concept that now has to be ruled out, as far as I understand it. Again, open to correction and dialogue on the matter. For anyone to say that the consensus of the scholars is that there is nothing legible on the PEWS would be completely false at this juncture. Any hypothesis of the scholars involved, and again, this is for people saying that you can't say anything definite about what was said. You got to just say it's all hypothesis. Okay, I'm with that. Any hypothesis of the scholars involved would have to be either proven or disproven at this juncture. It cannot be dismissed on its face. One more time. Any hypothesis of the scholars involved would have to be either proven or disproven. It cannot be dismissed on its face. Again, this is my best understanding of the information, family. This is my very best understanding of the information. Hold on. I'm gonna play something real quick. Let me bring my brother in.
Oh, go ahead, Godfrey. You got the floor. What you got to say on the whole thing?
I would just say that what we can do is go with what the scholarship has said. So if Dante has something where someone else has said something, and then look at what everybody who has actually done the work, and then draw your own conclusion. That's how you work with a scholarly from a scholastic point of view. But I do appreciate Dr. Ephraim Isaac being a part of this and giving some context. You know, he's saying there's no words there, but you have people saying like alphabetic letters in a chant like of some sort of magic. But the beauty of it that I got from it, that I'm glad that I knew about this, is that there are Africans that could write in the Americas before writing English.
That's right.
Shows that
Europe was still in a lot of ignorance. Let's just put it that way. Yeah.
That's what the scholar said too.
Oh, okay. Yara said he got a dip, so never mind. But yeah, family, I'm gonna keep it real short and sweet. That is my assessment. Again, open to dialogue and critique and all that type of stuff. I'm not proclaiming to be the end all be all on this topic. In fact, Abu will be coming on this channel. We will be having a discussion on this very same topic, going over the arguments, going over the evidence, etc., and trying to see where everything lies or whatnot. I'm looking forward to that conversation. And later on today, family, at 5:30 Eastern and 2:30 Pacific, we will have Brother Benaiah Israel coming on to talk about the people of the First African Baptist Church, some of them historically identifying as being Israel, and his information on such and his proofs for such. I recently went on the Dagger Squad channel and showed some of his had them show some of his videos documenting the documentation from the church, and them calling people like fathers in Israel and identifying as Israel as the community and whatnot. It ruffled a few feathers and whatnot. Oh, okay, hold on. I believe my brother just stepped back in. Hold on, what's good here? Uh-oh. Oh, now I gotta go switch up right quick. Hold on. Let me go change clothes. Hold up. Since you rocking out like that, what's good?
Yeah, shalom, Mark. Shalom.
Shalom, fam. What's good with y'all? How y'all doing?
Shalom, Mark. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I just wanted to stop by briefly, man, and say, man, just good show. I think this is, I like, this segment is, is a little bit even more in depth into the minds and the idea of the actual scholars and what they were actually saying, because I believe a lot of the argument has been lost in translation when it comes to what the scholars have actually said. And so I just appreciate this work you've done on this. I think this not just furthers it conversation, but brings a lot more clarity to the understanding of the topic and the discussion. So, man, good work, bro.
All praise to the Most High.
All praise.
So, what do you brothers think about what I was saying in terms of what the scholars are saying now opens up the conversation about having to disprove the codes, the ciphers, the maps, and the trade languages, etc.
I think it's absolutely right on. It lines up with everything that we see when we actually go out there, when we talk to people who are doing the tours. It also lines up with exactly what Dante was talking about. And I wanted to share that article because he did reference it. I don't know if people take the time to write down these articles or these sources that people source and share. Hold on, I want to clear this one thing out real quick. I don't want y'all in my business. But it becomes imperative that we research articles when people give us great sources. And, a lot of us have our own sources, but then when people help you and they give you other sources, it's important to deal with this. So Dante was saying that, and I agree that, when our people come here, they're dealing with a mixture of like Maghrebi Arabic, ancient Israelite, I think it is, and Patois. And I'm going to bring that up in a second. We're going to see, like you said, some form of lingua franca, some type of interaction. And this is why you see scholars giving you multiple opinions on the various things that we see on the pews. Abu had made a good point. One, it depends on which, I'm looking at all three symbols. That's hot. Abu made a point about at some point in time, you're going to see, it depends on what pew you're looking at and depends on how you're phrasing your questions and things like that. So I agree with that point. We've never come out and said that it's only cursive Hebrew, it's only this. Those that try to make that accusation, it's clear, what we're saying. But it's also clear that to just throw away the concept that we would see some form of a cursive Hebrew letter or any type of connection to a Hebrew or Israelite thought process is flawed. It's a flawed methodology, right? So I'm going to share my screen if I can really quick, if that's okay, Moore. I wanted to let you finish. I didn't want to come in and, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I want to do one thing real quick, and then I'm going to camel back on something you just said, and then I'm going to pass the rock right back. So Elaine 72 was saying, he said scholars possibly said, no, I'm saying possibly identified. So when it comes to the Hebrew letters on the pews, Rabbi Saracen said that he believes that he could see some Hebrew letters or whatnot, but he wanted to see some context with it. He wanted to see what it built into, right? So I'm trying to be as charitable as possible because for some people they'll take that as like, no, he affirmed Hebrew letters, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that concept. But some people would take that as he gave a hypothesis on Hebrew letters. So I'm trying to be as charitable as possible and say that he possibly identified Hebrew letters. Now, when it comes to the Ga'iz and it comes to the Arabic, that was positively identified and definitely identified, and done so by the linguists who had the most background in Semitic languages, who were multilingual in Semitic languages. So also to what Anonymous is saying, and to throw back to what he's talking about, in terms of being like multilingual and whatnot. So we also see to where Ronald Dalton Jr. was in a conversation with Rabbi Harry Rosenberg and a West African brother identifying as Israelite, talking about a Yoruba Torah found in Moroccan Arabic Again, that's that Maghrebi Arabic that Anonymous was talking about. Aramaic, that's that ancient Israelite he's talking about, and the Yoruba script. So with that, I'm gonna pass it right back to you, brother. Go ahead and share your screen.
Con, excellent point. You guys can hear me okay? Because I'm looking away
Perfect.
from the mic.
Perfect.
Awesome. And so I'm sharing this, and I strongly suggest y'all just read this article, right? And I'm glad that Elder Yar is here because he can speak specifically to the concept that God we is gonna be referenced about as it pertains to this language. I mean, he has a whole presentation on a lot of this. And so the problem is that we want to fight, right? Everybody wants to have a fight, but we can't be scholastically honest about a lot of different things. And I'm hoping that we can begin to shed some of this dishonesty. Let me make sure this is the right.
Elusive One asked, does anyone know how many pews have the markings in that church besides the one pew shown? That's a fantastic question. Fantastic question. And what this conversation does with the scholars is it opens up the necessity of all the pews being cataloged and categorized based upon what markings are on them. But fantastic question. Thank you for that question.
Brother, do you see the article that I'm sharing? I want to make sure I got it queued up, brother.
Yep.
All right. Let's go ahead and get this done real quick. Am I sharing?
Yep, you got it.
Okay. So this is an article that Dante had referenced, all right? And it's called Black Jews, the Religious Challenge or Politics versus Religion. Right?
Real quick, can you when you're done, can you put the link in the back chat here so I can actually put it in the regular chat?
Yep, I got you.
No worries.
As soon as I'm finished.
You go.
You do have to have a JSTORS account to get here. So whatever you brothers and sisters have to do to get that, you know what, it might be on Dante's on his website though. So I'll talk to him and see if he has it. Or we'll reach out to him, I should say. Talking like I just got a great, like I know the brother. We'll reach out to him and see if he has it on his website. The concept of this is to understand anyone who has this erroneous claim or belief that there is no pre-colonial and post-colonial Israelite presence in West Africa, you're completely going against scholarship, okay, at this point. And you are now showing your bias. Now, all I'm going to do, I completely urge you to read this entire article because there are some amazing points that are made, not just about when they get here during slavery period, but also before this, and how there is all this scholarship, all of this actual work that proves the existence of this people and what they would have been doing, and how it is pertinent to study the culture of these people before you just chump something off or throw something away as if no, this doesn't exist, or no, you're trying to claim onto a heritage that doesn't belong to you. Okay, so I'm going to go, the quote that I'm going to go is on page 235, because this is specifically the quote that the brother Dante had brought out. And the reason that this becomes important is because it speaks to what we were talking about, this possibly being a trade language, or this possibly being some form of a mixture of languages, just to be, quaint, just to be brief about it. So I'm going to read here. I want to start here. Where do we see God be? Here we go. So it says, in southern Nigeria, the natives call Black Jews the strange people on the Imo Yokuram or Imo Yokwam. They are called the B'nai Ephraim or Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. They claim that their ancestors came from Morocco, and this is supported by Godby, who noted that their language is a mixture of Maghrebi Arab, ancient Hebrew, and local patois. For example, Abu, meaning father, became Yaba, for mother is close to the Hebrew word, which would be im or ima, those that don't know that. These Imo Yoquam Jews live in the Ondo district and have a copy of the Torah. Now, this is just one portion, okay? If you read this article, like I said, this article is incredible. The brother Yara has an amazing presentation. I love to give people credit for their work. That's why I'm not going to just keep going into this, because I want other people to be able to share their studies on these type of conversations as well. But what you find is their language, especially when we're starting to deal with West African jewelry, is going to be a mixture of languages in a lot of these areas. And that becomes extremely pertinent and crucial to the conversation, because now we have to start identifying these people. And here's the beautiful part. When you go to this church, you find rich Nigerian, rich Ethiopian history in this church. You find the connections in the areas that you would expect to find of people who would have had some type of, what we say, Jewish, and we could easily call this a misnomer, but for right now, that's not the fight, right? But for those that we would find in this culture, they're represented at this church. So in a second, I want the brother Elder Yara to come in, but this, I wanted to show you, like, okay, so like if the brother Dante is sharing the source, if we're sharing the source or whatever, this is a Cambridge used source. This is a Cambridge.org used source. You can get you can go to Cambridge.org, you can go to JSTOR and get it. The source is credible. Godby is a credible source as it pertains to these type of situations. This is not things that we're just making up. We're coming to these conclusions based on the preponderance of evidence that we are starting to see. And notice no one is still jumping out the window saying, oh, it's only Hebrew. It's definitely this. And no, we're showing you what all the scholars say. But what we do see is our proponents, those that I would say have personal agendas, are clearly trying to make one-sided arguments. And that's no way it could be this. There's no way it could be that. And I think we deserve and we've earned the right to sit down and have these scholastic conversations where we're not being ridiculed and beat upon and not given the opportunity to speak, and actually look and see what the scholarship says.
And when you look at the scholarship at this juncture, it seems to be pointing towards the conversation opening up, not closing down.
Facts.
Con.
Can you speak to the Godby connection a little bit there, Elder?
Yeah, I could do that. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, most of the information I would actually be basically from the article you just read, but there's some pertinent things in here that I want to speak out that I think that connects to the topic. If not, you brothers just reel me back in. I'm going to share my screen just a little bit. And it's basically going to be from the same article, but it's something that we talked about before that I wanted to make sure we took a look at. You brothers let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay. So this is basically the portion of the doc. This is the article that I just read, Anonymous Hebrew just read. And I wanted to bring out something, so I'm just going to reread a little bit of what he wrote, of what he just read. But it also talks about this is Godby, Alan Godby, and Dr. Alan Godby actually came to the conclusion that these particular Maghrebi Arabs, or what he referred to as Ephraimite Moors, right, or the Imo Kwaim, they were basically Black Jews that spoke and wrote in the lingua franca of their time, which was Arabic, right? And so let's go a little bit further here. So I'm just going to reread this just for a little bit, but I want to point out something. It says, in southern Nigeria, the natives called Black Jews the strange people. On the Imo Yoquaim, they are called the B'nai Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. They claim that their ancestors came from Morocco. This is supported by Godby, who noted that their language is what? A mixture of Maghrebian Arab, ancient Hebrew, and local patois, right? For example, Abu meaning father became Yaba. Let me see. And for mother is close to the Hebrew, word. Now, is this section here, this line here, Maghrebian, a mixture of Maghrebian Arab, ancient Hebrew, and local patois. We're not postulating that this is the language admixture that we see on the pews, on the script that's written on the pews in Savannah, Georgia. We're postulating that the possibility of an admixture of Hebrew letters and Arabic writing, what most people tend to agree that it's there for both Hebrew and Arabic, is the possibility that this was a formulated type of language, or quote unquote, for lack of a better term, what we would say Ebonics or Creole type of writing, right? So I wanted to show this word right here. Can one of you brothers, I don't know more, can you get that definition for patois right there, P-A-T-O-I-S? Because I wanted to bring something out really quickly. Can you brothers hear me?
You want me to read it? I can give it to you.
Yeah, just read the definition of patois.
Yeah, a dialect of the common people of a region, differing in various respects from the standard language of the rest of the country.
And so it's a dialect, right? Not necessarily. It's more so if you read further in the definition, I believe it gives you more so of an understanding. It's more like a Creole. I think that one of the examples that they use,
it goes on further to say jargon or informal speech used by the particular social group.
Exactly. And is this not what Dr. Ephraim Isaac kind of says? He says it's you see this la ba ah da wow. You see this type of
I don't think he talks about trade language or something like that. But when he comes in the documentary, what's very interesting is he comes in talking about a Proto-Semitic script, right? And so what needs to be understood about that is that's why these languages can be blended in such a way and can be made into a trade language or into a patois or into some kind of local Creole, is because they have the same, the Afro-Asiatic. We're talking about potentially Hebrew, Arabic, and Ge'ez being on the pews, right?
Correct.
So they all have the same base to them, right? So it's easy for those kind of languages to be blended into a trade language. For instance, you can see this done in Spain as well, to where when the Moors were there, they had a mixture of Latin speaking peoples, Arabic speaking peoples, etc. And they melded all those languages into a trade language called Mozarabic, right? So it's, if they can do that with languages that aren't exactly the same, you can do it with languages that are similar way easier.
Agreed. And so, I'm postulating that it's a possibility, this may be what we're experiencing here, right? So it's not far-fetched, as some may try to postulate, that it's just, it's incredible. You can't believe that. It could never happen. Well, we clearly see we have Dr. Alan Gabi here, who gives us a primary source here from Alan Gabi that says, look, this is what he's witnessed. He's recorded this.
Right. And what's interesting about this whole thing is this essentially even goes back to a conversation about migration, because there's things that open up with the conversation. One, how did Ge'ez get on the pews, right? And then two, this concept of the north-south migration of people in Africa, going from the Maghreb down to sub-Saharan Africa, needs to be understood. It really needs, so for instance, the Banu Ephraim, the Bani Ephraim are known in Nigeria, but in North Africa, they're known as the Banu Ifran, right? They were the Banu Ifran, and they came down and became the Bani Ephraim, right? So you'll find them as the Banu Ifran in other sources, right? And so going into Black History Month, I'm going to do my best to get Sister Dana Marnici Reynolds on here to talk about these subjects, about the migration of people through Africa, so we can get a clear picture of what's going on here. to understand why it's potentially possible for a trade language to be found on these pews, etc.
And just to support that, when you, or at least when I went on the tour, this is the assessment of the brother that was doing a tour guide, who wasn't just a tour guide. He's, you know, he has the credentials at that time even to back up what he's saying. He's saying when they come here, they have a trade language, right? He's saying that they are experiencing and exchanging concepts, more than just trade, though. They would write books, and they're writing about past historical things. They're writing fiction. They're doing all types of interactions with each other in various forms of language, and they do have some form of a trade dialect, right? He didn't proclaim to understand it and know it and all of this. You clearly see it, and this becomes imperative because when you start to study the oral traditions of all of these various quote unquote tribes that are Jewish within the other cultures in West Africa, they all have these oral traditions of coming from the Levant, and their dialect is different from the areas that they're in. Like the quote unquote Israelites that are with the Gagdagme, they will say they speak a different dialect than other people in that same tribe. Now, I want to answer a question, and the reason I want to answer this question is not to pick, but to speak to the very problem of what's going on. Sister Elaine 72 says, is this assessment to prove African Americans are Jews or Islamic? Number one, the assessment was really just to deal with the PEWS and the scholarship of the PEWS, right? But to answer the deeper question of what seems, the underlying, what seems to be there, anyone going around that's saying that all African Americans are anything is mistaken. It's mistaken, right? The slave trade shows a vast array of deportation from various parts of not just West Africa, but East Africa. What we're saying, though, is if we really have to get into, or if you want to really press that conversation, then the answer for that is it's not so much to prove anybody as African Americans or Jews or African Americans or anything. It's to show the connection of African American quote unquote jewelry in West Africa and East Africa, because we are constantly told that it is asinine to even make that type of connection.
Correct.
We need to sit down and be able to be mature enough to have these scholastic conversations. We need to be able to sit down and have them without the insults and without the banter that we see. And this brother is going through this, right? He's going through these pictures, through these videos. Now, the other question.
Real quick. Let me pick up that question real quick. Like, so since we are not the people who came out talking about trying to link these pews to some kind of identity concept, that's not what we're doing. As a matter of fact, we came out because for instance, there were people out who came out talking about like a sola trail concept of the pews, right? And there was a lot of back and forth on that. They got a little muddy and whatnot. And so we came out to bring clarity to the subject, being that we actually had background on this topic before the sola trail concept came out. And so we wanted just to clear the air on a few things and whatnot. And some of those things are this here. Let me just read a couple of the slides off the first presentation we did. If you're not familiar with the first presentation, go watch part one, please. But in August of 2019, which is before the October and November conversations about this had in public, about sola trail, etc., whatnot. My brother Anonymous Hebrew went down to the church, put his hands on the pews, took these pictures right here on the screen. We had a conversation. We all talked about this stuff. There was even Christians on the conversation. G-Con, one of the urban apologists and whatnot. He confirms that we have this conversation, and we had other conversations beyond that one, right? But he publicly confirmed remembering having this conversation, remembering Anonymous going down to the church. Anonymous reads Hebrew. He was able to identify a couple of Hebrew letters. And as a matter of fact, he identified the same Hebrew letters that Rabbi Saracen identified. But when we didn't even know that Rabbi Saracen had identified the same letters that Anonymous did until Garfield showed us or showed the public parts of this documentary and whatnot. But when we met up, when we talked about this and whatnot, and again, Anonymous gave us a long breakdown. Like we all kind of got emotional going through with it, you know what I'm saying? Like we all went there with it and whatnot, right? Because it's a big deal when you understand the different phases of the tour and whatnot. It's a lot going on. It's not just walking into a church. But anyway, after much discussion, we came to the conclusion that if there was any written language on the pews, that most likely there would be more than one language, and possibly a trade language, potentially presenting many different tribal fingerprints. We do not claim that all the markings are a legible script, nor do we rule out miscellaneous markings or natural designs potentially being found within the wood itself. However, we also do not rule out single letter repetitions being marked on the wood of the pews. Going further. We do not take the position that solar trailing will likely be found on the pews due to time and proximity. However, we do take the position that the Hebrew language may potentially be found written in Arabic or in other Semitic scripts like Aramaic or Ge'ez. We also take the position that if Hebrew is not found on the pews, there would be no impact on any Hebrew or Israelite identity claims being made by early members of the church. It is clear people were self-identifying as Israel. Again, stay tuned. We got Benaiah coming on later at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific, talking about this very topic. We're not linking this up to a concept of identity. As a matter of fact, we talk about it being, to date, check this out, to date, symbols of the Bakongo people, Amharic, Ge'ez, possible Hebrew letters, and the Ajami Arabic script have been identified within the church. There could be more languages found with more research. We owe it to our ancestors to find out what they left. That's what this is about. This has nothing to do with identifying as Israel or nothing like that. And that's what we're trying to clear up. And this is one thing I want to open. I'll pass it back to Anonymous, right? Like, so part of the church history is that it's possibly, oh, let me get to it right quick because I got a slide on this. Hold on. Let me get to it right quick. It is believed that the church played a role in the Underground Railroad. If so, different African languages and symbols being found within the church makes logical sense. The question of other African languages arises, such as Yoruba, etc. Now, what people need to understand about this is, like, again, this information that the scholars are coming out with now, it now opens up this conversation to codes, ciphers, and trade languages. So when you understand the concept of the 9 patch on the roof, etc., whatnot, and the different types of things that are on the pews, it's very possible, very, very, very possible that there was an elaborate communication system for the Underground Railroad using this potential trade language and potential cipher conversation, and all that needs to be ruled out. And again, if this is our people's history, it would be a fantastic thing to be able to potentially discover how elaborate the system was for the Underground Railroad and how it actually worked and what we were doing to make it happen. This has nothing to do about separating ourselves from Africa and making ourselves Israel. This has to do with connecting ourselves to our ancestors and understanding what they went through, understanding what they left us. If they left us something on the pews, what did they leave us? We owe it to them to find out, because they went through a lot to put that stuff there. They went through a lot just again, if the church is connected
to build the church.
Thank you.
Like, if you understand what they had to go through just to build the church, that's why when we say, well, you should go down and take a look. Oh, well, I'm not going to go down and look at it. It's a slap in the face, because you have no idea the rich history that you're missing just on the process of how they met by the river first for all of these years. And then they're slowly going through this process of working in the slave fields during the day, and then or doing all of the menial tasks they have to do, and then having to carry this mud dirt over to the build site of the church to actually build up the bottom of it. And you see this red Georgia clay holding up this church, which by tradition is probably how the Underground Railroad was a portion or a part of the Underground Railroad of how the slaves would have come through here. To hear all of that rich tradition, it not only does it enlighten you, but it breaks your heart, it empowers you, it gives you all of these other things, right? And to know that our ancestors would have had all types of communications and all type of dealings, not just Israelites, not just West African, not just Arabic, but all of it mixed into one. That is an amazing identifying marker that lets you know how rich our history and our culture is, right? And all praise the Most High. Like the brother said, we was on this a year and a half ago. We just had other debates and things that came up. And honestly, we didn't think that it would turn into what it turned into. I know I didn't. I didn't think it was going to turn into this. I didn't even know they was having a conversation.
Neither did I.
We had already arrived at this conclusion. We had already arrived at this a year and a half ago. And so it's just sad that those who claim to be scholastic can't just go ahead and be scholastically honest and start to really explore all the information, because I guarantee you that you're going to find a lot of amazing information. Even the Israelites that say we're not African, we don't got no connection to that, you're going to find the amazing connection to the culture. And those that are African, well, Israelites don't have any connection to it. You know, I've heard things like there is no West African, or there is no Levantine language that we see in West Africa. Come on, family. Like, a lot of these things are just claims. We're not trying to force and prove anything. We're just saying, look at the rich history. This is what we found, and let's go deeper.
Check this out. It is our position that any and all markings should be investigated to see what other African languages, if any, can be found within the markings on the PEWS. The First African Baptist Church should be considered a national treasure for anyone whose ancestors went through the transatlantic slave trade. We do not take the anti-African, anti-Hamite position. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't deny being African. We don't deny being Israelite. We don't see them as being mutually exclusive. We don't see being Israelite as an anti-African culture. We see it. We see the Israelite culture as part of African culture and part of African history. So it's not one of them kind of conversations where it's about letting sunshine being the best disinfectant, like, so we can see what's going on, see what happened in history, and see what our people left us. Because if we don't investigate it, who else is going to do it? Who else cares about it? Who else cares about it?
I agree. That's a fantastic point. And I just wanted to share my screen a little bit, because I want the people in the chat and the people that are listening to kind of wrap their minds around what we're postulating and what we're hypothesizing here. We're not saying this is definitely this or definitely that, in the terms of that there is a language that exists written on those pews, but what we're saying is there's a history there, right? That we must investigate. It's still all a part of African American history, wherever you put yourself on that spectrum. So let's not get lost. Let's not get lost in the of of whether where you come down on that spectrum, or religion and creed and background and origin. For whatever people attack it for, we still have to understand that there's many layers, and we talk about this all the time. The work is in peeling back the layers and layers of things that have been culturally appropriated or stolen from us. Things have been overlooked, things that have not been recorded, things that have been omitted from our historical record, just simply to minimize the fact that we were there, and we didn't just come from places from the west coast of Africa or from the Levant region or Northeast Africa. We just weren't brought on slave ships here as ignorant people. We had culture, we had trade, we had skills, metallurgy, all type of artisans and pottery work and woodwork. We came here with things that we see in our rich history and in our past that we were able to build empires.
Let me land back real quick, and I'm gonna pass it right back to you.
Go ahead. Art.
Once again, why you need to go to the church, to go to this amazing church and see that it's standing up and how, and but the thing that we tripped about and that we talked about when we were there was the amazing acoustics that exist in this building.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that these so-called unlearned slaves somehow in their time of coming from through this middle passage and all of this, they have moved to the point where they can create such a building that has it's this amazing, this is huge organ, right? That's back in the back of the church. And you could just you can just imagine at one point in time the sounds that are emitting through this amazing church simply due to the acoustics. You don't learn how to build something like that overnight. Understand what I'm saying? Like these are trades that are passed down over and over again, like culture to culture, generation to generation. I think Moore said it best. This is a national treasure for us.
Sure.
The fact that it is a church, I mean, we could go into that, and that's incredible in itself. But this is a national treasure for us. Let's continue to keep studying it, continue to go deeper, and continue to see the connections. Keep going, Elder.
Con, and I just wanted to share this really quickly, just share my screen really quickly. Because just to talk about the possibilities of conversation when it comes to the markings that we see on the pews. And this is one of the things that we started to really look at. And it's just a simple Google search. And what you see here is things like Kiowa Judeo-Tunisian Arabic Dictionary, right? Or Soro Judeo-Tunisian Arabic Dictionary, or Northern Soto Judeo-Tunisian Arabic Dictionary. And this is the website I really wanted to come to. Here's another one. Milanese Judeo-Tunisian Arabic Dictionary. But this is the website that I wanted to show you guys, the Endangered Languages Project. And what you see here is Judeo-Tunisian Arabic. And I'm not saying this is a language that is on the pews. We're talking about the possibility of having a conversation about the markings that we see and the possibilities of languages that have been lost and languages that we may not all necessarily understand. And so if you go to this website, it'll give you a breakdown. It'll tell you they've recorded many of the known languages that are really not in use today. And they look at the language, the metadata. And what we see here, it says also known as Arabic, but it's classified as Afro-Asiatic, Semitic, and Arabic. If you take the construct of the conversation that we're having, if it's my understanding, if I'm looking at this correctly, brothers, and you guys can correct me on this, this is what we're looking at. Afro-Asiatic, Semitic, Arabic markings. Right?
Right.
And if you go,
my fault. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say yes, and then I'll let more go.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's what Ephraim Isaac was saying when he first came into the documentary. He was talking about a Proto-Semitic script, and understanding, like, and that's why we're talking about why these languages can blend. And again, my brother's talking about histories of them actually blending before. And when he's talking about like the Banu Ephraim, understand the Banu Ephraim were in North Africa. So when he's talking about like Judeo-Berber mixing and whatnot, and Arabic, he's not tripping on it. You know what I'm saying? My mother's people are Maghrebi Jews, North African Jews and whatnot. Their songs, right? Their Hebrew has a lot of Arabic in it.
And the deeper you go into antiquity, the more you see this Afro-Asiatic connection. Like some of the stuff we've been studying, especially over the last 2 weeks, is incredible. Right? The rich history and connection just between Africa, you know, the actual continent, and then what we see going into the Levant and even into Saudi Arabia and things like that is amazing in itself. But then to see how deep it permeates into West Africa, this is why scholars say we have to study these oral traditions of these people. Right? If there wasn't, we wouldn't have much information on the Underground Railroad if it wasn't for oral traditions and things like that.
Huh.
We getting to the point where if we're not careful, we wouldn't even know about the slave trade if it's not for oral traditions. If you got children that go to some of these schools, you understand that.
Yeah, they'll tell you that they were migrant workers.
Right.
Right.
So, yeah, great job, Moore. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, great job. Great job.
I'm about to close this out in a little bit. I want this to be like a little bit under an hour and a half if we can. So, go ahead and if you can, give your final thoughts on the whole thing and where you think this goes and whatnot, and then we'll close the thing out.
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, again.
Were you gonna make a point though? Was it did I just catch you? Was there something you want to say?
No.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. You got it. I think that what we're saying here, especially for myself, is that there's a rich culture and a rich history that we can dig more into, because as we continue to do more research, we find almost daily more and more things of our history that we haven't learned or we weren't aware of, or that even the fact that how it connects to us, not just in areas of faith, but just in areas of an identity that was stolen, misdirected, and misunderstood, even in our ritual practices and our cultural practice. And still some of this, what I'm starting to notice? Some of the things we find out in ancient ritual practice, we simply practice today without anyone ever teaching us those things, right? I look at the way that some of the young people dance today, right? And it clearly looks African, West African, Northeast African dance, down in Moroccan dance. You see this, and no one's teaching. These children aren't going to dance class, but they see this and they're able to move. They're able to express these same types of dance moves. Even the language. Years ago, they put it on us and they called it Ebonics, right? Because they told us we had a difficulty reading because we couldn't speak the King's language, right? And so they put this thing off on us, this particular vernacular, right? What you guys are speaking in Ebonics. So when we say they say car, we say car, right? In some areas of the world, of the United States, or when they say neighborhood, we say hood, right? And so when they ask us if we want, if we, and this was actually something that they did, and this is the reason why they got rid of and I'm gonna close with this, why they got rid of a lot of the ACT tests. You used to have to take the ACT test in college, right, to get into college. And so they started getting rid of those tests because what they found out was it really wasn't a great tool to assess someone's intelligence, right? Simply because of the way we grew up, the way we communicate in families and in culture are completely different from others, from the Irish to the to the Ashkenazi Jews to to Israel to Israelites to other. So you see these different things, and one of the things I remember completely is that they would ask us if they would have a question on the test. What do you use for what do you use to put water into? And one of the answers was what can hold the largest amount of water, and one would be a jug, a pitcher, or a jug, a pitcher, or a cup. And the African American children, they would pick either jug or cup because they didn't understand what a pitcher was, a pitcher of water. They would see a pitcher and they would interpret it as you're looking at a photograph. So they didn't choose that word. They didn't choose pitcher. That's because that's not a word that's often used You see what I'm saying? In our culture, when we ask for a cup of water or a jug of water or a glass of water or a drink of water, we don't normally say, you know, I want a pitcher of water. You understand what I'm saying? So we would fail those tests. But come to find out, as they got deeper into the research, then they would understand. I think they did it more so in California, is where this
exactly
California school system.
because it was
Yeah,
with the ACT, but it also happened a lot with the gifted and talented education programs. That's really where it was happening a lot at as well.
And so, like I said, that's why these types of studies, like Moore brought out, and in dealing with these PEWS and dealing with these things, is in depth, and actually what scholars are saying and how we deal with these types of things is important. And it's important how we begin to frame the conversations. And I just want to say shout out to my brother Orthodox Moore for this presentation. I think he puts us on the right path, and that's what we should be going forward, man. You know, anonymous seed,
think on the ground.
Ain't tank on the ground, family.
Still tank on the ground, fam.
You got it.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say once again, excellent presentation, brother. Hopefully people can receive this. We can continue to have the conversation in a respectful and educational manner. If you were blessed by this, please hit the like. Make sure to support the brother Sal. This is a great platform that he has allowed us to use. So we want to make sure we do that. It's love to both of these brothers, y'all. You know what it is, man. We do a lot of time building and studying so we can bring this information to the people. So it's nothing but love for everybody, man. As a group, let's keep growing. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving further. Let's keep moving the kingdom further. And, be careful. Don't let people steal your light and steal your witness, man. Like, we have a reason why we can make these claims and have these conversations. And that's all we're going to do now, just continue to bring it out. So great job, Moore. Shalom. Obviously, everybody is going into Shabbat. Have a great, blessed evening. And don't forget, I know he's going to plug it, but just in case, don't forget to come back tonight at 5:30, right, brother?
You already know what it is.
Yeah, 5:30 this evening. You're going to get another great treat with the brother Benaiah Israel. He's going to come and really break down the culture that's going on there. So I know the brother's going to come and bring that in before he goes. But yeah, it's nothing but love. Great job. Peace to the chat. Peace to the family, man. Shalom. Enjoy your Shabbat. Great job, Moore. Great job, Elder.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom, family.
Yeah, Shabbat
5:30 Eastern, sister.
I know that at 2:30 Pacific. I know that. So yeah, one thing I want to touch on is again, this conversation has nothing to do with Israelite identity for us and whatnot. As a matter of fact, it has everything to do with African identity for us, in a sense to where we want to know what was left behind by our people and whatnot, all of them, because we know we're not all the same tribe coming through the slave trade. What I personally get out of this is an opportunity to educate the people on things they don't know. For instance, like the migrations in Africa, why there might be mixtures of languages, etc. Whatnot. But on top of that, if it ends up being true that there is codes, that there is trade languages, that there is ciphers, etc., that there is an elaborate communication system dealing with the Underground Railroad and whatnot, that right there is a fantastic template for our people as African people in this country. I'm not talking about Israelites. I'm talking about like as multiple tribes that came through that same slave trade, who are not the same people but have that same experience. It's a wonderful template to look at if it is in fact true, to be able to see how our people work. Even if it's not true, like just looking at the Underground Railroad period, you get to see how people of different tribes and whatnot that spoke different languages, and different backgrounds, were bound together by the same experience and found a way to work together for the betterment of them all, for the freedom of them all. And that's something that I think we forgot as a people in this country. And this is why that place is a national treasure. But with that, family, I'm gonna say peace and love. Shabbat shalom. Again, don't forget to come through and see my man Benaiah Israel talking about the people of that church identifying as Israel. Without the PEWS, family. Again, without the PEWS, coming in at 5:30 Eastern time, 2:30 Pacific. But with that, family, I'm gonna leave us with one more clip and then one cut. And y'all have a good one.
Go ahead, Garfield. You got the floor. What you got to say on the whole thing?
I would just say that what we can do is go with what the scholarship has said. So if Dante has something where someone else has said something, and then look at what everybody who has actually done the work, and then draw your own conclusion. That's how you work with a scholarly from a scholastic point of view. But I do appreciate Dr. Ephraim Isaac being a part of this and giving some context. You know, he's saying there's no words there, but you have people saying like alphabetic letters in a chant like of some sort of magic. But the beauty of it that I got from it, that I'm glad that I knew about this, is that there are Africans that could write in the Americas before writing English.
That's right.
Shows that
Europe was still in a lot of ignorance.
Right. Yeah. That's what the scholar said too.
The different cases for the PEWS, the PEWS this evening, and Peace. What it is your brother Tavon Sueno, aka the Orthodox Moor, and this evening I am pleased to bring to you a very interesting conversation with a polarizing figure in the community, Brother Abu. We will be talking about the PEWS this evening, and is Arabic the best case for the language on the PEWS? This has been a conversation long coming, and we've been trying to set this up for a while. We were going to talk before or a little after Christmas or whatnot, but ironically, a new documentary has come out that spoke on the PEWS a little bit, and so we thought this would be a good opportunity to come on and have this conversation. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Abu on, and we're going to talk about the different cases for the PEWS, the different perspectives on the PEWS, the history, the arguments or whatnot, and potentially even arguments going forward or whatnot. But without further ado, here is the good brother Abu.
Greetings and good evening to everybody.
Peace and blessings. How you doing, sir?
Very, very good, sir. Very good. And thank you for having me on. So.
No, it's a pleasure to have you on. And I say so because I have a lot of respect for the depth of the arguments that you make and that you bring to the table, and just your manners and whatnot. I also have a lot of respect for your perspective and whatnot. I appreciate that the other night, for instance, when people were making judgments as to whether or not other people were saved or not, you decided to step back and say, you know what, I'm going to leave that one to the sovereignty of the Most High.
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. That's an important one to me. I definitely don't want to ever say that people aren't saved. That's up to God, and certainly not up to me. I really appreciate you catching that. I thought that one got drowned out.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, with that, let's set this thing up. So you've been dealing with this Pew argument for a long time. So what's the history of that been like for you?
So I'm not even sure where I first I'm not sure when I first came across it, but I came across it in a vocabs forum first, his forum on Facebook. Some people were putting that forth, And being familiar with Hebrew cursive, it fascinated me. I mean, I'm generally interested in these sorts of subjects, and so the proposition that some pews made by slaves might have Hebrew cursive on it was a fascinating statement. So I wanted to check it out. And when I looked at the pews that were available, admittedly, only a minority of the pews are available online to the best of my knowledge, I felt that I didn't see a good case for Hebrew cursive on those pews. And so what I did in vocab's forum, I had some correspondences, respectful correspondences, with proponents of that view, and I was sharing with them, that my methodological concerns is the best way I could put it. It's not to say that there's definitely no language on pews, but certainly I didn't think the case for it was good, and I had the impression that people were merely, I'm not trying to say this disrespectfully, but I think some of the people in the forum were sort of taking that position on faith. They had come across it in a documentary or on the internet, and they were simply repeating it without checking it for themselves. And so I started, sharing some of my objections. And what happened was, it was in 2019, I believe, some people started recommending specifically Kelly Richardson, that apparently they felt he had done something significant on it. So I went, I looked for a video, and which mentions the pews and mentions his name. I found one. I offered what I thought was a very respectful reply, and I actually made a couple of videos. And then, from there, it sort of opened up. We unfortunately never got to have a direct conversation on it for the most part, but there's been this sort of indirect dialogue through videos, and that's going on for the last, at this point, because that was October of 2019. I'm guessing it's been about 16 months, I think. Mm-hmm. And I guess I can go into more detail as to where it went from there, but I imagine some are already familiar with that. I'm not sure if you want me to rehash.
Go ahead. Feel free to go ahead.
So what happened was, in October of 2019, the second video I made, because what I had noticed is that as I tried to discuss methodology with people, a lot of the people, were not receptive to the idea. So what I decided to do was present a hypothetical case for Arabic on one of the pews. It was meant purely as a thought experiment to show how a person might go about making an argument for language on the pews. What I felt is that in order to claim that there's language on the pews, a person should get into the markings themselves, point to the markings that they feel contain language, and then start to transcribe what they believe appears there. And so I did that for Arabic purely as a thought experiment, just to show what a case for language could look like, or should look like, in my opinion. And partly I did that because the website claimed it was Arabic, and also because I had seen that Kelly Richardson had fairly forcefully stated that it's not Arabic. And so, I thought Arabic was an interesting, and also because one of the pews did frankly look like it had something resembling Arabic. And so I made that case, and I think over the next year, there was some confusion about that. A number of people thought that I was actually claiming that I believe there's Arabic on the pews. A lot of people didn't appreciate that I was just trying to put forth a thought experiment. But so that became sort of a lightning rod as well in a number of these discussions. And what had happened, though, was for about 14 months, there were a number of videos mainly made by Kelly Richardson, which would get into the pews and would present themselves as responses to my own videos on the pews, or the re-uploads that other people put up, whether Vocab Malone or Faithful to God. But within those first roughly 14 months or 13 months, the impression that to be frank, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but the videos over those 13 months never got into the markings themselves. And I found that somewhat curious. But then in November, things changed. November of 2020, just this past November, things changed when Benaiah Israel he presented a case for language on the pews, which actually got into the markings. And while I disagreed with his conclusions and his interpretations, I repeatedly said that I really, and this is sincere, I really appreciated what he did, because he sort of changed the paradigm, as far as I can see, from the pro-Hebrew side. Like, I didn't know of anyone else who was publicly attempting to transcribe what appears on a pew. So from my perspective, Benaiah was the first to do that, and I really appreciated that. And then from there, there was the somewhat infamous panel discussion on the Boom Church. It was on November 22nd on the Boom Church account, which was hosted by William Brown, in which they moving beyond attempting to show markings on the pews, they introduced the idea of deferring to scholars. And they announced that they had spoken with they had a correspondence with a scholar who's an expert in Solitreo and Solitreo script, and he had examined one of the pews and had confirmed a sentence in the Solitreo script, a Hebrew sentence in the Solitreo script on one of the pews, and that was presented, and it created quite a lot of excitement for a lot of people. And for me, it was interesting at the time because I was familiar with the pew that they were attributing the sentence to, and the two things that stood out for me was, one, they never gave the sentence. Or three things, actually. One, they never presented the actual Hebrew sentence, but they gave a translation for it. Two, they said that this scholar, David Bunis, had confirmed the sentence, but they never showed where he confirms that sentence. And then three, being familiar with the pew, the precise sentence seemed impossible. And then when I attempted to ask them for that precise sentence, I was basically told that, that I'm not worthy to receive it. You know, it's almost like the sentence was being embargoed from me because they were offended by my skepticism. And so that motivated me to reach out to David Bunis. And after corresponding with him, I made some subsequent videos proposing that, you know, now that we're in the realm of deferring to scholars, that he was misrepresented rather egregiously. And then things got more controversial as there was one attempt by Kelly Richardson afterwards to look at a particular pew, the precise pew that I proposed an Arabic reading for. He proposed an alternative Solitreo reading, but that sort of got drowned out. I offered a response to that, but that got drowned out because of the controversy over a second scholar that was invoked by William Brown, who, to put it politely, doesn't... It doesn't seem like there's good grounds to believe that this scholar exists. You know, it seems like he was invoking a fictional scholar, and that created a large amount of controversy. And then, honestly, I feel like that overshadowed the entire discussion. Like, really, I just wanted to look at markings and discuss methodologies, interpretations. But, you know, all the controversy over the scholars sort of overshadowed all of that.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand it correctly, you've gone out of your way to let people know that you're interested in a linguistic argument and not about trying to tie the pews back to an identity argument for someone being Israelite or not.
Yes, I've been saying that actually even before I had heard of Kelly Richardson. I was saying that on Vocab's forum. I think the two subjects need to be separated because first off, I see them as largely irrelevant because obviously for any language, you can have people from a variety of lineages who are knowledgeable about a language. And then of course, specifically with, let's say, Israelites, with descendants of Jacob, you can have descendants of Jacob who do or do not know any particular language. So, you know, a person's lineage doesn't really tell us much about, you know, a set of markings within their environment. And so I felt they were relevant, but also another concern of mine was that it sort of poisons the well. It puts people in an emotional state where they're less receptive to discussing the markings because, you know, if they perceive it as a personal attack on their identity claims, you know, then they're less receptive to just, you know, examining the markings themselves. And I felt that it's always sort of clouded things. And unfortunately, one of the great ironies is while I, you know, repeatedly requested that we separate the two out, one of the great ironies is that conflating the two resulted in the students of a man down south. I won't say where, but a gentleman who I wasn't familiar with at the time, but his students were making that conflation under the influence of, you know, the various videos online. And so when he reached out to David Bunis, he mentioned Israelites in his email. And from there, a number of people were scandalized by that. They felt that he was, you know, trying to poison David Bunis, and other people have gone as far as claiming that this was somehow indicative of a harassment campaign. But the reality of it is that, you know, the irony is that he did that precisely because of it's sort of like the natural progression from people constantly conflating identity and language, you know, conflating the two questions. And as a result, his students were thinking within those terms. And so he wound up mentioning it in an email simply because it was a reflection of what he was hearing from his students. You know, had we kept the two subjects separate, that email probably never would have come about. And I've always felt that somewhat ironic.
Yeah, and my watching the back and forth between you and the Israelite community, I personally thought that people weren't catching the full argument you were making, and probably not even trying to listen to it because, or some of them might not have been trying to listen to it because they just assume because you're from another community that you're having the worst intentions and whatnot.
Yes, no, yeah, precisely.
However, I actually tried to engage some Israelites at one point in certain chats and whatnot, and try to let them know that it wasn't unthinkable that you could find Arabic on PEWS during that time period, based upon the history of this country, et cetera, whatnot, and the history of slavery and where slaves are being taken from and the time period, whatnot. And I was getting some feedback like, why would it be possible, or how could it be possible that Arabic could be found in a Christian church at that time period? And at that juncture, I recognized that there was a certain amount of information that might not be common to people or whatnot, that need to be touched on or whatnot. Not only that, I have the luxury of having a good brother who's in the chat, Anonymous Hebrew, who went down to Savannah in August of 2019, and put his hands on the pews and went through the tour and talked to the people there and took his own pictures of the pews or whatnot. He also reads Hebrew, etc. And he went in thinking that, now this is interesting. He went in thinking he was going to find just Hebrew on the pews or whatnot based upon what he heard. Like what you're talking about, like the oral tradition is that typically the older oral tradition that you're going to find in the Israelite community is that it's cursive Hebrew on those pews, right? So that's what he had heard, and then he went in there, and he came out saying something completely different. He's like, okay, I see a couple of characters that could be Hebrew, but I'm also seeing things that could look like Arabic. I'm also seeing things that look like et cetera, whatnot. So we had long discussions on that. I got to look at the pews or whatnot, or his pictures of the pews or whatnot. He has recordings of his tour guide speaking about the pews and speaking about the potentiality of Hebrew in other languages and a trade language and codes, etc., whatnot. And so we were able to make we made our own assessments separate, completely separate, not even having known about the Boom Church or Pastor Kelly at that time. And we were actually making plans to interview the tour guide or whatnot, but Anonymous Hebrew and I were involved in the debate league at the time, and so we put stuff on the back burner. Fast forward, we see everything going on between you and Pastor Kelly and Maury Brown, etc., whatnot, and we decided to weigh in so we could kind of broaden the scope a little bit, so we can make sure honest arguments are being heard and the best information is getting out as much as possible. So we went forth and made the videos that we made on the matter, and I think you weighed in on those videos as well.
Yeah, and I actually really appreciated the two videos that you did, especially the first one. I've told a number of people this. I was planning on making a video on the plausibility of Arabic, not based on markings, but instead based on the fact that there were slaves, not only in the Americas in general, but specifically in the South in the mid-19th century, who were able to write in Arabic, and that we have evidence of that. I was thinking of doing that, and what I tell people is, then you came out with your video before I made mine, and at this point I tell people, look, just watch Orthodox Moore's segment on that, because I think you covered it beautifully,
No, many thanks. So fast forward to now, there's been a new okay, hold on, let me touch on this. So in between those conversations, there was a documentary made known by Garfield talking about Ephraim Isaac and other people looking at the pews and giving their assessments and whatnot. And that documentary was bought by Cryptic Quest, and it was bought by the University of Cincinnati, I believe. And it's kind of been put on ice, like people haven't seen it in the public or whatnot. And so, there's been some back and forth on that. And then there's a new documentary that came out from PBS with Henry Louis Gates Jr. talking about the history of the Black church, to where he touches on the pews. So did you want to touch on that or no?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that documentary is fascinating. I wish, well, there's two documentaries you mentioned. Alvin Elmore's Cryptic Quest, which was made years ago, and I've only seen parts of, is certainly fascinating. It's a fascinating documentary, and he, like you said, he got Ephraim Isaac to go down there and look at the pews in person, and then he apparently also brought pictures to Richard Saracen, who's a scholar of Hebrew at Hebrew Union College, and so that was fascinating. And then Henry Louis Gates has this new documentary that just came out on PBS last week titled "The Black Church," and in the earlier part of the documentary, they do a very brief segment on First African Baptist Church, in which he brought another scholar from a linguist from Harvard who also concluded, independently of everyone else, that some of these PEWS contain some at least Arabic script. But unfortunately, the documentary didn't propose a reading. I'm hoping to reach out to that particular scholar, which was Boubacar Diakite, and get him and see if I can, ask him if there was a specific reading he settled on, and maybe even share with him the conclusions of others and see if he finds those plausible or implausible.
What were your thoughts and positions on the first documentary with Dr. Saracen and Ephraim Isaac?
I thought it was over. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
I was going to say, I thought from what I saw, I thought it was fascinating. It takes some interesting proposals. It argues, from what I saw, I mean, there might be a lot that I'm missing, that it also gets into the relationship between the slaves that were there in Savannah and the nearby Jewish community. And it proposes that if there's Hebrew on the PEWS, it may have been influenced by the Jewish community. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Karen Wortham comes up in there, but Karen Wortham has argued that one of a very prominent member of Savannah's Jewish community, his grandson, I believe that comes up in the documentary, his grandson wound up at First African Baptist Church, a grandson who was the son of a child that was conceived out of marriage, whatever the case. But just having those two scholars, Ephraim Isaac and Richard Saracen, was interesting. I know it's generated a lot of excitement now that Ephraim Isaac appears to propose some Ge'ez characters for the PEWS. And so that sort of enters a new paradigm. As for Henry Louis Gates' documentary, I was looking forward to it. And then when I found out he's going to do a segment on the PEWS and have a Harvard linguist, examine one of them and say that, Arabic is on it, I was definitely looking forward to it. Unfortunately, I felt the segment was very short. I expected it to be short, but it was even shorter than I had anticipated. And unfortunately, because, it's a small part of a much broader discussion, they didn't spend much time, on the subject, on the parts that would be interesting to me, which would be the markings and how you interpret them, and what you think you see there.
So what's your position on the potentiality of Ge'ez being on the PEWS, and what Ephraim Isaac had to say about that?
Oh, well, for any language, I'm never going to deny the possibility or the potentiality of language. So I certainly believe it's possible, or there's a potential for Ge'ez to be on there. But my position in general remains that I personally do not believe. Now, and then let me say up front, this is very much a fallible position, and I've always been open to the arguments of others that could lead to an opposite conclusion. But I remain skeptical about any language being on the PEWS. As for specifically Ephraim Isaac's approach, the way I would put it is, it's now, keep in mind that happened years before I got involved in the subject, and even if he's there's no reason for him to be aware of my little YouTube videos. But the approach he was taking was somewhat different from the approach I was taking, where I do put emphasis on the need to sort of transcribe words and phrases, because I think when you're just pointing to markings that look like individual characters, if you don't have the context of a phrase, it's much more open to interpretation, and there's a higher possibility of false positives, is the way I would put it.
Okay. Interesting concept. So I heard you talking on Faithful to God's channel about those potential false positives, and you were showing some Facebook pictures about what those potential false positives could be. Are you interested in covering those for the people or no?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because one of the interesting things is, I'm not sure if a lot of people noticed this, but Ephraim Isaac proposed Ge'ez characters for two different PEWS. And one of them happened to be the exact same PEW which Benaiah Israel had proposed. Yes, precisely. Here we go. So these are the markings. Now there's more to it, but I like focusing on this because that portion right there is what Ephraim Isaac proposed two Ge'ez characters, and then he said there's a possibility of something resembling a third, but the main two characters are at the top, what looks like sort of like a letter C facing the opposite direction. He proposed that's Ha, and then underneath that would be Sha or Sa, right? The south and the Hay, roughly speaking. And so, but these happen to be the exact same markings that Benaiah Israel proposed were two Hebrew chets, the eighth character of the Hebrew alphabet, in the Solitreo script. And also in a standard cursive, Hebrew cursive, that's also the way the het will look. And so he proposed 2 hets. And then interestingly enough, some people, after it was brought out that David Bunis was misrepresented when it was claimed that he endorsed an entire sentence, some people said, well, at the very least, he did suggest a Hebrew word on those PEWS. And I corresponded with David Bunis about that. And regarding him proposing the word Israel, he confirmed what I had speculated, which is that he based that on only 2 characters, the markings resembling 2 characters, and his mind filling in the rest. And it just so happens that what Ephraim Isaac proposed was Ha and Sa, and Benaiah Israel proposed was 2 hets. David Bunis was seeing a single character there. He was seeing a Hebrew shin or sin, because it was in Yisrael. And so we have a situation where 3 different people are looking at the same markings, and they're seeing rather different things from different scripts. And for me, that was fascinating. And I do feel that you could even propose other things, even Latin characters for those, at least for those 2 markings on the left.
Yeah, hold on real quick, because as a matter of fact, I got all that stuff up here. I got your pictures. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so yeah, those are the Ge'ez characters that were proposed by Ephraim Isaac. So this is the way he was looking at it. And as I said, we already covered that. So if you want to jump to the next slide, if you turn it 180 degrees, you can get 2 other Ge'ez characters, right? Which is the Ba on the left and Ta, which corresponds to the Hebrew Tet on the right. So even within the paradigm of Ge'ez, we can, propose different characters depending on which ways we're looking at it. But he had proposed Ha and Sa, right? And then if you go to the...
Nope, I went too far. Hold on.
No problem. And so this is where I propose that that honestly, and I'm not trying to be, facetious or disrespectful, but honestly, when you look at it this way, it does look like even Latin characters. It looks like E on top and C on the bottom. And then if you go to the next slide will show what Benaiah Israel saw, which is 2 hets. Now, the hets I put there are square, but in cursive they're a little bit more rounded. And something that's fascinating for me is in that Boom Church panel discussion from November 22nd. Benaiah Israel even said at one point, he said something to the effect of, you don't have to be an expert in Hebrew to know that the markings that go like this, and he moved his finger in the form of a het, and he said, is that character right there? So he was saying that some of the letters, not all of them, he was saying some of the characters are obvious, and he referred specifically to these markings, saying that while others might be open to interpretation, he felt it was obvious that these are 2 hets.
Okay. Example 5.
Right, and this was this is what David Bunis saw. He saw, on the larger pew. Now, keep in mind, he said that he didn't see these characters when it was unmarked. He felt he could only see it when it was marked because Benaiah had highlighted them. But he felt when he looked at it, this portion looked like a sin. I had speculated that that's what the case was, that he saw a sin and a lamed, and then his mind filled in the rest. And when I wrote to him and shared that with him, he told me that as he recalls it, that's correct. So he saw a sin here, which is, in other words, what are proposed to be 2 characters is proposed to be 1. And this sort of just repeats the point. Like it also looks like the Latin W and U, like if we make if we put emphasis on that line inside the character, it looks like a horseshoe on the left. It also could look like, aside from Ge'ez characters, it could look like Latin characters, that could be a W and a U.
Mm-hmm.
And then the same thing, N and M, depending on your handwriting, and this is the other pew that Ephraim Isaac looked at, where he proposed Ri on the left, right, and then Sa and Ha. So the 2 characters on the left are the same characters that he felt he saw on another pew, and then that character there on the left, which looks a bit like an L or a backwards J, is Ri. Is Ri. So the equivalent of the Reish, but vocalized with an E sound. And I felt that, you could turn that and see something, completely different, even in terms of Ge'ez characters.
Mm-hmm.
But the same sort of issue is there, that it looks like, that could be hypothetically L, W, U. And then if I assume you have one more where we rotate it 180, even here, it's sort of, again, you get the N and the M, maybe a 7, but also these are other Ge'ez characters. This is
Ba, Ta, and Ga.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And that pretty much covers it. And so that's why I feel that, and this is a double-edged sword, I should say. The analogy I would give is, imagine if I drew a circle on a piece of paper. Now, in a vacuum, it's hard to know how I intended that circle. I could have intended it simply as a circle or as a Latin letter O, or I could have intended it as a Giz ayin or a Phoenician ayin, because, you know, in the Phoenician script, what we call the Paleo, what many people call the Paleo Hebrew script, the ayin is an O, essentially a circle, you know, and so it goes both ways. It's possible for a person to intend a marking as a Giz character or a Paleo Hebrew character, or any other kind of character, and without the person who made the marking no longer present and us not knowing their intention, the evidence might not be there to conclude that that's how they intended it, even if they did. So it goes both ways. You know, it could be that they simply intended it as a circle, and someone interprets it as a Giz character or, you know, a Phoenician character or whatever, and they did not intend it that way. But then, of course, the reverse is true. You know, you could have a situation where we're saying there's no evidence he intended it that way, but it's still possible that he did. And that's why I say a phrase helps us, you know, anchor a marking, and, you know, we're less likely to come up with a false positive. So to use again that analogy of a circle, if that circle is part of the phrase "I love my mother" and the circle is the O in mother, we know how it's intended within that context. Or if it's a phrase like, if you write in the Phoenician script, or some call it the Paleo Hebrew script, if you write out the Shema, you know, Shema Yisrael, etc., the ayin, that circle will appear there. If you see it in that context, you know how it was intended. But when it's standing by itself, there's so many possibilities, and that's what opens the door to a higher probability of false positives.
So as I understand it, you reached out to a number of different scholars to look on the situation, also to reach out to see what their methodology was, right? Including the person, the scholar from Harvard on the PBS documentary, correct?
Yes, unfortunately, I have yet to reach him. So I haven't been able to reach Boubacar Diakite, which was the scholar who appears in Gates' documentary, The Black Church, but I am hoping to do so soon. But yeah, I did reach out to a number of, me personally though, I actually, while scholarly input is always welcome, for me, I never really wanted to put emphasis on the scholars, because I think people made a number, people on both sides actually made a mistake in trying to defer, you know, too strongly to the scholars who are saying, who they feel are saying things that they like. You know, for me, it's, even if it's a scholar weighing in, what's most important is the argument. And I think, you know, one point, and there's many things I appreciated in your videos on the PEWS. One thing that I really appreciated was when you said regarding Richard Katz that, you know, putting aside the controversy about his existence, even if he is, you know, a serious scholar, one remains within their rights to raise objections, to raise doubts about his methodology. And that was a point that you raised, and I really appreciate that point, because I think it applies across the board. That it's a point that I've tried to make, is that, you know, scholars are not high priests who hand out dogma. Rather, their own positions can be subject to methodological questions. You know, how did they reach their conclusions, and, you know, how strong is the evidence in favor of those conclusions?
Exactly. So, okay, in that vein, did you by chance reach out to Dr. Ephraim Isaac to understand his methodology as to why he was saying Gaez was on the PEWS in terms of?
No, I have not. I'm thinking about reaching out to Richard Saracen. I have not reached out to Ephraim Isaac, because it's my understanding he's very old now. That documentary is itself quite old, even though most of us didn't know about it. It's quite old. And Ephraim Isaac is now, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's in his late 80s. I've thought about it. Interestingly, I have family in Princeton. Apparently, he's currently in Princeton. So every time I'm out there recently, I've thought about, man, it'd be interesting if I could speak with him in person, but I have not attempted to reach out to him yet, just because I imagine he's, I've found that with the much older scholars, you're less likely to get a response, but I haven't reached out to him yet, but I've thought about it. Like, for example, as you know, Suhaib Webb recommended I reach out to Akbar Ahmed, who did some work on Sapelo Island, on the Muslim community in Sapelo Island. I reached out to him and I got no response, and I suspect that the reason is the same. He's a much older gentleman. You know, I think he's also in his 80s.
Yeah, something that I appreciate is the fact that you've actually reached out to multiple scholars on this topic to get, and I don't know if you were attempting to do this, but in doing so, we're able to get a better idea of what the consensus is on the topic or whatnot, or what kind of consensus can be reached on the topic from the different views we're getting.
Yeah, what I've done is mainly focused on the Arabic. I haven't done much. I mean, I did reach out to Bunis to discuss his views, and I guess you could say I reached out to Katz, but with considerable skepticism preceding the composition of that first email. But yeah, no, most of my reaching out to different scholars or prominent Muslims, in the case of Suhaib Webb, was to discuss Arabic, and I wanted to see that, and that was partly because a number of people who were hostile to the idea of Arabic on the pews, and some who had mistaken my view for being a view, arguing that Arabic is on the pews, challenged me to reach out to the scholars, and so, and also because William Brown and Kelly Richardson were saying that with Richard Katz, they have a scholar who's saying definitively that there is no Arabic on the pews. And I found that, even the controversy about Katz aside, I found that claim, as you've alluded to, so did you, methodologically curious,
Yeah, I went so far as to say that statement, that claim is actually a stronger claim than proving that there's Hebrew on the pews. That's a negative claim, right? So there's a positive claim being made on some sides and a negative claim being made on others. Like, so there is Hebrew, or there is not Arabic, etc.
Right? And that there's definitely not any Arabic, because I imagine that they send him pictures of every single pew. That's first off, and immediately my question was, even before I was convinced by Faithful to God to question the existence of Katz, my immediate question was, well, what markings were shown to this man? When I saw that, and that was one of my first impressions from seeing when Katz was invoked, was that they don't really show the precise markings that were shown to him, and so it's sort of all I could do was sort of throw my hands up. That was my initial reaction.
Yeah, and let's say one assumes that they were sent the basic pictures that everyone sees and whatnot, right? So there's at least that one pew that does look like it, potentially Arabic, etc. So I was curious to find out, so what methodology was he going through to stipulate that there was definitely no Arabic? Given the fact, so let's say he had seen the pew, just assuming he'd seen the pew, right? If you see that pew that looks, the one that's in the PBS documentary, etc. If you see that pew and they say that there's definitely no Arabic on the pews, then I'm definitely questioning your bona fides, particularly given the time, particularly given the people involved. Given there's a lot of history documenting Arabic amongst the slaves, particularly Fulani slaves and whatnot, and we know that there's Fulanis in the area. So it to me, it was a fantastic claim actually to stipulate there's no Arabic on the pews, because he said plural, he didn't say singular, right? So to me, it seemed like he'd seen a multitude of pews or whatnot.
Yeah, and when Faithful to God started to propose to me that maybe I should have some doubts about this appeal to Richard Katz, that was when I started looking into it. That was one of the things that sort of created alarm bells for me, is that that our sole source for this scholar have the scholar saying precisely what they, even before reaching out to him, what they wanted the conclusion to be, and that sort of raised alarm bells for me. It was, a gentleman who was insistent that there's no Arabic on the pews, and he's the sole source for this scholar who's now confirming his position. And I remember thinking, that's like the first of a very minor, but it was the first among the early red flags for me.
Right. So I heard a lot of people saying that they believe that Katz doesn't exist or didn't exist, and where's Dr. Katz, all them kind of things. So for me, I don't have any information to stipulate he does or does not exist. I don't even care about that part. If he does exist and he's a scholar and he's enough of a scholar that he can turn down, or he can flat out say that it's not Arabic on the pews and all that, then he should have a fingerprint of some sort. Scholastically, we can go find or whatnot. So you don't have to bring him on for an interview. You don't have to bring him on for a phone call. You should be able to point me to an article just to show that he exists.
Yeah, exactly. His writings, exactly. I mean, an established professor, presumably they were, the way they described him, I assume they were referring to a professor with tenure. It's nigh impossible. It's nearly impossible to receive tenure, to become an established professor without publishing anything. One would assume he would have work.
Right.
But yeah, like you said, and that's a fair point. I agree that I never felt felt like insisting that they have to, show him or have an interview with him or anything like that. It was more just to, give us some, evidence of his existence by pointing to his writings, which is exactly what you said,
Yeah. And to be clear for my family, I will restate here what I've always stipulated on here and other channels that, for my family, Maury Brown and Pastor Kelly, etc. Like if we're expected to die on the hill of Dr. Katz, then I at least have to see an article from him.
Mm.
But beyond that, I'm going to say this: if you can show me an article, I'm going to tell you to throw it away anyway because his scholarship is garbage.
Well, yeah, yes. Even if he existed, we, at the very least, the most polite way I can put it is that we continue to have the right to question his claims, which, the propositions that were attributed to Richard Katz seem, they don't seem to have tremendous support. That was, the position.
I'm going to say that again. I said it before. I'll say it again. To me, his scholarship was sloppy. It was extremely sloppy. And so, I don't know if my brothers are getting taken for a ride, etc. I can't call it. I don't got that information. What I do know is if the man is real, I'm not taking him. I'm not really listening to what he has to say on the matter unless he provides me methodology. Okay, so Abu, you sent an email and he sent you a reply. And from what I recall in the reply, what I saw in the video, he took more sentences to explain why he would not address the issue than would have taken to actually address the issue.
Yeah, and yes, and basically, giving the reason for why he can't get into it. He's too busy, etc. And then the email they showed subsequently about how he's going to leave the scene and his email is going to become inactive. A lot of that seemed it seemed all designed to basically reach the conclusion that this scholar cannot be questioned and cannot be reached. He's not going to be receptive to sharing any details about his methodology, his line of his reasoning.
Yeah. So for my Israelite family, understand this. Like, so let's say he does exist. He left y'all hanging. He left you hanging when you needed him to show his face, or when you needed him to show his
case.
Yeah, his methodology. Yeah. He told you something was he told you, he gave you a full positive. This is what it is, but didn't tell you why and how, and didn't give you a way to prove it yourself. So that's problematic for us.
And what's alarming for me is even if we put aside the question of his existence, it's sort of the controversy, results in there's no more discussion on, for example, what Pew was shown to him, where precisely he allegedly saw what he saw, And so, like, I would love to still discuss that with, proponents of the view that he had that was attributed to him. I would love to see that, but it seems like everything was just dropped as, in response to the controversy.
Yeah, I'm at this juncture. I don't even care about Bunis or Katz or what they got to say on the matter because they don't want to be involved in the matter, right? I'm worried about who does want to be involved and who is actually saying stuff. So
to be fair, regarding Bunis, people have said that he said he doesn't want to be involved. What he specifically asked was that Brown not cite him as a supporting source. So he didn't necessarily say, don't quote him in any capacity. It was just he wanted to make clear that he shouldn't be cited as supporting what Brown had attributed to him, as I interpreted it, on that Boom Church panel discussion.
Yeah,
I think what he did right is relevant.
And right, and what you said about the Bunis situation, like, so we're not privy to the original emails, so we don't know everything he saw, how he saw it, in that manner. So to me, it's water under the bridge. I'll throw that out.
Mm-hmm.
What is interesting to me though is that you've gotten responses back from other scholars that you've reached out to.
Yes.
And let me just, if I can, if you don't mind, let me play a couple of video clips from your video, that the short clips where you reach out to the scholars, and then I can show the pictures of the recent ones that you've given me, and then we can talk about that. And also, before don't let me forget, we got to address that question about afterwards about you potentially painting yourself into the corner we talked about before.
Yes.
Because I know we definitely got to address that one, but yeah.
Oh, definitely, and I think a number of people would want you to do so. Yeah, I think it's a fair criticism.
Yes, sir. So these are okay, family. Here we go. Here's a couple video clips about from Abu and his videos about the scholars he's reached out to in their responses.
Case because a number of the supporters of Richardson and Brown kept asking me where my scholars are or which scholars I had reached out to, I decided that, if they insist, I can at least send out a few emails to a few different professors. So, and that's what I did. To each professor I wrote to, I sent 2 images. The first image I attached was of this particular pew from this angle. As you might have noticed, this is precisely the pew Kelly Richardson and I gave competing interpretations for, as I offered a hypothetical Arabic interpretation of the markings, and he offered a Solitreo interpretation. This is covered in detail in my previous video. The second image which I attached to each email was this one, which is the same pew, just with some highlights added to guide the eyes, so to speak. Along with those images, I sent each professor the exact same email text, which read as follows, quote, "Forgive the intrusion of this email. In Savannah, Georgia, USA, there is a church, First African Baptist Church, which has pews which were built by slaves. On the outside of the pews which those slaves built are a number of markings. Some have claimed that the markings might be Hebrew, and others have claimed that the markings might be Arabic. Recently, someone has suggested that one pew might even have material from the Quran, but the person who made that suggestion is not any sort of expert in Quranic Arabic. I am writing to ask if you might offer some insight here. I have attached 2 images. The first image simply shows a pew unhighlighted. The second image shows the same pew with highlights as part of one person's attempt to elucidate what might be there. Nota bene, the portion on the right in the second image is in a different color because one person suggested that it might be the end of a different sentence. Could you tell me if, in your opinion, that looks to you or to any of your colleagues like it could be Hebrew, or if it looks like it could be Arabic, and if it might be the latter, if there is any possibility of it resembling anything in the Quran, and if you feel there might be any discernible language in the markings, whether Hebrew or Arabic or something else, are you or anyone you know able to suggest a possible translation? Apologies again for the intrusion. Thanks in advance for any help in this matter. Sincerely, AA." End quote. So I received multiple replies, and the first email that I'd like to show is the reply I received from Samar Ali, professor of Arabic at the University of Michigan. His response reads as follows, quote, "Thanks for reaching out, and this is super interesting. It looks like Arabic in the West African script, and it could very well be a 3-word snippet of chapter 114 of the Quran, which nearly every Muslim would know and use for ritual prayer. I can't be certain without more context, but it looks like Al-Nas, Ilahil Nas, humanity, the God of humanity, from the middle of that chapter. The whole text of chapter 114 is very short. In the name of God, merciful to all, compassionate to each, I seek refuge with the Lord of humanity, the King of humanity, the God of humanity, who whispers in the hearts of humanity, of jinn and humanity. Besides prayer, it's used in stressful or frightening situations to summon God's protection. Let me know if I can be of any further help." End quote. So while this professor, Samar Ali, said he is not certain, he does say that it looks like it could be a West African rendering of a few words from the last chapter of the Quran, precisely the chapter I had appealed to when I proposed an Arabic reading for this pew. Also worthy of note, his point that this text was memorized and recited in particular by those in stressful or frightening situations could loan itself well to the idea of this being a text which certain slaves had memorized. Now, let me show you another couple of emails, in particular, one with a more definitive answer. This one is from Geoffrey Kahn, who is the current Regius Professor of Hebrew at Cambridge in England. The Regius Professor, or Regius if you want, you can say Regius. The Regius Professorship of Hebrew at Cambridge is a Hebrew chair established by the King of England 480 years ago. So this is a serious Hebraist, and he also studies and teaches Arabic. So Professor Khan's initial reply to my email was as follows, quote, "Thank you very much for your message and for the photos of the pews in Savannah. The writing is Arabic and contains verses 2 and 3 from the final chapter or surah of the Quran. The text visible in the photo reads in Arabic, Sovereign of mankind, the God of mankind. When do you think this was written on the pews? Was it written by the slaves who built it? Best wishes, Geoffrey." So I wrote back to Professor Khan with the following, quote, "Greetings, Professor Khan. Thank you very much for your reply. Regarding your question, I do not know for certain when the markings were made. The only thing I have is the church's oral tradition, which posits that The same slaves who made the PEWS were the ones who made those markings. Ergo, assuming that is correct, the markings would date to the 1850s. I really appreciate you sharing your conclusion regarding what appears in those markings. Forgive me if this question is somewhat redundant, but just to be clear, would you say it is definitely Arabic and not Hebrew? The context of my question is the alternate suggestions which have floated around, some positing that the markings should be Arabic and others positing that the markings should be Hebrew. Sincerely, AA, end quote. In response to that, Professor Khan wrote a second reply, which read in part as follows, quote, "The writing is clearly Arabic and is clearly from the Quran, the final surah, Surat al-Nas. It is certainly not Hebrew," end quote. Now, seeing how Richardson, Brown, and others treated the alleged positions of Boonis and Katz, can you imagine how they would react if Cambridge's Hebrew chair said that the markings are clearly Hebrew and certainly not Arabic? I think we can all agree that they would declare that the debate is finished and the matter is closed. So this begs the question, now that I have an email from Cambridge's Regius professor of Hebrew saying that the markings are clearly Arabic and certainly not Hebrew, should I play the same game? Should I say that the debate is closed and that mere students cannot say anything in response? Of course not. The reason why is because, as I said, that is not how academia works. No scholar would want me going around telling people that they cannot ask questions, or that they cannot raise objections, or that they cannot investigate the matter for themselves. This email does not have to end the discussion, and it especially should not be a tool, used to try to silence students of language. And, to drive this point home, let me share a third email. This one is from Mohsen Gudarzi, an assistant professor of Near Eastern Studies at the University of Minnesota. His email takes a different approach. His email reads in part as follows, quote, "Thank you for your email. I've looked at the images carefully, and I don't believe they contain Arabic writing. Now, it is not impossible for the markings to represent a highly cursive, idiosyncratic, and or local form of Arabic script. Someone with expertise in West African Islam could be a better judge of this. Nor is it impossible to read into them certain recognizable phrases from the Quran. I can read into them 2 phrases, in fact. But these would constitute imposition of a text upon the markings, which can be done basically with any set of sufficiently complex traces," end quote. Now, I imagine at this point, some might be thinking, wait, what? Why would you share that email? You should have ended it with the email from the professor at Cambridge. But I would prefer that we at least try to be somewhat intellectually honest. Moreover, I think Professor Gudarzi's email is helpful. There is a real possibility of an imaginative mind making connections based on familiar features and patterns while looking at something which is actually random or naturally occurring. And one can read up on, things like pareidolia and apophenia for more on this possibility. Finally, let's be honest. What sorts of replies we might get from certain professors can also be influenced by what precise images are shown, how those images are highlighted, and how the questions are worded. So there are multiple layers of interpretation and influence at play in these exercises. For example, try writing to different professors with this image without any highlights, noting that some claim Hebrew appears on the pew and others claim Arabic appears on the pew, while also clearly saying up front that one other possibility is that these are just random or naturally occurring markings, like medullary rays or scratches, made at random. I think we all know that we're unlikely to get too many replies declaring that to clearly be Hebrew or Arabic if that approach is taken. On that note, I hope everyone enjoyed this discussion on the recent appeals to scholars, and I really am looking forward to the comments of others, and I'm looking forward to see where this discussion goes from here. On that note, God bless.
Subsequently, you also reached out to a few other scholars, to which we'll see here. There we go. So yeah, you reached out to Dr. Mirza Khan from the University of Notre Dame.
Mohan Mirza. I think his nickname is Mohan Mirza.
Did I get the wrong scholar?
No, you're the right scholar. The name is Mohan Mirza. So
my
it's
fault.
okay. No worries.
I did get it messed up. Okay, my fault. But Mirza,
right,
right? Yeah, my fault. Yeah, you're 100% correct. I see it now. But yeah, he holds a BS in mechanical engineering from University of Texas at Austin, a master's from Harvard Seminary, and a PhD in religious studies from Yale University. So he went on to stipulate this. Do you want to read it or no?
Sure, I can read it. So he wrote, "This is very interesting. It's hard for me to tell, and I'm not an expert in the area. Both photos seem to have a sin, i.e. the Arabic letter sin, at the end. The one that is multicolored has something resembling a law before it in red. If I were to venture a guess, the last phrase in that photo might say Ilah al-Nas, which means the Lord of humankind, a verse in the last surah of the Quran, which is a prayer for protection from evil whisperings. I suggest you float this on academic listserv for Islam AAR." And then he goes on to recommend some other scholars. I have not reached out to those scholars yet. If I may comment very quickly about what he wrote, I do think it's significant, first off, that he saw two cases of the letter sin, because I myself, feel that there are two markings that look like the letter sin, and that came up in my video on the case for Arabic Revisited. And him stating that it looks like it says Ilahin Nas, which is the precise phrase that I arrived at in my hypothetical case, and it's also the phrase that Joffrey Khan and Samar Ali arrived at. It's interesting to note that he's arriving at that independently of the rest of us, So in a sense, it becomes another set of eyes from a person who's familiar with the Quran and familiar with Arabic, saying that, it looks to him like it says Ilahin Nas. So I thought that was at least somewhat significant.
Agreed. Definitely agreed. And that's important for people to understand. What he's saying is that, again, one more time, that he's coming to that conclusion independent of what other people have said, in Reddit, etc., whatnot. He's not connected to what they saw when they saw it. He doesn't know that they saw it. He's reading this independently.
Yeah, I should add, I didn't share the emails with one another. Like, I never shared Joffrey Khan's emails with Mahan Mirza or anything like that. So they're all sort of making these assessments in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm. So next, we have Dr. Kanner Dagwi. He's at Holy Cross University. He holds a master's from George Washington University, University's Department of Religion, and a PhD from Princeton University's Department of Near Eastern Studies. And this is what he had to say about it. You're going to break that down.
Sure. He says, "Hello, I cannot make anything out of it from the right that one double-bellied could be the name of God, Allah. But really, it's hard to tell. With your permission, I could post it to my networks online and see if anyone can help." I wound up writing back to him, asking him to, by all means, share it and let me know what responses he gets. I haven't yet to receive a response in that regard. I do think his opinion is significant because he's one of the people who did work on the study Quran, a fairly new translation that's generated a lot of excitement. It's a very interesting and I think a quite well done translation, the study Quran, and he was one of the people who worked on that. So he certainly he's essentially a translator of Quranic Arabic, or he's done some work in the realm of translating Quranic Arabic, So he's in a good position to assess this sort of thing.
I would like to have a good discussion with him about Surah 4, Ayah 34. Anyway, moving forward. I thought this was an interesting submission here. So this man is not technically a scholar, but he's an American Muslim convert from Christianity. His name is Imam Saeed Webb. He studied Arabic and Islamic studies at Al-Azhar University in Egypt. And so for those who don't know, that's not a small thing. That's a pretty prestigious university in the Islamic world, etc. So it's not like he's a layman by any means. But he's not technically what we would identify as a scholar in this country on the matter. However, this is what he says on the matter.
He said, "This is remarkable. I will have a look, but I also encourage you to track down academics who have done research on the subject. I'm aware of Professor Akbar Ahmed, who has done some extensive work on the topic, and then he had recommended a video that Akbar Ahmed had done while visiting Sapelo Island in Georgia, which may come up later in this discussion."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then at the bottom, he conceded. He says it's difficult to make out, and he asked if I have any better images. I did send him other images of other PEWS, and he didn't respond. I'm guessing he didn't see anything on those other PEWS either.
Yeah. So I'm glad you did this because this adds to the consensus, and I'm glad that Dr. Dagley will be able to put that information out to his network, and we can get even more information back.
And I may reach out to the scholars that Mahan Mirza had recommended as well. I've actually intended to, so I haven't got around to it yet. But he recommended 2 other scholars who may be of assistance.
So here's the $64,000 question. Has Abu painted himself into a corner? On the one hand, he's saying that there's no discernible language on the pews. On the other hand, it seems like because of his own work, research, legwork, all that a bunch of scholars are saying, you know what? This looks like it's potentially Arabic on the pews, like a discernible language with the phrase and all that. A recognizable phrase from the Quran that Muslims would know and say in a situation of distress, etc.
Yeah, this is Dante Fortson has raised precisely this criticism that now there are scholars saying there's Arabic on the pews, and then you have lowly me, a person who's not a scholar, saying that I still remain skeptical about language on the pews. As I've mentioned elsewhere, I believe Faithful to God has told me that with regards to that specific pew, he's reached the point where he would lean more towards scholars like Jafri Khan than defer to lowly me, who is not a scholar. So yes, I think a number of people feel that the case for Arabic is quite strong, and I myself would say that amongst the different cases for different languages, it seems that Arabic has the strongest case thus far. Now things can change in the future, and so yes, there is some irony in the fact that some of this was brought out by me, who happens to be a skeptic about Arabic remaining on the pews. What I would say is I do believe there's still wiggle room, and I think those scholars like Gudarzi and Kanardali and Suhaib Webb, as you said, we wouldn't consider him necessarily a scholar of Quranic Arabic, but he's a graduate of Al-Azhar, and that's significant. I think there is at least some wiggle room. There's still some room for skepticism, but yeah, I think it's a fair criticism, that Dante's brought up, that it does look awkward at this point that the case for Arabic seems to be swelling and getting so strong that it seems to sort of be falling over even on me, So I think it's a fair criticism, to be honest, but I do insist that I do believe there remains some wiggle room for doubt.
Now, when I talked to Anonymous about this, I asked him how many pews there were with markings on them. And so from what I understand, that there's 2 sections of pews in the balconies, and they both have markings, and they have markings on both sides, in both balconies. And that there's upwards of 17 to 20 different pews in each balcony. So there's potentially, and there's 2 panels to each pew.
So 40 panels, possibly.
Potentially 80 panels.
Oh, okay. I miscounted. Okay.
No,
wow.
Yeah, potentially 40 pews with 80 panels. So right now, as it seems like there's a strong case for Arabic on that one panel of that one pew.
Yes.
Are you saying that that's the best case for all pews, or just that one pew?
Oh, it would have to be for just that one pew. I mean, as we sort of alluded to earlier, I think it seems like the same half dozen or so images are just continuously being cycled on the internet, and there's, as you just alluded to, there's a larger number of panels that we have not seen, that are not on the internet, that I haven't seen. And so of course I can't say like this applies to all the pews, which is why I said thus far, like based on the arguments that have come out. Now, for all we know, I mean, someone might look at the rest of the pews and see anything. It could be clear Ge'ez, it could be Hebrew, it could be Ladino, it could be Spanish in the Latin script, who knows? But the point is that, I can't obviously speak on the matter of pews that I have not seen. So what I'm saying is thus far, emphasis on thus far, of the different cases for different languages, right now, Arabic has the strongest case if one is going to insist on language on the pews. And that's because the cases for other languages are based on individual characters, while the case for Arabic right now it's the one language that has an argument for a coherent phrase, and as you pointed out, a phrase from one of the most well-known, piece of Arabic literature in history. And it also, since a number of people wanted the opinions of scholars and wanted to defer to scholars, we have multiple scholars saying that there's Arabic text on the pews, and we have at least 2 who have suggested one very strongly suggesting that it's a particular Quranic verse, and then two other scholars who somewhat more hesitantly suggested the exact same reading. And that is, in that sense, there's more support for Arabic than any of the other languages at present thus far. But of course, things could change as we see more PEWS and more people examine them and so on.
Yeah, so you would agree that we would need to examine every panel and every pew to be able to give a proper understanding as to what each panel says, and we shouldn't extrapolate what's on one panel to another panel.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's interesting, and I'm not intending to say this disrespectfully. Kelly Richardson on multiple occasions has said that he has pictures of all the pews. And it's my understanding that when people go on that tour, they kind of get to see a few and then they're taken downstairs. He had something a little bit more akin to carte blanche. And so he's said that he has pictures of all the pews. What I would say is, if he's listening to this, I would ask him to put those pictures out, release them. And I believe he's alluded to the fact that specifically I am not worthy to see these images, but it's not just about me. It would be, for the public, and make it available to the public so multiple people could, examine them and discuss them. That's what I would ask him.
Yeah, and the second that when I talked to Anonymous, he let me know that when he went on the tour, that he was only able to see one side. Like he didn't.
Yeah, that's what I've heard from multiple people. Yeah, you get to see one side, and then they bring you back downstairs.
Yeah, the side that was shown in the PBS documentary with the potential Arabic on the one pew. Quick question, and then I'm gonna get to the PBS documentary. So there's a couple other positions, like the potentiality of a potential trade language, potential ciphers and codes, etc. What's your positions on those?
I wouldn't know how to address that. Like with regards to a code, in my very first video, I said that if the argument that I was making applies to people who feel that there's clear and discernible language on the pews. And then I said, if somebody's saying that it's something more esoteric, then obviously that becomes a much more difficult, and my argument doesn't really apply to it. So I'm uncertain how to assess whether or not there are codes on it. But I think the only thing I can say is that if someone wants to propose that, I would invite them to sort of present their case. Like, what exactly is this code that you believe appears on certain pews? That's the only thing I could say on that.
Mm-hmm. With that, I'm going to play a couple of clips from that PBS documentary. But before that, I forgot to even play my disclaimer, family. So I'm going to play the disclaimer for Sal. My fault, Sal. And then I'm going to shoot out the copyright disclaimer. And then we're going to get into this PBS documentary real quick. My fault, Sal. Bad, TJ.
Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by individuals on this platform, the callers plus invited guests, are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Radio.
Help keep the show on the air. If you want to help, you can send your donation through PayPal. The email is debatetalkforyou@gmail.com or through Cash App, $Sal Showtime. Thanks for your support.
The roots of the Black church run deep in the African continent. The human beings ensnared in the nightmare of the transatlantic slave trade practiced a wide variety of religions, including traditional ancestral worship, Islam, and in the Kingdom of Congo, a form of Catholicism that predated Columbus. Braving the horrors of the Middle Passage, enslaved Africans brought these ways of believing with them, along with their beliefs in the supernatural and their own protective deities. Over time, throughout the Caribbean and Latin America, Yoruba and Congo-based religions mixed with Roman Catholicism to create new religions. Vodou in Haiti, Santeria in Cuba, and Candomblé in Brazil. Here in the United States, religious practices such as hoodoo, obeah, and conjuration reflected their African religious roots. Incredibly, 210,000 Africans were brought here to the Carolinas and Georgia, nearly 50% of them arriving through the port of Charleston. Today, off the coast of Georgia, we can find some of the deepest traces of Christianity in places like Sapelo Island, home to the Gullah Geechee people. But the Muslim religion's strong roots persisted as well. Islam survived in ways that creolized Black Christianity.
During the 20s and 30s, people descended on Sapelo, researchers and writers who were also looking for the African origins of Black culture. The missing link,
yeah.
Right? So the stories that they told contributed to wealth of knowledge about the existence of Black Muslims on Georgia's coast.
What happened to the descendants of the Muslims who were here? Are you descended from a Muslim?
I am, actually. I mean, but most people from Sapelo are also descendants.
So the practice of Islam did not last very long within the community. Soon people were converted to Christianity.
There was a time where there were people who seemed to remember that there might be specific traditions that might be associated with Islam, burial practices, you know, where graves are facing.
There's a lot of east to west orientation that I've seen.
One of the things that I think that is the story of Black religion in America is that what enslaved people did in this new context was they attempted to merge and, you know, fuse these different worlds that they lived in.
Melissa is a descendant of Bilali Muhammad, who was brought to the island in the early 1800s, one of the many devout Muslims captured and enslaved in Senegambia. A quarter of the ancestors of African Americans came from this region. Bilali testified to his beliefs in a book of letters, written in his own hand.
He left a written record of both his attempts to reclaim and recall what he was remembering of his religious instruction.
In other words, he was determined to preserve his identity, this aspect of his identity.
Exactly, exactly. So, you know, this was Bilali's daughter, and her sons would become very instrumental in the creation of First African Baptist Church on the island.
In 1930, Katie Brown, a former slave and the great-granddaughter of Bilali Muhammad, recalled her own religious awakening as a young child.
When I heard old people singing, it made me feel like I ought to be a Christian. And I prayed and I prayed till I got my religion.
Oh, Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. Oh.
As the free Black community slowly began to grow in the years before the Declaration of Independence, the first institutions that they created, along with their enslaved sisters and brothers, were houses of worship. One of the earliest was in Savannah, Georgia. Today, it's known as the First African Baptist Church.
Reverend, I feel like I'm in the presence of Black church religious history. Tell me the story of this church. It's like a miracle.
Well, the church actually had its beginnings in 1773 when George Lau, who was a slave, was granted permission to preach up and down the Savannah River. In August of 1777, he was able to obtain his freedom. He was able to also constitute the church that same year.
You know what I love about this church? I always, whenever I go into a black church, I look to see what color God is, what color the angels, what color is Jesus. Your saints are your predecessors who founded and perpetuated the tradition. I think that's brilliant.
Well, this sanctuary actually would not have been built if it had not been for Andrew Cox Marshall, who preached for 44 years about how he wanted to build a brick church, not just the temporary wooden buildings that had been built. When we think of those who built the church, definitely of recent African descent, this building has so many symbols in it that are codes for various things in the windows and the ceiling, on the side of the pews.
After long days of labor, the free and enslaved members of First African Baptist worked through the night to create a home in which to worship their God. The people who built these pews paid homage to Christ, but also left a surprising trace of another African religious past, Islam.
This is Arabic type of writing.
It's amazing that it survived.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure that if Christians knew that it was Muslim, they would have just painted it over.
Maybe. But those who also wrote this, they may be Christian themselves. But for them, religion is a continuity. Different ways of maybe worship, but it's the same God, the same principle. And it was written to be a legacy for the future generations.
First African Baptist in Savannah, Georgia, was born on the of an eruption of evangelical Christianity in the 1700s, the First Great Awakening. African Americans would reinterpret the scriptures, finding new meanings, resonated, and spoke to their urgent needs for survival.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, but I know you were particularly interested in the Bilali Muhammad segment.
Well, yes, I'm glad they brought him up because he's one of the two figures that are at the very least relevant to the question of the plausibility of slaves in that region knowing Arabic. I mean, as we've alluded to earlier, we have lots of bits of evidence of slaves in the Americas knowing Arabic, but some of them are quite far from this region. For example, in 80, there's, the University of Pennsylvania has a text that a slave wrote. He wrote out Surat al-Ikhlas by hand. Also, the was it 1835 slave revolt in Bahia in Brazil was apparently organized by literate slaves who were writing in Arabic. But when it comes to Bilali Muhammad and also Umar ibn Sayyid, that's a situation where we have specifically slaves living in the southern United States who are literate in Arabic in specifically the middle of the 19th century, so roughly the 1850s. And I think that's significant. In the case of Bilali Muhammad, he was specifically in Georgia. He was on Sapelo Island. So for me, that's relevant. I'm sorry, go ahead. Is there something you want to say?
No, I just agree in the fact that it's very plausible that you have people in the area who are literate in Arabic. Again, so it's almost all the cases or the majority of the cases that we find about slaves in the South that are literate in Arabic, they're almost always Fulani. Bilali Muhammad being no exception. And so we can see that they're extremely literate in Arabic at the time. And so if they're in the area, it stands to reason that the literacy survived for at least for a little while. As it states, the majority of people converted to Christianity. And even as the Harvard scholar said that the people who potentially wrote the Arabic might not have even been Muslim. They could have potentially been Christian, just practicing some kind of spiritual continuity.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up because that I think also touches on the question of the plausibility, because some people found it absurd to think that, for example, there might be a verse from the Quran on one of these pews. And what the way I see it is, I think we sort of have, because of the acrimonious debates between Christianity and Islam, there's sort of this natural tendency to just assume the Quran as a whole, contradicts the Christian faith, when in reality, there's a few verses within an Orthodox Islamic interpretation, obviously run counter to the Orthodox Christian faith, but the vast majority of the Quran is not really that controversial. And certainly, Surat An-Nas, or at least the third verse of Surat An-Nas, is not in any way, controversial. And so the analogy I would give is, for example, the people have talked about the Congo cosmogram, right? That exists. Now, I would say that's fairly obviously not something typical of the Baptist Protestant faith, right? That, Congo cosmograms are not necessarily, I would take that to be something that's a vestige of certain slaves' beliefs and symbology that existed before they embraced the Baptist faith. But it would be an example of something from their past that doesn't necessarily contradict the Christian faith. And so, likewise, another vestige of that could be Surat An-Nas. And what's interesting is that, when people teach children to memorize parts of the Quran, they start with the shorter surah at the end of the Quran. And as was pointed out by Samar Ali, and I think alluded to by Mahan Mirza, Surat An-Nas is essentially a prayer. It opens up with the word Qul, and it's sort of ordering, imploring people to employ this prayer. And it's a prayer that, I could easily see a situation where someone who was raised by a Muslim or a former Muslim was taught this prayer as a child and retained it. And as they adopted the Christian faith, they didn't necessarily let go of that in its entirety, precisely because it doesn't contradict the faith they adopted. And so I'm glad that the scholar from Harvard, Boubacar Diakite, brought that up, that it isn't necessarily implausible for, although he wasn't, at least in the clips that we saw, he wasn't explicitly discussing Quranic material. It's nonetheless, I would say this portion of the Quran does not contradict their faith, just as the Congo cosmogram does not contradict their faith. You can retain vestiges that are harmonious with your new faith, is the way I would put it.
Yeah, and just to give some credence to what's being said, I just want to give some background information to Arabic being amongst some of the slaves in the area. Again, so these are pictures of slaves that were known to be literate in Arabic, of which you see here Omar ibn Said, who he's very, let me just go straight to his.
He's probably one of the best examples.
Yeah, exactly. One of the best examples for the simple case that he was thought to have converted to Christianity. I'll just read this here. Omar ibn Said was another Fulani Muslim from Senegal and enslaved from 1807 to 1864. He wrote an autobiography in Arabic. He was thought to have converted to Christianity, but when asked to write the Lord's Prayer in Arabic in 1857, was later found to have written Surah An-Nasr, the 110th Surah of the Quran. So,
it speaks directly to the point of, yes. if people would say this man was a Christian, this slave was a Christian, therefore he would not be trafficking in Quranic material. We have a real world example of a person who was a slave, who was literate in Arabic, who was understood to be a Christian, publicly. And yet when he would put forth markings in Arabic, he was sometimes putting forth Quranic material and apparently leading people to believe that it was biblical material.
Mm-hmm. And to the Harvard scholar's point, it wouldn't be unheard of for a once Muslim slave who was literate in Arabic to continue writing Arabic, even if he was considered to be a Christian. They wouldn't throw away the language that they were literate in just because they changed religions. Because again, like I stated in my video on the PEWS, Arabic was the lingua franca of North and West Africa at the time. Mm-hmm. You can go to Timbuktu and find multiple different languages written in Arabic script. And real quick, is that something you want to speak to, the difference between a script and a language, or no?
It's an important distinction because so you can have Arabic script on the PEWS without Arabic language being there. As you pointed out, there were certain West African languages that were written in the Arabic script, and that happens to this day. There are certain African languages written in the Arabic script. So yeah, so the presence of Arabic script doesn't necessarily entail Arabic language, and that's also a point that I've tried to insist on, is that we need to keep in mind the distinction between script and language. And this also relates to the case for Arabic vis-a-vis other languages. The other languages that are being proposed, what's being proposed are individual characters, and therefore that falls into the realm of script. And And with regards to if we're going to make a case for saying it's sufficient just to show individual characters, some markings resembling individual characters, we certainly have that for Arabic. But Arabic also has the added bonus of an apparent phrase, one that's endorsed by at least one scholar and more tentatively by a couple more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was talking to Brother Reggie from the conscious community, and he's of the concept that the pew that's mostly being seen is there's some form of West African Arabic on there, but he's also a proponent of there being codes and symbols and ciphers and all those kind of things on there as well.
It's certainly possible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know though what those would be, unfortunately.
Yeah,
like I haven't encountered anyone who's made a positive case for that.
Yeah, agreed. But it turned his view on it. I thought was interesting because it turns it into a cultural conversation. Because I understand, like when for you this is merely a linguistic argument. Right?
Yes.
And I think this is where a lot of people are getting missing the concept, because for them it's a linguistic plus a cultural argument, or for a lot of them the culture is based on the language, etc. For me, I take the position of there potentially could be a multiple or multitudes of African languages or scripts, etc. on the pews, given the different groupings of people that were in the area and coming through, etc. Not to mention the like you already mentioned the Congo symbol, what Ephraim Isaac says about the potentiality of Ge'ez on the pews, etc.
Apparently the quilts, certain quilts.
Yeah, the 9 patch is serious. Because at that juncture, when you get into the 9 patch, you're talking about, this is where it gets into the cultural concept. Now we're talking about the potentiality of being included in the Underground Railroad. So when the church themselves are saying that there's codes, etc., all around the church, on the ceiling, on the floors, on the pews, and whatnot, now we're talking about a cultural argument in terms of, okay, now this is, to me, this specifically applies to the code and trade language arguments and whatnot, in the sense to where those particular arguments are I can see them being linked to the Underground Railroad, because the Underground Railroad was known to use codes and symbols and things of that nature, including the 9 patch. So for me, when I see people like Ephraim Isaac talking about potential single letter recognition versus phraseology and whatnot, I don't rule out the single letters potentially playing a role in some form of a code.
Nor would I. Yeah, no, of course.
But I definitely agree in the sense to where if you're gonna talk about a language being found on the pew, that you should look for phraseology, because that's again we're talking about a difference between a code, a script, and a language. Right? With the code, I could take that 9 patch, and I can take symbols and pictures and all kind of stuff and stick them in the 9 patch and come up with a grid of some sort, right? With script, I can find individual letters, and that could be like an alphabet, right? And I go, you know what, this identifies a script, but that's not an actual phrase, right? But I can identify this is this script and this alphabet from this script, right? However, if I got a full phrase, like you're talking about a surah from the Quran, it's easier to recognize. You can see, okay, this scholar over here saying this scholar over there saying that. They can all recognize this phrase from this recognizable passage from the Quran, etc. It's easier to get a solid hit on that kind of an argument. However, I would say this though. Well, let me ask this question: do you take into account the cultural aspect of the involvement of the Underground Railroad?
No, I've generally not got into that at all. So no, and so no. I mean, I haven't put much consideration to it at all.
So,
and I don't mean that in a negative sense, like I have an aversion to it. I'm just saying my examination of this has been very limited, and so therefore it didn't touch that. That's the way I put that.
Okay. Do you think in any way, shape, or form the involvement of the Underground Railroad changes the linguistic argument at all?
Well, yeah, you've raised the point that, and even without the Underground Railroad, but certainly with it, if you have multiple people who may or may not know multiple languages, if they're making markings on the pews after they've been set up. I remember back in November, the Boom Church panel presented the argument that the pews were marked before they were put in place. But if they're making markings, if visitors to the church are making these markings, people who are, being set free and sort of transitioning from one spot to the next, it certainly makes sense that the markings would differ from each other. That would provide a plot, because that's one of the concerns that I've had, is that the markings on these pews are so strikingly different from one another, and so that at least provides a plausible explanation for why they would be so different.
Mm-hmm.
But and also with regards to like individual characters possibly, serving as some sort of code. I mean, yeah, that's I mean, this is it's perhaps a bad analogy, but the first thing that comes to mind is recently in Iraq with the rise of Daesh, with what's called ISIS, on the homes of Shia, they were putting a single character. They were putting the character Ra, the Arabic equivalent of the R, to symbol Rawafid, or Rafidi or something like that, to symbolize Shia. Now, if we didn't know the context of that and we just saw a Ra on a wall, it would be almost meaningless. It just looks like a comma or something like that, But for those who knew what their intention was, they understood they're marking the homes of people they feel they have particular positions on. It's sort of a designation. So now I know that's an awkward analogy, but the point is that yes, if people have a certain agreement on how to interpret an individual character, then yes, an individual character can certainly serve as a code or as a reference.
Right. Hold on real quick. Let me check something out.
Oh, by the way, I was going to say, I mean, we don't have to do this right now, but also we can take, I'd be happy to take questions from the audience. I unfortunately was unable to focus on the chat, but I sort of saw that Anonymous Hebrew had some, he was offering some thoughts, and, I didn't get a good sense of it just because I wasn't paying close enough attention, but it looked like he, had some interesting points to raise. So, and maybe others do as well. I haven't taken a close look at the chat, but that's also a possibility if you're interested.
Anonymous, feel free to jump on, brother man. I just dropped the link. Just dropped the link. Oh. So are you familiar with trade languages and how they came about in West Africa, etc.?
No, it's not I first heard about that from your video, actually, your first video on the subject. So it's, what exactly is it? Is it sort of like a language that's used in between languages, a sort of a bridge?
Yeah, it's like, so are you familiar with like Mozart-Arabic?
Say it again?
Like Mozart-Arabic from Spain? Like
yes.
They're very similar to that's where you have multiple people coming together, speak different languages, and so they merge them together to make kind of like one language, so they can all kind of trade around and do certain things with it.
I got you. So used mainly for commerce, for interactions. Okay. It's certainly a possibility vis-a-vis the PEWS, but I don't have a meaningful comment at this time.
Yeah, Anonymous, I don't see you as of yet, but feel free to jump on. I'll put the link in the chat one more time.
And of course, questions from anyone else, and etc.
Yeah. So where would you like to see the argument or discussion on the PEWS go from here?
Really, what I want is I want to see more pictures of the PEWS, obviously, and I'm hoping we can get is the position that I had from the very beginning, which is that we focus on the markings themselves, more focus on there's been very little of that over, recently there's been a little bit, but for the most part, there's been almost no focus on the markings. I'm happy to consider the positions of scholars, but I certainly don't want to get into this mode of, simply deferring to them, and I've seen that on both sides, where there's certain people on both sides, people who, favor a position and people who are hostile to that position. There's certain people who will say, this scholar said something I like, you're not an expert, you need to be quiet, like as if, the high priest has spoken and, accept the dogma. So I'm happy to consider the positions of other scholars, but I certainly think we need to focus more on methodological questions and on the markings themselves and, the different ways to interpret them. That's what I'm most interested in, the markings themselves.
Yeah, that's what's up. So I'm bringing on Anonymous right now, but as I'm bringing him on, I got one final question. So in light of Benaiah Israel's research in terms of the people at the church referring to themselves as mothers and fathers in Israel, etc., do you feel that them self-identifying as Israel in any way, shape, or form, literal, figurative, etc., has any play on how to read the PEWS or look into the PEWS or the culture of the PEWS or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm reluctant to see it as terribly relevant because I mean, it may be related, but I'm reluctant to see the relation, how relevant it is. I think because I think a lot of people, as you alluded to, there are various ways to refer to oneself as Israel, and many people have done that, and of course, many people can do that without being familiar with, a script, a particular script, or much less a particular language. I mean, I certainly don't think it would contribute much to the more acrimonious disputes between, because certain people try to set up a dichotomy, which I know you don't agree with this, and I myself don't agree with this, where either it's Hebrew or it's Arabic. Like, if it's Hebrew, then we reject Arabic out of hand, or vice versa. What I would say is that, I mean, again, and maybe this is another poor analogy, but like, for example, in Afghanistan, you have the Pashtuns, many of them describe themselves as literally being descendants of the children of Israel. And they're writing in essentially a Persian dialect in the Arabic script. They're writing in Dadi and stuff like that. So identifying as Israel doesn't necessarily tell us about the markings that someone is producing. There's plenty of people who identify as Israel who are writing in the Latin script, the Arabic script, and of course some writing in the Hebrew script. But it's a fascinating subject. When I first got interested in this, it wasn't out of some desire. I know people think it's out of some desire to refute Israelites. For me, it was just because the idea in itself is fascinating. It's something that's interesting to me because I remember, I don't have a source handy, unfortunately, but I remember, man, like 20 years ago, I read about in Suriname, there was a Jewish slaveholder from the Netherlands, and his slaves converted to rabbinic Judaism. And, they adopted his faith, and he set them free and gave them the land that he had them working on. It became their land. And I remember reading in a book that they were using, some semblance of Hebrew in accordance with their, and for me, that was fascinating. And so it is, the idea of slaves using Hebrew in some capacity is fascinating, and I certainly wouldn't rule it out. That was my initial interest when the claim first came up. But however, when I began to examine the available images, I became more skeptical.
Let me welcome my brother, a good brother, Anonymous Hebrew, to the panel. Shalom, brother. How you doing?
Hey, yo, shalom to both you brothers. This is a great conversation, man.
Greetings.
Greetings, bro. It's finally good to, have a conversation with you.
Likewise. There's a gentleman named, forgive me if I mispronounce his name. I hope he'll forgive me. I think it's Yehuchanan. And Yehuchanan had recommended you on Facebook in a couple of private messages. I think he was going to attempt to put me in contact with you, if I recall correctly. So I'm glad that, finally we get to have a conversation.
Yeah, that's our mutual acquaintance, exactly. And I don't really have much disagreements. I think I like your approach to it. I like you came at it scholastically. I think you heard at least the first, maybe even the second one that more the first the videos are more put together, and I want to state at least, especially for the gentleman in the chat, and this is more for him. My stance is not that you find just this plethora of Hebrew writing on the panels. I don't see that. I do see, some forms of what we can maybe say Arabic, but we see a mixture of languages, which is why I suggest that people go take the tour. Depending on your tour guide, you'll find out he's saying that they spoke a mixture of languages, right? He's saying that these people would have been dealing with Arabic, a form of patois, as well as like a Maghrebi or some type of Hebrew dialect. And this lines up with, some of Godbeat's work dealing with people from Nigeria. Is this what this, this is what we see? And we know that they definitely had some influence with Arabic. So, it would have never been, I would have never tried to challenge that. I don't, I'm not mad at any of my brothers who do, but I would say the likelihood that this is Arabic or some form of Arabic, especially the more pews that we look at, it's highly likely. Unlike, you know, the couple of pews that I see passed around, I have a good deal of pictures just from the one side. You know, like you said, you only got one side that you pretty much have access to. Hopefully soon we'll get a chance to go in there and kind of look at all of them. But I do personally believe that this is some form of a trade dialect, some form of thing that they're dealing with at that time, especially due to being enslaved and dealing with the Underground Railroad, which that church also has ties to when you get down into the basement. So now, is that 100%? Oh, I got scholars that say that. Nah, you know, that's what we're working on. You know, we're working on putting that work together. But we do have scholars that will attest to a lot of the tribes that identify, that would have some type of identification as like the B'nai Ephraim and in southern Nigeria, I want to say, that they would have been speaking a mixture of some form of Maghrebi, Hebrew, Arabic, and Patois. And so I think it's important for us to take a look at that and see what we have. I wanted to understand your false positive statement. Right. That was really my biggest thing, because I had an issue, and maybe I heard wrong. I was kind of being accosted in the chat. So I wanted to deal with that. But I wanted to understand what you were saying about the false positive. Are you saying you're getting false positives if you turn the pictures? Or are you saying you're getting false positives because we have various letterings that we can't really tie to one specific language?
Oh, well, just to be clear, I want to be clear that I was saying that it was more the potential for false positives.
Got you.
What I was saying is that now, obviously, I can never speak on the intention of a person who made a particular marking. And so what I'm saying is that when you have a marking that resembles a character from a script, if it's not part of a phrase, what happens is it's much more often, not always, but it's often subject to more interpretations. And that's what I was saying. So with regards to the pew, there's a certain level of uncertainty as to which way we should look at the marking. So, even suggesting, Ge'ez characters, or as Benaiah did, two chetz, that involves sort of rotating the pew 90 degrees one way or the other. And so it does beg the question of which way we look at the markings. And as a result, it can be interpreted in a number of ways. And that's where the potential for false positives can come in. So that's why I gave the example. Like, I could write, let's say, a Phoenician character, a quote unquote Paleo Hebrew character, and without me saying how I intended it, someone could interpret it differently. Like, for example, if I only write the Phoenician shin, the Paleo Hebrew shin, it looks a lot like a Latin W. And so someone might assume it's a W, and then the reverse is true. I could write a W, and someone might say, well, he intended it as a shin. Without the context of a phrase, that's where the potential for false positives and multiple interpretations.
Got you. Now, and I want to make this clear to the person in the chat. He wasn't stating what you're saying, right? I appreciate that. That's a form of scholarship, and we have the potential for these things, especially if you're saying, if we turn them this way, if we see these things. I agree. Myself personally, when I went there and I looked at the pictures, and all the pictures even that I sent to Moore, I didn't attempt to turn them. I didn't attempt to do any of that. I looked at it for what it was. And once again, that's why I suggest people go to do the tour, because you get in context how they would have written it, right? They're actually putting the pews together, and they're putting some form of writing on there. Now, could they have laid it to the side and wrote on it? Sure, possibly. But the way that they're explaining it, it's this long, tedious process of love of how they actually built this church. And so, initially I thought, like, well, maybe they're putting their initials on there, or maybe they're signing it. But once we do the studies and start to get more comfortable in understanding that they did have some form of a trade dialect, I'm becoming more and more, I at least want to look into that. but I appreciate that standpoint, because the way I understood that you were saying is that you're simply talking about, turn it this way. That's where the false positives are coming from. You're saying that there's a potential for a false positive because of the way that it can be viewed or interpreted. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. The way I would put it is that, so for example, for a particular pew, we touched on at least 3 different interpretations of the same markings. Now, I of course cannot say definitively that any of those interpretations in terms of characters are necessarily false, because I don't know the intentions of the men who made those markings, but because there's multiple interpretations, we would presume that some of them have to be mistaken, and that's where the potential comes in, and then
that's
the
why I think it's
the sort of question marks that remain.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's important what Moore is saying is trying to really, let's get a look at all of them. And then let's really take a look at this concept of some form of a trade dialect, right? When we see a potential for multiple languages on these pews, right? That in itself either suggests that they're speaking multiple languages, or that there's some method to what they're doing, right? Or even I think we've heard something like maybe it's some form of a prayer, or some type of protection situation. I wouldn't rule that out, but I think all 3 of us agree that we see multiple forms of, multiple languages, or I shouldn't even say languages, because I know then we're saying, well, what script does it say, or what phrase does it say? So let me be, try to be as scholastic as possible. We see forms of different languages on there, different expressions of ways of communicating, however you want to put it. But I think the route that Moore and myself and a few other brothers are trying to go is gonna be the best way to figure out what's going on those pews.
Well, at the very least, I'll say this: you gentlemen, the 2 videos you made on the pews certainly took it in a different direction. That was one of the things I really appreciated about those 2 videos, is the amount of nuance that it brought. Because unfortunately, I think before you gentlemen, now I know you said you were involved in this before the recent controversies, but when you gentlemen entered into the recent discussion prior to that public entrance, it seemed that most people seem to be moving forward with either it's this language or it's that. There was sort of, and so you've sort of opened the door to a more nuanced way of looking at it, and I think that certainly changed the nature of the discussion, because certain people were just hostile. They're just waving an idea out of hand. It's this language, so therefore it can't be that language. And, I don't know. And obviously you brought some complexity to the table.
I appreciate
more
that.
complexity, greater complexity.
Yeah, I appreciate, what I'm noticing, certain people that we are able to have scholastic conversations. There's no pride. It's just, we're trying to find out what's going on. Right.
And nobody raised their voice. There's been no name called. We're just dealing with the arguments, weighing them out.
And so I appreciate that. I appreciate that standpoint. I don't know much about I tried to stay out of the Richard Katz thing. I'll say, and I'll say this to anybody, either way it go, if there's something wrong that my brothers did, I love them, and let's figure out how to clear that up. If they didn't do anything wrong, eventually, if we can get to the bottom of it, then they deserve an apology. But I don't want the Katz situation to muddy up a situation or muddy up the need for us to have this conversation, because at best, this is a national treasure for Black people. Honestly, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of us were told these slaves couldn't write, they couldn't read, they couldn't do this thing, and now we're finding out that they had some form of communicating. So that in itself, for those of us that are real members of the diaspora, that's something to revel in. And so we really need to take our chances and to study that and learn and see what was going on.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly say this about the Katz situation. It is largely a distraction. I've said this before. I know myself and Faithful to God were at the forefront of, bringing a certain view forward on that. But I honestly didn't want to get into that, because I would much prefer that we focus on the markings. That's these sort of, where we're being forced to address what a scholar allegedly said, it sort of takes us away from just looking at the markings, especially if it's a claim of a scholar in the absence of any recourse to the markings. So yeah, I would much prefer to look at the markings as well. Just let that be the focus.
I agree. And I wanted to commend you too. I heard you on Faithful's channel. I forgot what y'all might have been dealing with the PEWS. And I heard a certain portion of it. And I saw him trying to take it somewhere, being real and insulting and things. And you were trying to bring it back. Like, yo, I don't want to go there. I don't want to do it. Like, I don't. And so I appreciate that, because you're keeping the same energy away from this platform that you even bring it on here now. So I appreciate that. And I want to, when people do good, I want to also commend them for that. So, and now that I got a clear understanding about the false positive situation, especially when you're clarifying that with the statement of potentially, that's scholastic. That's how we should look at things. So.
Yeah.
Who's still there? My fault.
I'll be good.
Oh, okay. So, Abu, let me ask you this then. Are you familiar with the potential or the possibility that West Africans would have been speaking a mixture of, these languages?
Well, I would, I'll put it this way. Something that, separate from this conversation, something I often say to people is that with the rise of Zionism and the controversies that Zionism has created, a lot of people reflexively have this idea of Jews not being in Muslim lands. But when the reality is that before the rise of Zionism, basically for all of Islamic history, almost everywhere a Muslim was, with the exception of Mecca and Medina, almost everywhere where Muslims were, there were Jews within that territory as well. And so on just about every Muslim territory, there were Jews there overlapping with that. So even separate from sub-Saharan Africa, but I would take it for granted that existed within sub-Saharan Africa as well, that the Jewish communities there were overlapping, their liturgical languages with their, with what would be the dominant language, or at least the dominant script. And we see that, at least, now I don't know much about the situation in sub-Saharan Africa, but we certainly see that elsewhere. We see that in Spain. We see that in Sicily. I mean, I've literally had the pleasure of working with documents that are Arabic documents written in specifically the Solitreo script that were written by Jews, and they're writing to, non-Jewish authorities within Sicily, and stuff like that. So that sort of existed. Yeah. So I would take it for granted that in any, at least, territory that had a sizable population of Muslims, there were probably Jews there, and there probably was some sort of melding of languages and scripts and stuff like that. Certainly there's lots of cases of, for example, people, Judeo-Arabic was very widespread amongst Jewish communities in the Muslim world. But unfortunately, I don't know much about what the situation would be within, places where, slaves were taken from. But I take it for granted that if there were Muslims there, then that same phenomenon was probably happening.
Got you. And, that's really where we're operating from. And that's the work that we're putting together. I did want to ask you one more question. It kind of deals with the same, not the PEWS, but just kind of the same concept, if possible. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm kind of trying to understand this, right? It's so hard to talk to brothers and sisters from the UA community without it turning contentious. So it is. So, but I would like to know if there is a pushback on some of us that identify, even if we're saying genetically, as having connections to the Jewish population or Israelite population, however we want to word it, if there is a pushback on that from you, and if so, why? And I'm asking this really.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I think I cut you off.
I'm asking because, not to be contentious, I want to know what we need to do in order to be able to come to get our brothers and sisters more to the scholastic conversation of this.
Well, what I would say is that my position, and I'm not necessarily in a way that people are aware of, but I've stated this many times in the past, even with other members of the, what's called the urban apologetics spectrum. I'm not even sure how to define it, but nonetheless, amongst others, I've taken this position that, honestly, I would never tell an individual, like I certainly understand skepticism about groups numbering in the millions, but if an individual wants to claim that he descends from somebody, while I'm fine with people being skeptical, I personally would never tell a person that they don't descend from that person, because how could I? I mean, obviously I don't know anyone's lineage. And I think this is a phenomenon. The way I see it is, for example, you know, I'm a Christian and specifically a Catholic. Within the Catholic Church, there are converts from there are occasionally Ashkenazi Jews who convert, and they'll continue to insist that they descend from you know, Jacob, from the patriarchs of the Bible. Now, what I would always say is that, you know, the way we move forward within that paradigm is that the claim in itself is not necessarily problematic. I understand that people want to be skeptical, but, you know, there's no reason to like necessarily fight with a person. Like if a Catholic who's of Ashkenazi ancestry says he descends from Jacob, I don't see any reason to try and put a finger in his chest and say, no, you don't. And especially if we don't know his lineage. And then therefore that follows that the same, if we're going to be fair, that has to apply to, let's say, a member of the African diaspora who makes the same claim that they descend from Jacob. Likewise, I don't see any reason to put a finger in someone's chest and say, I know your lineage across millennia, when, you know, frankly, I don't. So I don't fight with individuals on their lineage claims. I really am not interested in it, you know. With regards to groups, you know, I'm not terribly interested in the arguments about, you know, saying this group of millions of people are Israelites, but occasionally I'm willing to discuss it with people. I am somewhat skeptical, or I think the question might be more complex than some put it out there, but, you know, I certainly don't ever deny an individual's lineage claims.
Hey, man.
If that makes any sense.
And
I think that's fair. You know, like if I'm not going to fight with an Ashkenazi Jew, I shouldn't fight with you know, an African American or whatever, you know, a member of the African diaspora outside of the United States who's making the same claim, or anyone else, a Pashtun, whoever, you know.
And just so, since we're having this conversation, this is why we kind of have the same conversation with a lot of our brothers. Like, I'm not arguing about whether or not an Ashkenazi is or is not, right? Like.
Nor was I, by the way. That wasn't intended to say that they are. Right. You know, I actually have my own levels of skepticism vis-a-vis them. But
but at this point, like, I'm more worried about, okay, if we're making that claim, let's get to the point where either we prove it, or let's just say, you know what, culturally, this is just what I identify with. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that as well, right? Just saying, look, this is who I am now. This is the culture that I study, and I if you want to say I spiritually identify with that, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, what happens is when some of us go deeper and look into our roots, and I want to say this sensitively, while I can look and see that I guess my most recent migration is from West Africa, that's because of the people sampling when we look at genetics. But my DNA is from the Levant, and it's Southeast Africa, and its connection to these Ethiopian Jews, and that's just my DNA. That's Moore's DNA. That's Jehukana's DNA. Like, I can't sit here and speak for hundreds of millions of people or whatever. Can't say it's a good chance that a lot of us may have it. But we never go out and say every person that was a part of the diaspora was, you know, descendant of this. So, full disclosure, if you're taking that route, I want to also take this route and take the time to say, if we can have these type of conversations, like, I appreciate you this evening, Abu, right? We can have these type of conversations. This is how we start to grow scholastically. And I appreciate it. That's all I know to tell you. Like, I'm grateful for you coming on and you know, keeping you cool, no yelling, no insults, even with your pushback about what you feel with our brothers, Pastor Richardson and Moray Brown, who I will say, those are my brothers, right? You weren't inflammatory. Now, I don't know everything that's happened in the past. I don't know the interactions. But I can say this evening, you have not tried to be inflammatory. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your views on the pews, and I hope that we can have more dialogue, especially as more information comes out about it. So
Agreed. I certainly, yeah. And I think, yeah, cordial dialogue is always important. You know, there's no need to be ever upset in these conversations. Because the way I see it, I think this is what I'll say with regards to acrimony that exists in discussion. And this is something I've said privately with, you know, other Christians, that on both sides of a lot of these Christian Israelite debates. Now, I know those aren't clean distinctions. There's people who are both Israelites and Christians, but if we can just use the broad distinctions, Christians and Israelites, on both sides of these debates, I don't know how to describe it, but I feel like a lot of people take their positions extremely personally, and therefore a lot of emotion gets involved, and things can get acrimonious very fast, unfortunately. And I think both sides will have people who are trying to punish people for something someone else did. You know what I mean? Like someone else from your community disrespected me, so now I'm going.
Well, right.
Yeah, on both sides, that's the silent mindset. I'm going to make you pay for what somebody else said to me. You know, you're just like that guy, and you know, or I'm going to assume you're like that because you're running with him. You know, you have mildly similar positions to him, so you know. But no, yeah, I think it's much better to just have cordial discussions. And the thing is, my position has always been that, you know, there's no loss in, let's say I take a position, and let's say I have a discussion with Orthodox Moore and he presents a case and my position is definitively refuted by his position. Like if anything, I benefit from that. Like we actually benefit from our arguments being refuted. Like it's not that I think a lot of people, you know, they put a lot of emphasis on winning an argument when I think we should just be trying to explore how we understand the evidence, how we interpret the evidence, and which way the evidence points on a given subject, whatever it is. You know, some people are into lineage claims, I'm more into linguistic claims, you know, like the PEWS, like Lashman Kodash, etc. But whatever the case, yeah, I think that's why I'm able to have a. Well, let me rephrase that. I think all of us will be able to have.
I don't deal with Lashawans. I just want to point that out.
Oh no, I know. Of course. Yeah. No, I was just using that as an example of my interests. But what I'm saying is that the gist of it is I think we collectively, people can have cordial discussions if they're less interested in like winning at all costs and defending their positions and are sort of open to like, for example, on the PEWS specifically, my position has always been that while I'm skeptical about there being language on the PEWS, I want to see other people's cases for language on the PEWS. I would welcome correction on that and on any other subject. You know, we benefit from that. You know, we all benefit from new information, including information that refutes a position that we held previously.
That's fair. And then I'll say this to my brothers and sisters in the chat, if you are listening, as it pertains to the PEWS, it's a work in progress, right? That needs to be understood. Like, we haven't even been able to examine all of the PEWS, right? There's a whole other 40 panels, basically, because it's 20 on the other side, if I'm not mistaken. We still need to get at and examine and see, and if we can find some consistency and find some things. But I will say, you know, based upon what I've seen, we see multiple expressions on there, right? It's not just one clear cut. This is Ge'ez, or this is Arabic, or this is Hebrew. And by the way, there's very few markings that I would consider to be 100% Hebrew, right? So we can't just want to be sensitive and real when I say this. We cannot just definitively jump out and just say, oh, it's Hebrew. Because as Moore said, I went there, like me and my wife went there with the hopes and impression that we're gonna see, you know, this Hebrew. And you know, I was so amped when I got out. I'm out there on a trip with my wife, and I'm calling these guys like, yo, this is not just Hebrew. This is Arabic. This is, you know, I'm seeing all type of stuff on here. So it was, and like I said, that was in what, 2019? I mean, August
of 2019, yeah.
August of 2019. So yeah, like.
And for the record, family, G-Con was on for that first couple phone calls.
Facts. So I like it. I like the conversation. I think we need to do it more. I would love to have the brother Benaiah on next time. I think that would really be an interesting conversation. He's got a lot of good information. Final question, and I don't know if Moore asked you this. How much does culture play into identifying this as well? And maybe he asked you this, I don't know, but
he asked a question similar to that. I mean, I guess at least as far as like interpreting codes, that it could have a huge factor in terms of one's ability to identify something. But by and large, at least when we're searching for discernible language, I personally have tried to separate out cultural questions and stuff like that, largely, you know. But if it's for something beyond that, I think cultural questions become relevant, at least for the stuff like codes and symbols and stuff like that, you know.
Now, and I'm not trying to, press on this, but
it's fine. It's fine. Ask any question. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to keep it cool. But wouldn't you think, and this is just me now, scholar to scholar, like thinking about this, wouldn't you think though, because of the significance or just this specific situation as it pertains to these slaves, this church having connection to the Underground Railroad, and what we know of what's going on with this slave trade at this time, and just the different things that these group of people are going through, like, wouldn't that maybe play like a huge part in how we would identify and determine what was going on with those pews?
Moore did ask a question along those lines. For me personally, because my view was very narrow and just trying to look for discernible language, I didn't give a lot of thought to that. But yes, I mean, obviously, what you're describing, like the Underground Railroad, that can have a lot of relevance to how one approaches it. Like, for example, like I've seen one case presented, or one, maybe, I don't know if speculation is the right word, but one speculation that was put forth was that the markings were made first on boards, on free boards, and then they were inserted into the pews when the pews were built. While Orthodox Moore, while bringing in the context of the Underground Railroad, has proposed a possibility, and I think this does change the paradigm, and it does change our potential perception of it, where the pews are already in place and different people who are transitioning from location to location are making those markings while they're on a stop. And that does sort of change one's perspective of what's possible, what's likely. So yeah, my honest answer is I haven't given much thought to it, but that's the little bit I could say on it, at this time.
Yeah, got you. And I appreciate the honesty.
I appreciate that. Yeah, for real.
I appreciate that. And I think that, that's that point that Moore made is something that we went back and forth with a lot. Knowing that, and then knowing the history of how this church even, like, I don't even got the time, but the history of how this church got built, it in itself, it lends to maybe something like that, and I'm trying to be real careful about how I say it, because
particularly when you understand that the first preacher was able to move freely up and down certain areas just because he was teaching Christianity when he was able to move where other people weren't able to move and whatnot. So there's a lot there with that. But no, I appreciate what you said about not particularly considering the cultural context of whatnot.
Well, it does change, as I mentioned earlier. Like, initially, one of my big concerns, and it was one of the things that really is one of multiple things that fed into my skepticism about it being coherent language, was, the few pews that are available, when you look at the markings, they're starkly different. They're very different. For me, that's sort of, if they were all done at the same time, that sort of feeds into my skepticism that there's a single language there, that it's a coherent language, because it starts to look much more like just random markings. But when you propose that maybe it's multiple people at different points in time, obviously that changes how I would react to the disparities or the stark differences in the markings.
And I'm gonna go a little deeper. When you examine multiple boards there, right? It looks like it's either written at different times or it's written with different utensils, if that makes sense. And so that, in my opinion, gives more credence or credibility to the concept of maybe these are written by different people at different stops, because some look like real tiny, tight, being able to maybe it's a stylistic tool that they're using. Some could just be a rough piece of stick that they use. You know, it's all type of different stuff going on there. And I agree with that statement that you made of like, we see starkly, drastically different things on different parts of those pews. And that theory is a very powerful theory and a very powerful concept that I think we need to look into.
Mm-hmm. And for me, like, my connection to the pews has nothing to do with trying to identify as an Israelite or whatever. For me, I look at that as someone who descends from slaves. And so I see the potentiality of, I'll just say this, if any language is on the pews, we owe it to our ancestors to find out what they left us, because they went through some effort to leave it. And being that there's Bakongos symbols, potential West African Arabic. I mean, if it's West African Arabic, which form of West African Arabic? And on top of that, like multiple people spoke Arabic. It could say multiple things. Like what I was saying with Brother Reggie earlier, talking about Brother Reggie, is he even admitted that even if it is Arabic, we'd have to go double check to see if it's not even Hebrew or some other language written in the Arabic. So even if it's Arabic, it can represent still other languages from West Africa, and whatnot. And trying to find out is how, if there are different languages there, how many and what do they say? Because they all represent a different story, a different path, a different link to the same slave trade that we all that the descendants from the slave trade that come from.
And that's actually what Abu was saying when he was talking about the thing in Italy, like this like that's what I was understanding when he was saying that. And go ahead, Abu. I know you had.
Well, no, what I was going to say is, like, we briefly touched on Judeo-Arabic, where you had Jews writing Arabic in various Hebrew scripts. But while that was far more common, what was less common but nonetheless existed was there were also Jews who were writing Hebrew in Arabic script. That was less common than Judeo-Arabic, but nonetheless, Hebrew written in the Arabic script did exist. You know, and so that's a fair point. And then, of course, we know there are non-Semitic languages that are written in the Arabic script as well.
I wanted to touch on one little thing too that you spoke about, the Pashtun people. I was actually deployed in this area, right? And that was something that I experienced, and I'd have been telling these guys about this. Like, I had been telling some of my brothers about this. Like, you understand, like, a lot of these people would identify as being, you know, children of Israel.
While also faithful Orthodox Muslims.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because a lot of people think that's a contradiction, you know, at least within the African American paradigm. Like in Philly, Philadelphia, New York, maybe other cities, you'll meet guys that are both Israelites and Muslims, and people say that's ridiculous. You got to pick one. How can you be a Muslim or an Israelite? And the reality is, outside of America, you have people who identify as Muslims, who are faithful Muslims, and yet they believe they descend from, you know, the biblical patriarchs.
Right.
In that vein, shalom alaikum, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You know what it is?
This guy. All praises. That's my bro right there. That concept to me though is extremely powerful. Also in the vein of understanding how vast we have to look at this. Like, we really got to look at this, because you're talking about taking people from one side of the world, bringing them all the way over here. And so trying to piece all that together is much more complicated than I think some people are trying to make it. And so that's why I say I appreciate, you know, the approach. And even on some of the things that I may disagree on, it's not like you're disrespectful or even just rattling your saber. You're just like, look, you know, let's look at it like this. And you are saying that some of the assertions kind of are asinine, you know, and we agree.
Or remain open to question.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know how some of the assertions about language, some of the languages that are supposed to be on there, I don't see it. Right. And I'll just leave it at that. You know, you just got to be honest, especially if we say we're the people of the book, or however you want to put it. So I think it's an excellent example of what we can do if we sit down and calm down and try to have some good conversations.
Yeah, it's much more fruitful if the discussion is cordial. I agree.
Right.
By the way, for Orthodox Moor, I actually have a question for you.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
And there's nothing. It's just I'm just curious. In light of, I think I know the answer, but just to be clear, in light of the title of the show, you know, does Arabic have the strongest case? I know your position is that it's likely multiple languages on the pews. What is your position thus far? Not necessarily, you know, in the abstract, but thus far, in light of the available looks, do you have a position on which language thus far has the strongest case?
I think that the language on that one particular pew is West African Arabic, and it does stipulate one verse from Surah 114.
Okay.
In terms of all the pews, I'm of the position that we need to examine all 80 panels of all 40 pews and go and deal with them on a case-by-case basis.
I agree.
Fair enough. Yep, I agree as well.
In terms of the Ge'ez that Ephraim Isaac talked about, I have no reason to go against that until I see reasons to until I understand his methodology as to how he was able to identify it, and understand how I could go against that, falsify it.
Yeah, I think I would save you time if you was going to ask me. I agree.
Yes, please. By all means.
Well, but I'm just putting that out there because it leads me to this last point that I want to make to the listening audience. If you was planning on using these pews to prove something, don't do that. Number one, it's not necessary. Right? There's so many other ways that we can go about doing this. Scholastically, let's try not to hijack this, because this is something else, right? This is a national treasure, in my opinion.
Exactly.
Right, and let's let it be that. Let's let it be something that's amazing, that shows what these slaves were doing and what they were going through. And you know, those of us that really descend from that, let's treat it as such. Now, if later we do get more connection to it and all of that, but remember, these people self-identified as Israelites already. Now, if that's by conversion or that's how they came over here, that's a whole nother conversation. But we see on, you know, some of the gravestones and stuff, the headstones, like, we know what they're identifying as. So certain things I don't think we need to be arguing, at least trying to prove our heritage and our identity. There's just other ways, and I think, you know, me and the brother Moore and a couple other brothers, we've really worked to do a lot of that work for you. I mean, there's some other brothers who've done amazing work. You know, we can just start naming them. So there, you know, there's more scholastic ways to go about doing it. Let's let this be a national treasure, and if you can get there, go look at it. Go. The heritage in Savannah alone is amazing. But that actual church, when you go there and you take the tour and you hear it, it's much deeper than just Israelite, right? This is diasporic history, if I can use diasporic as a word. This is history. So go look at it, you know, and see what your ancestors built.
100%. I will say this too. So I'm aware of the argument that there's a big push for the church to try to change the culture of the church. So at one point they used to say that it was cursive Hebrew on the pews, and now they don't. And for some, there's like a big conspiratorial concept behind it, which may or may not exist. I have no idea. I don't have any evidence to the sort or not to the sort. What I will say is this: if I was an institution and I was dealing with the pews and I own the pews or whatnot, I would realistically, like, so if I'm going to bring people in and they're going to look at the pews and they're going to tell me what they see so far, you have to agree that Arabic is the strongest thing they can point to for at least that one pew, which is probably why you have PBS honing in on that one pew out of all of them. In that
Yeah, I thought that was interesting as well. Yeah, the particular pew they zoomed in on. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah.
No, go ahead, you're fine.
Well, no, I mean that of all the pews to zoom in on, when Gates says that there was traces of another religion, Islam, and he stops and focuses on a particular pew, of course, yeah, it really stood out for me that it was the precise pew that multiple people have looked at and said that they believe, again, with different levels of confidence, they believe they see something resembling a Quranic verse. Yeah, that stood out for me. I do think that's significant.
Right. And if I have knowledge of any information on those, the documentary that since the University of Cincinnati has about there potentially being Hebrew or etc., I'm going to go, this is just as a business, right, as a tourism kind of a thing. I'm going to try to point to what's definite or what's most likely definite. So they don't say that there's not cursive Hebrew on there, whatever. But they do talk about like Arabic writing, etc. And again, from my family, I just want to point this out. Even if that one pew is Arabic, it does not discount any. You can't extrapolate what's on that one pew and put it on another pew. You have to go take the pews on a case by case basis. But even like brother Dr. Reggie said, that even if it's Arabic, you still gotta go through it and see if there's another language that's written in that script.
Right.
So we got to really, really slow down on this and not be emotional about the concept, because we might miss something. We might miss the fact, like you might not want to check out a pew because they got Arabic on it, and find out that it could have been like what the scholar from Harvard said, that they might have been Muslim, but now they're Christian, keeping cultural continuity going in the way that they knew how to praise the one God that they knew. And you really got to look into that, like considering the history of slavery. And this is another cultural context. I mean, it's just a known thing when you study slavery. Like when our people were first making houses of religion, even while they were slaves, they would make one house and divide that joint up into corners or whatnot, in sections. And they, like, different people of different cultures would take their corner and practice their faith in that corner and call it a day. So it wouldn't be it's a beautiful thing to see all those cultures in one place, if you ask me. If I can see Arabic and Hebrew on the pews, to me that's even a more beautiful thing than just seeing Hebrew on the pews if it's there. They're just seeing people coming together in whatever way they can to keep their culture alive and to worship God in the way that they want to, but they're still worshiping God together. Like, that's a beautiful picture to me. But again, that's taking it from a scholastic standpoint just to a cultural standpoint.
And then, like, we got to remember how it, like, are you familiar off the top of your head how many years it took them to build the whole church more?
Yo.
Right. See what I'm saying?
Like they said, my man was talking for 44 years about building the church, about building the brick one, not just the wood, but you know what I'm saying?
And so once again, when you go do the joint, you see, like, it's built, they're building and adding on to it at different times. To the point where, like, you can almost tell the different time periods, because one time period, the crosses that you see on one of them are Ethiopian crosses. And then at another time period, you see the standard Christian cross, right? It's just showing you the continuity of what we're talking about. This thing is happening over long periods of time. So now you see a growth and a change of people and a different influx of various people coming through there. You know, all of these things become very, very, very pertinent to the conversation, just as it pertains to what we're looking at and what we see on there.
Not only that, if I'm just stuck on looking for Hebrew, etc., I might miss out on a whole other story. So Anonymous just talked about the Ethiopian crosses that are there, right? That's something that gets looked over a lot in the conversation. But when you see someone like Dr. Ephraim Isaac talking about, he sees that Ge'ez letters on the pews. When you look at the concept of potentially there being Ge'ez letters and then there also being Ethiopic crosses or whatnot, well, now you're starting to scratch your head and be like, wow, is there a connection here? And if so, how would there be an Ethiopic connection with this? Like, so it lends it start. You have to ask more questions. Like, is this part of the East African side of the slave trade, or were there Ethiopian peoples in West Africa that still had a tradition going away, etc. A lot of questions you got to ask and answer. My man came off mute just to go.
So, I mean, it's interesting. I actually the crosses. It's the first time I'm hearing about the crosses. I actually didn't know about that. That is very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the other thing I keep saying to people. Like, you got to take the tour, or at least talk to somebody who took the tour. It's a
Yo,
lot
real
of
talk. Hold on, not to cut you. Hold on, y'all got to hear this. Like, so when Anonymous just told me about it, right? Like, and it changed my whole world. Like, he's telling me about Under the Church, right? And like it's a trip. Like, my skin starts to crawl. Like, I feel like I'm there. Like my DNA singing to me about memories of being chained up or whatnot. Like, I'm going through a whole experience or whatnot when he's telling me about it. That's why I'm like, yo, just go. Man, I can't wait to go check that place out, man.
Like, just the story alone of how they built the foundation of the church. Imagine slaves working on a plantation. They're doing whatever they're supposed to do. And like, it's this whole story about how they kind of basically getting passes to go from the plantation to this area. And they're bringing this Georgia red brick. And so that's what the foundation is actually built on, these red Georgia brick clay, right? And it's solid. It's just this solid mound. But then, you know, obviously they sure it up and everything else with actual cement. But that is, the legend has it. Now, you know, we can't really say for sure paperwork wise what was going on, but you know, the legend is that this underneath the bottom is where the slaves would hide out for the Underground Railroad. And it makes sense because there are actual holes in the floor of the basement, right? In the Bakongo symbol that Moore is talking about. Like, all of these things are fascinating, man. Like,
what did they tell you about the holes in the floor though? Like, they told you they had a
So the way that they avoided people finding the slaves is they would say, well, no, we put the holes in the floor because it was Georgia pine, and Georgia pine needs to breathe. And so that was how they would avoid detection. And just those small nuances, those type of things, like, I'm sorry, like that's not made up. Like, those things are the type of things that get passed on, and you know, it speaks to truth. It brings life to what was really going on in this place. And just the entire story is amazing. The history of it. And you owe it to yourself to go and get the history and study it, because it's so many small little pieces of nuance that even I might have missed that somebody else will pick up on. We can take all of that and put it together and come up, because like Abu said, that Ethiopian cross thing, like that blew my mind in itself. And just the craftsmanship, just all of it, the entire situation it's a real good situation. It's a real good time.
Yeah, and I can't even imagine what it was like for you, Anonymous, because like I'm saying, I'm just hearing you tell me about it, and it's like making me go through stuff. I'm like, yeah, I can't imagine what it's like for you to walk through it. You know what I'm saying? Like, to hear my voice echo in the church you talking about has the crazy acoustics on them, kind of. You know what I'm saying? All that, the little details.
Right.
Hear the wood creaking underneath my feet when I'm going up the stairs and whatnot. All that.
Facts.
My man put his hands on the pews. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you get to sit on them. You sit there like the whole joint. You know, it's in the way that they set it up. So you start off in the sanctuary, you go up to the pews, and then you go back down to the basement. And just the entire situation it's a real spiritual thing. It's a real solid. It's a good time, but it's also you get chill bumps thinking about what these people had to go through get this church there, and then what everybody else had to go through to preserve the legacy up until this point. So all of those things become very necessary to take into account when you are trying to put together what those pews say. And that's, you know, that's where kind of I leave it at. I know other people have family ties to that, so I'm not trying to negate the actual family ties. I'm just saying, like, let's bring it all out. Let's talk about it, and let's explore this thing from a true scholastic perspective. See what we find. Let's see what we get.
And on a cultural level, I completely respect that part of the family story is the curse of Hebrew, because that's part of what Anonymous was able to let us know with his tour, that his tour guide told him curse of Hebrew, potentially Arabic, trade language, all that.
Right. He's saying all of it. That was the crazy thing. Like, I got the guy on record. He's saying, he's not just saying it's only Hebrew, or it's only, he's telling you it's multiples. You know, he's actually saying, you know, they would have came there really dealing a lot with Arabic. This is what he's saying, but they're also dealing with Hebrew, and they're dealing with patois. And he said it's like this trade language. This is, you know.
There's an interesting point to be made on the timing or the chronology. So if you went in August of 2019, that would be after the website started saying that Arabic is on the pews. And there's a number of people who interpret the website stating that as being a rejection of the claim that there's Hebrew on the pews. But if even after the website changed, they're telling you on the tour, they're still affirming the presence of Hebrew, that should speak to the fact that stating on the website that Arabic appears on the pews is not in itself a denial of Hebrew appearing.
Right. And, you know, and this is, and he was very clear to say, like, they're dealing with multiple languages at this time. He literally says the word trade language, but he goes deeper, and he's talking about, like, you know, they're using this to tell stories to each other, and, you know, write books. Like, you know, he's explaining how they would, you know, they had a whole culture, a whole way of communicating, and you know, because this is what he was studying. Like, he was working on his master's in African studies, and he was breaking it all down. And so, you know, I'm picking his brain. Like, I'm asking him every question I could think. And he was just real cool. So he broke it all down. And so, and I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't aware when I went, I wasn't aware that there was a controversy of the languages on there. So I'm kind of glad that I wasn't, because I just went from a pure standpoint, like just a pure standpoint of just wanting to see it, wanting to see history, expecting to see Hebrew though, because I had heard about it. But then when you get there and you know what Hebrew looks like, you're like, okay, this is deeper than that. So, but that was a great point, Abu.
Yes, sir. Yeah. But yeah, I'm also gonna make this point. So Abu made a great point. So if Pastor Kelly has pictures of all the pews or whatnot, and all the panels or whatnot, there is a great service that can be done for those that are concerned about preserving any Hebrew legacy that's part of the oral tradition of the church or whatnot, in the sense to where, just like Abu has gone to multiple people that speak Arabic and has investigated the case for Arabic on the pews, you can still investigate the case for Hebrew on the pews for posterity's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Not just for like proving is there Hebrew on the pews or whatnot, but like if you're concerned about keeping the oral tradition alive and not having it get drowned out, etc., then that's the best way you do it. You prove it, because that way it becomes a marketable thing for the church. Because again, like they're not saying there's no Hebrew on the pews, like Abu and Anonymous are pointing out. They're still telling you, no, there's Hebrew on the pews when you go on the tour, or at least they were in 2019.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was 2019. I don't know now. So
yeah, they might be switching it up now. But if they've switched it up, this is definitely how you get them to rethink the whole thing, because as just a tourist attraction, fam, I'm gonna advertise what sell it, what I can make money off of, right? So if I can prove, like, so real talk, like, if I can prove that there's Arabic on the pews, or I can point to there being Arabic on the pews, I might get a couple extra Muslims coming on the tour. You know what I'm saying, or etc. So, same thing with he. Like, if I know that, if I don't know, I might not say it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It just is like I know that's a Bakongo symbol. I'm gonna say that's a Bakongo symbol. Boom. I know there's 9 patch on the ceiling. There's 9 patch on the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? It just because at one point it becomes a marketing thing. It might not be anything more. It might be something more. Don't know. Can't call it. But the best way to keep the oral tradition alive is to give it some substance to stand on.
Also, if let's say all the pictures, if all the pews were public and available online, you'd get a larger number of eyeballs looking at them and proposing readings, and the discussion would it would advance faster if a larger number of people were discussing it.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised who would get curious. I mean, look at people like when Jeffrey Kahn, he saw he was like, oh, what's going on? When did this happen? Who wrote this? He got instantly curious. Instantly curious. Like the other person, Danny, whatever his name was, I forgot his name. But he was like, yeah, I'm not certain, but let me show this to the rest of my colleagues and see what they think. Scholars like to answer questions. They don't run from like that's their job, is to answer the hard questions.
And even separate from scholars, like there was a period where certain people were saying, all right, the discussion is done, no more talk, that's it, it's finished. And then when Berean had me on his show and it sort of generated new excitement in the subject, that's what brought Benaiah into it to propose a reading for the pews. And as I've said before, whatever one thinks of his precise interpretations or conclusions, he has to be given credit for sort of changing the nature of the debate, because he ushered in a sort of a paradigm shift.
Big
by
shout
getting
out
to
to
talking and proposing a reading.
I was gonna say that's a solid brother, man.
Solid dude, real humble dude. I like Benaiah.
Yeah, he definitely seems like a real gentleman, an authentic gentleman. I've said that on Berean's channel as well.
Agreed, 100%.
So
He's someone who I know would appreciate having access to all the different pictures of pews, etc., whatnot.
Yeah, he said so on your show. I remember when you had that discussion with him. He said that to date, no one has, put forth and cataloged, each of the pews. So it would be helpful to have that, to have the pictures of all the pews, and let people then, a sort of natural process of cataloging would happen as people would discuss it. They would start referring to different pews in specific ways, and sort of de facto cataloging would happen.
I was thinking that too, like row 1, pew 2, side,
left
side, right side, because
like it's like a papyrus or a tablet. You know what it is?
Yeah. Because like even when I went, you're on the tour, and then they're very particular and meticulous about how you take these pictures. Like you have to either be in the picture or things like that, and because they really don't want you kind of taking the pictures, posting them online, and kind of giving people a chance to paint a picture, get a real understanding of how to move through the church, kind of to protect them, because it is let's be honest, people kind of shooting up historical Black churches.
Exactly.
So they're doing their best to kind of protect from that perspective. But if we did have something where we could look at them all in some way, shape, or form, because
archive.
Yeah, like even when I went, I wasn't able to, because you just moving kind of fast through it. I wasn't even able to catalog which pew was this and what. I just made sure I got them straight up and down, as clear as possible. With my hand pointing to it, or with me and my wife in it, or something like that. So that way we didn't. So okay, this is a great question, Gabar, and I don't know the answer to it. He said, but just to finish his statement, then I'll answer his question. I wasn't even able to catalog it the way I would have liked to. So if the brother Pastor Kelly has it, cool. Let's let us take a look at it if we can. But hopefully we can maybe reach out to them and figure out a way, if it's possible, to get it cataloged so we can get some more eyeballs on it. But to answer Brother Gabar's question, he said, why He said, why does the tour only allow a portion of the pews to be viewed in detail? I don't know. To be honest, I have no clue. I thought maybe the stairwell on the other side maybe wasn't capable of holding that much foot traffic, maybe, but I've since come to learn that that's probably not the case. So I don't know. I know I hear the same story from everybody, and I experience it for myself. They only let you go on one side.
Yeah, so we would have to get access and get permission from the church to find out what's going on with the other side, or what they say about that and why they don't let people go up there. It might just be just a hazard concept or a liability concept, because I know this, man. I'm not trying to have nobody slip and fall and have me pay for that joint.
Right.
For the rest of my life.
Yeah, I don't know.
You got to sell the churches to pay for that joint.
But I think now that I know everybody is kind of more interested in it, I think I'm just gonna call down there and figure out what we can work out. See if we can get access to it, get in there, and we do have the other brothers that got direct access to it too. So we can figure it out, get in there, and come in there now with the real perspective of this is what we're trying to do. I want to see it all and have a conversation at this point.
Yeah, because it's a national treasure, and what I like about it, there should be something for almost everybody to deal with in this. Whether you're an atheist or a Christian or a Catholic or a Jew or an Israelite or a Muslim or whatever, like there's something for everybody in this project.
Even if there's, like, as you pointed out, separate from sort of like Israelite debates or something like that, there should be an interest in what's on the pews. Like, for example, hypothetically speaking, let's say there's a pew that has a clear writing in a non-Semitic language and a non-Semitic script. Let's say it's a West African language that's written in the Latin script. It would still be worthwhile to know what that says, and to have that recorded somewhere, historically.
Yeah, if nothing else, you can be like, okay, we know that the Fulani were here and wrote this, and that the Yoruba were here and wrote this, that the Igbo were here and wrote this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Which many people are going to find interesting,
Yeah.
I just think in itself, the history of the diaspora, once you start to dig into it, for those that really dig history, you can't help but be enamored and want to go deeper and deeper and understand it, because it's telling this story of all types of different cultures. Like once me and Moore really start getting into the DNA and starting to understand, like, it's much deeper than just West Africa, it opened up to all of this other conversations of exploring the Moors, exploring Spain, exploring East Africa, exploring everything in the connections to all of this. That's all I got.
Oh yeah, someone in the chat says it's mind blowing. It 100% is mind blowing.
Yeah, it is, bro.
Like, what blew my mind, sis, was when Anonymous told me about the Ethiopian crosses, and then I heard Ephraim Isaac talking about PEWS on the pews. I was like, okay, if we're talking, like, not only that, like, so I was blessed enough to have conversations recently with Cohen Hamadishe, a Lemba tribesman who was a Cohen and rabbi over there. He let me know that he believed that there were slaves, Lembas, taken on slave ships to America in the transatlantic slave trade. And I heard him at first, and I kind of just brushed it off, but then I was like, no, let me look into this. And then I found out that from East African ports, over 500,000 people were taken.
Right.
Almost 6% of the slaves came from over there. And I was like, oh wow. So like I'm looking at that, and then I was looking at the Ethiopian cross, and then the PEWS concept. I was like, oh wow, that's a big story. Because like at first my mind was blown just understanding there was a triangular slave trade in East Africa that no one knew about, with France and with Portugal, Spain and other people. Even the United States ended up taking slaves from Mozambique on American ships, right? But we're not taught about that in school. So understanding that concept that there's an East African slave trade in the transatlantic slave trade, finding out that there's gas on potentially gas on the pews. That one scholar is saying he thinks that there's gas letters there. The concept of the Ethiopic cross, and then the concept of like 9 patch and potential codes in the church. I'm like, wait a minute, whoa. There's a lot of layers to this onion. Let's go slow and peel it back one by one.
Facts. I feel like Abu be wanting to say stuff and then we be cutting him off.
Oh no! I'm just listening to you, gentlemen. I mean, the truth be told, I don't have as much to say when we sort of are not on the linguistic subject. So that's why. And I spoke quite a bit earlier, so it's better to let others speak.
You did break it down a lot. You did.
No, sure.
You know, I appreciate this conversation, right? And hopefully this can start to happen more. We see where it go.
Yeah, we will definitely have the brother Boo on one more time, at least one more time, hopefully more, but we're definitely gonna have him come back and give a lengthy breakdown on the Lashawan Kadash and his interaction with Stutch.
I would enjoy that immensely.
Now you starting trouble, man.
I got to do it, man, because like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've been listening to Abu talk about the Lashawan Kadash for a minute. We were talking earlier. He's like, he's been doing it over 20 years. I'm like, we definitely got to wrap on that. Definitely. But I think there's a lot of good questions on both ways on the topic. And I think it's a good scholastic topic to deal with.
I agree.
It's not one that should be ran from.
And I will say this as it pertains to, and you know, this kind of, I don't know if it really pertains to Abu, but at some point in time, we got to just understand that we just got different dialects in the community. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, some of us might not deal with the Lashawan Kodesh, right? That's still a dialect, so I ain't finna knock them for it. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like Arabic, fam. Like, so like if you're Moroccan, you literally cannot get understood anywhere else in the Arabic speaking world. They look at you like, what did you say?
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, just for a second. Hey, GT, I promise you faithful to God, bro. I promise you. You move like him.
No.
Move like him, dude. And it is what it is. Take it for what it's worth. I didn't misrepresent nothing you said, bro. I didn't even come at you. Right? Yep, definitely. Because that's the only person over there that has that type of, him and one other person have that type of demeanor towards me. For no reason, right? I know who that is. I know what that is. That like how Abu like how Abu put together, you know, his methodology with the cat situation. Yo, it's the same methodology. That dude is if he not, then he listens to faithful to God a lot. Like he moves like him. Look, bro, I didn't misrepresent nothing. I actually asked you in the chat to let me listen to Abu. You kept asking questions. I gave you articles to look. Still wasn't good enough, right? Chill out, man. I didn't misrepresent you. I don't got no issue with you. If you want the smoke, you can get the debate. I don't see you really trying to do that though. I think you just want to kind of troll a little bit. So you got your attention now. Back to Abu. Hey, I would love to get the information that you have on the Arabic writing and things that are in Sicily.
Yeah, I'll try to find one. I know in terms of what's published, I wrote about it on Facebook recently. I know John Wansbrough had an interesting article about a document from Sicily, and recently on Facebook, I posted. I can look for it now and throw the link in the chat or something like that if I'm able to put links in the chat. Otherwise, I'll just contact me on Facebook and I can share it with you there.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, some of it is certainly quite public.
Okay. Yeah, I would love because I'm putting together something where I can understand the methodology of this. I want to paint a picture of this, and I want to be able to speak to this and give examples of how this would work and what it would look like. And so yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So with that, I'm gonna let everyone give their closing statements because we're running up on 3 hours, family. And it's late for me, so I know it's late for y'all. Both of y'all on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, it's quite late over here.
So Anonymous, if you want to go ahead and close out, man, go ahead.
And yeah, thanks for letting me come on and rap with the brother. It's great to finally speak to you, Abu. Hopefully we can have more conversations. I hope that the brother said I was disrespectful in the chat. I hope you don't feel like I was disrespectful to you. I don't think I was.
Not in the least, not in the least. I wasn't offended by anything that I heard coming my way.
Cool. Awesome.
Brother GT, trust me, when Anonymous wants you to know he's being disrespectful, you will definitely understand he's being disrespectful. I didn't see him being disrespectful with you,
Be very won't even be a question, right? So, but with that being said, though, I enjoyed the conversation. Hopefully, we can have more conversations like this. Peace and love to the rest of the family. More, you know what it is. All praise to the Most High. To the brother Sal, thank you for letting us utilize the platform as always. It's nothing but love. And to the family, you know, I know what it is. Let's keep pushing. So
yes, I will get at you.
Have a great night. And thanks a lot, Abu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, go ahead, Abu.
Oh, I don't have any significant closing statements. Just I enjoyed the conversation, and I certainly look forward to whether discussing this topic again or discussing Lashman Kodash or any other subject. I certainly would very much enjoy coming on again, if possible.
Yeah, I look forward to having you on again and having these discussions. And I appreciate your contributions, your scholastic contributions to discussions, and the thoughtfulness in which you bring your arguments. I know some people view you as an adversary, and will always view you adversarially.
Yes, and I think that's a misunderstanding. I think because the spectrum, and it's the same thing that Israelites face, because the spectrum on, you know, what's called the UA side, and again, that's a very ill-defined term, or at least I'm not sure how to define UA, but whatever the case, within that spectrum, you have so many different people, and so there is a tendency to sort of see each person as the same as the other, you know. And so if one was harsher than another, you know, those who are less harsh are nonetheless perceived to have those the same intentions. But, you know, the reality is that if we're going to be lumped together, they're lumping together a very diverse group. I remember I had a brief correspondence with Dante Fortson about that, about, you know, if you're going to include, for example, myself or Nefertiti, for example, within this spectrum of UA, you have a situation where it's like extremely diverse, not only in terms of demeanor, but even ideologically. You know, Calvinists, anti-Calvinists, Seventh-day Adventists, Roman Catholics, and, you know, at a certain point, it's, you know, and I don't think everybody defines it the same way. Like, I'm sure there are certain gentlemen who would not define it in a way that includes me, for example, you know, who define themselves that way, and so on. Whatever the case. But yes, I think that what happens is that I sort of went off the rails, but yeah, on both sides, there's a tendency to perceive hostility even when it's not there, just because so many of the discussions are acrimonious.
Yeah. Even if people would perceive you to be an adversary, I would tell people not to perceive you to be a malicious adversary. Me and Anonymous came from a league to where, or from previous platforms, etc., to where we would have people running streams on us for weeks on end, hours on end. You know what I'm saying? Running your name through the mud, calling you every name in the book, trying to get you out of your character, whatnot, doing everything but giving you a scholastic argument based for what you're saying. And so, going from that to dealing with people like you it's nothing. I mean, Abu is not the devil incarnate. What Abu will help you do is he will help you sharpen your argument if you have one. And that's actually something that on a steel sharpening steel kind of a thing. Like, I want my arguments to be the best. So I actually appreciate people like Abu for putting forth thoughtful arguments. Because if I'm gonna sit down in a chess game with Abu, I'm not just gonna rush through my movements. I'm gonna really think about every move I play. And that makes me a better player, not a worse player. At the end of the day, that's not a bad thing. So, thank you for what you do for the community, Abu. I personally appreciate the level of arguments that you bring, and the forthrightness in which you deal with the arguments. Like you were able to say real plainly, no, I didn't consider this. No, I didn't consider that. You're not trying to hide anything. You're not trying to paint over anything, gloss over anything. You're real upfront. I appreciate that about you. Not only that, again, I can't state this enough. I gained an enormous amount of respect for you when I heard you defending the sovereignty of God when it comes to who is and is not saved. Because as my mother always told me growing up, man, I have neither a heaven nor a hell to put you in. And I'd be surprised when people keep trying to put us in hell or heaven. I'm like, yo, calm down. Be easy. Let's worry about the plank in our own eyes right quick. So yeah, I appreciate you for that. Yeah, and like I said, we will definitely have you on again and deal with the Lashwan Kadash and probably a whole host of other topics, because I'm sure a lot of people are curious to see how you see certain things, being that they've probably lumped you up with other people in terms of their belief system and not really heard you say what you believe from your own mouth. But with that, family, I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate you for hanging out with us. And I hope you had some edification from this conversation. So let us know down below. And Abu, where can people find you?
I'm on Twitter under the name Abu Khamr, and then also, unfortunately, the name is a bit long, but on Facebook is Abdel Masih Al Manhatani. But if you go to my Twitter account, there'll be links to my YouTube and Facebook accounts where I can be reached. So basically, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
All right. So with that, family, we are signing off, and I'm saying peace and love.
God bless.
Thank you.